When are we going to see? Control room, do you have an answer on that? Should I go to Ryan Nobles, or are we just waiting? All right, we don't know yet. Ryan Nobles is in, not Ryan Nobles. Ryan Young is in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ryan, sorry. So we have the numbers here. Did they tell you anything about any more number to come in? Not yet. All right, good. We'll wait. Well, everybody's anxious, right? Because we want the information. So let's do this. We're going to go through the state and figure out what came in, what we're still looking at, get some more calculations for you. But here's your headline. I know everybody's a little sleepy, but it's time to wake up. We just had a move in Wisconsin. Joe Biden is now ahead. Why? Votes that were in are being counted in big populated areas that could break Democrat and did. Is it enough? We're going to do calculations, see what is still outstanding, and get after that right after this break. Stay with CNN. All right, hello, everybody. Time to wake up. It's just a few minutes before 5 o'clock in the morning here in the East, and we have new information. CNN has key race alerts for you. Let's take a look. The state of play in Wisconsin has changed, okay? 10 electoral votes are up. Very important now, because remember, the gateway, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, maybe Georgia. Those are the states that are in the mix right now that we're focused on. We just had a big change in Wisconsin. How? 10 electoral votes, 89% of the vote now estimated to come in. In the last batch of votes, it changed the lead. Biden now ahead, 10,110 votes, 49.3 to 49.0. Where are the votes that are outstanding? I'll take you through it with Phil Mattingly in just a moment. But that is the big move. The other state that we're watching in real time, Michigan. 16 electoral votes, the president up ahead, a stout 245,000. 52 to 46.3, but that's 77% estimated vote, and where it is could make all the difference. Here's the electoral map in terms of what the state of play is, 224 to 213. But it is all about what we don't know on two different levels, okay? The states in gray, obviously, but also where the outstanding votes are, whether they're early votes or mail, and what that will mean in terms of breaking along registration lines. So, with the new information comes new context. Let's go to Phil Mattingly over at the wall. A little bit of coffee. Let's see if it helped the old cogitation context in terms of what the numbers mean that just came out of Wisconsin, specifically Milwaukee.
Milwaukee County is what came in. Milwaukee County was the biggest outstanding Democratic vote that we knew for sure would skew heavily Democratic, and it did skew heavily Democratic, majorly Democratic when it came in. Now, 90% reporting. Joe Biden, 69.2%. Donald Trump, 29.3%. I think the big question right now is how much, with the 10% that's remaining outstanding, can Joe Biden extend this lead? Because as we've talked about, there are more votes outstanding, and a lot of them come from red counties. We don't know the composition. But can he add 10, 20, 30, maybe even 100,000 votes to this? If you take 10% out of what's now probably about 450,000 votes, where do you get? You get 45, 50,000?
So he gets 15,000 votes out of this. That will pad his lead. The question is that enough votes, even if he's up 25,000, to stave off the outstanding vote in the rest of the counties?
So let's, right now, 89% reporting, Joe Biden with a 10,000 vote lead. Let's see what's outstanding. Let's go find these counties and find this vote. Right now, all you see now that Milwaukee's over 90%, you see red counties outstanding. And here is one of the open questions. Let's start with what the matchup of these counties are right now. Dunn County, not a big county right now. Donald Trump, 56. Joe Biden, 41%. About 86% reporting, so about 14% of the votes still outstanding here. A couple more thousand votes are going to come in.
Yep.
There's two things you need to look at here. Look at this margin right now. Look at this margin. Look at what it was back in 2016. Right now, Donald Trump's got a bigger margin. Now, these are the types of counties traditionally that Donald Trump has done fairly well in. Although its location in Eau Claire might change it a little bit. I think the big question right now is that margin because Donald Trump was able to run it up in a smaller county, as he's done throughout the course, throughout the country to some degree? Or is that margin because the missing vote right now is Democratic mail-in vote? And that's the variable we need the answers to right now. Because as we've talked about, 10,000 is not a huge lead. 10,000 was enough to win the state of Michigan back in 2016 for Donald Trump. Maybe 10,000 holds, but factor in that it's not just 10,000 right now. It's going to add more from Milwaukee County. And how much more can Donald Trump get from red counties like this?
You've got good questions. I think I can get us some answers.
Get the answers.
Right now. Who do we have? Okay, right now we have Julietta Henry. She is the Milwaukee County Elections Director. First of all, thank you very much, ma'am, and your whole team for the job you've been doing tonight for your county, for your state, and for the country, frankly, because all eyes are on you. Thank you.
Thank you for having us tonight, or this morning.
Yes, this morning, indeed. Now, help me. In terms of Milwaukee, we're understanding that there's still about 10% of the vote outstanding. What can you tell us about how much more vote you expect from Milwaukee and how much more vote you expect from the other counties that are as yet open?
In Milwaukee County, we are now at 100% ballots cast. That does include the central count for the city of Milwaukee as well.
So all the votes in Milwaukee are in?
Yes, sir.
So the 90% estimate reporting, does that mean that we're just waiting for them to be tabulated? Have those numbers been released?
Those numbers have been released.
Do you have the numbers?
A total of, yes, sir. We have a total ballots cast in Milwaukee County, 460,300, of which Biden received 317,251, 69%.
Hold on, one more time.
And
oh, yeah, we have it. Okay, go ahead.
And Donald Trump received 134,355, which was 29.28%.
Okay, so we're basically there on that. What about remaining outstanding vote in the other counties, ma'am?
We do not have that information. I can only report for Milwaukee County.
Do you have any scoop for us in terms of when we may find it out?
I don't know, but I know that we're hoping that everything will be done within the next 3 hours. But I do know we did speak to someone in Green Bay. They are at least an hour behind us.
And you are absolutely sure that you have all the ballots counted? There is no X factor. There's nothing else you're waiting on. And in that context, did everything go according to your plan? The dirty word, irregularities, any to speak of?
No, there weren't any irregularities in Milwaukee County. We were anticipating finishing up tonight between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. And I think we're right on target with the 4 o'clock completion time.
Nothing else? No other ballots to be counted?
There will be provisionary ballots, and the clerks have reported those. They should be on their website. They reported those to the state. Those ballots will be counted at they have until Friday at 4 o'clock p.m. to count those ballots and return them to our office.
All right.
And that will be a part of the unofficial, this is the unofficial results that you're receiving right now.
Yes, unofficial results, but helpful, so thank you. And what is that remaining number of ballots that have until Friday to be counted?
I don't have that number yet.
Okay.
We will know it in the morning when the clerks submit all those files to us.
All right. Thank you so much. I know it's been a long night. I know being on TV isn't your job, and that's not what is going to be exciting right now. But thank you for giving us an unofficial number that we can help people understand the context of such an important piece of a major election. Thank you very much. And again, thank you for everything that you did with your team.
Thank you so much.
All right. So just to put a little button on it, she said it is all in. This is the 100%, except for a group of ballots they're waiting to provisionals until Friday.
Interesting. First is, what can we do before the provisionals, right? Provisionals, you count afterwards. Every state kind of has different rules in terms of how the provisionals operate. But this is where we stand in Milwaukee County right now. Look, the lead is now shrunk for Joe Biden. It's now under 10,000 votes. And I think we're kind of waiting to see. She just mentioned that Brown County should be coming in within the next hour or so. So that's the next thing we want to keep a really keen eye on. I think we want to see what happens tonight, and then you start dealing with the provisionals after the fact.
Provisionals, just your short answer is, hey, you're sure you're here? You're not in the book. You know, your address doesn't match up. Fill out the ballot. We'll figure out if it's a legitimate one to be counted later. Every state does the same thing. That's that bundle. Every state will have that quotient. So Phil is right to focus on this part. Is this number too fragile to hold?
Don't know. We don't know. Here's what the beauty of this is what we can show you. And what we can show you is what's outstanding. The biggest unanswered question right now when you start to take things down, particularly now that Milwaukee County is in, it was the biggest outstanding vote, is the composition. should find out about Brown County over the course of the next hour. That's what we were told. We know that Green Bay is a significant chunk of the outstanding
There's a
ballot.
third of the vote waiting there. You have about 95,000 votes. So you have 30,000 votes
Right.
that are still going to come in a red county.
And look, if those votes come in at 56-41, Donald Trump's a happy guy, and that puts him over where Joe Biden is right now.
Yep.
Again, the wild card here, and this isn't just Wisconsin, it's also in Michigan, it's also in Pennsylvania, is the composition, because it's heavily male, because it's heavily absentee, is it primarily driven Democratic vote because Democrats have been voting heavily male, heavily absentee? Is it not just the entire county, but is it heavily centered in Green Bay? And is it heavily male? Then all of a sudden, just because it's a red county where Donald Trump's ahead by 14 points, doesn't mean that that's going to have any bearing whatsoever on the composition of what comes in. So what we know at this point in time is the counties with the most outstanding vote, including Brown, including Kenosha, which is still at 30% outstanding right now. These are Republican counties as it currently stands. These are both counties that Donald Trump won back in 2016. However, we know Donald Trump won Kenosha County by less than a percentage point. And right now, Donald Trump is leading in Kenosha by 21 points.
So let's get a little context from Kristen Holmes. She's looking at this at the voting desk. How can you help us understand the situation?
Well, I think I have some answers for you on Brown County. Now, we have not gotten numbers in for several hours. We thought we were going to learn between 3 and 4 a.m. It is now 5 a.m. What we know is outstanding is at least 32,000 absentee mail-in ballots. Now, there are also some in-person ballots mixed in there, but this goes to exactly what we have been waiting to hear. What kind of ballots, just like Phil was saying, are these? And if they are absentee ballots, will they swing the way that we have seen the votes in Wisconsin and across the country swing, which is for Biden? So that is the big question here, but this does give us some clarity as to what is waiting to be counted or what is waiting to be revealed to us. We believe that they were supposed to give us these results, again, between 3 and 4 a.m., but that is what is outstanding now. So at least 32,000 absentee votes, and as we know, this does not mean it's the case of these votes, but we do know that overall, Biden supporters tend to favor mail-in voting, whereas Trump supporters tend to favor day of. We are told there are some day of ballots mixed in here too, but the big outstanding number here is that 32,000 at least absentee ballots.
All right. Hey, thank you very much, Kristen. Appreciate it. So if that's 32,000 and he gets 56% of them, that puts him at 18,000 votes. That puts him over the margin right now, except for the net to Biden. You have one hell of a close race here.
It's extremely close. It's extremely close.
In likelihood, it could be 22,000 vote win for the president, but not necessarily depending on the cut of all these.
Again, and Kristen made the key point. These are 32,000. Their vote by mail. Their vote by mail. It's absentee. And so absentee, even in the most Republican counties, is skewed Democratic. And so you cannot extrapolate off what this 32,000 is beyond the fact that we know that's the outstanding vote. So when it comes in, we'll be able to say, break down the 32,000. How did it come in? What did it do for the margins? But beyond that, right now, we're in wait-and-see mode about how this comes in. And wait-and-see mode, when there's only 9,000 votes separating the two candidates and a presidential election is waiting in the wings, that's pretty darn important wait-and-see mode.
Right. Let's put some more heads to it. So you keep thinking about it. Let me know what we have. So you're at 9,000 votes. What's the number, Phil? 9,673. So, Harry, help us understand this. Give us a little context. This state wasn't supposed to be anything like this. The president won by 22,000 votes. There was an entirely different set of expectations. I'm not breaking your chops about it, but
please do.
How did we get here? What changed?
I mean, look, it just seems to me that the polling did not accurately reflect what was occurring in these Midwestern battleground states, right? There was that Ann Selzer poll that came out on Saturday, right? And people like me were like, whoa, that's strange. I had Donald Trump up by 7 in the state of Iowa, and we said, if that goes across the state line into Wisconsin, we could be dealing with a much closer race than anticipated because those two states' voting patterns are very highly correlated. Turns out that was right. But at the end of the day, Joe Biden is still ahead there right now. Now, that may shift around a little bit, but he's ahead right now. So it is what, it's.
Don't say it is what it is.
I stopped myself.
I'll tell you why you can't say it. If it's 9,000 votes, and I totally understand what Phil is saying and Kristen accentuated about the preference with mail-in ballots to Democrat registration, How does he hold on to a lead when all the remaining boxes are red?
If that is Green Bay, right? Green Bay within Brown County actually went for Hillary Clinton. And then you add on top of that fact that it's mail voting, which is even more Democratic. I actually could make the argument that I think Biden's lead is going to expand when that vote comes in. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be the case, but that seems to me to be a very potential possibility. And I'm wondering, I know Phil's not there right now, is that taking into account the Kenosha vote that is still out? And if it isn't, I think Biden's lead in our official count could grow even on top of that.
It does not include Kenosha because it's a separate county.
No, I know that. I'm talking about the statewide count. I'm talking about the statewide count in Wisconsin right now. Do we have all of Kenosha in, Phil?
No.
No. I would think that that vote by mail, which we believe that's what's left out there, could expand his margin even further.
Do you agree?
I mean, look, he's the forecaster. He's the one who knows the numbers. But I would say this. We knew this was going to happen. We knew that was going to take some time to count these votes. We haven't seen anything nefarious, at this point. But if you do look at those numbers...
The county clerk just said that Milwaukee went exactly as expected. The only ballots left are provisionals, which everybody has as part of the bundle. I've been a provisional ballot before when I voted. So the count we expected, okay? It takes time. The race being like this, we did not expect, right? I mean, part of the bravado of Biden was that he was 5, 6, 7 points in Wisconsin, no more. 9,600 votes is separating the two right now.
Well, you know what's going to happen is that there's going to be a dissection of this presidential race 16 trillion times about how this was run. But one of the big pieces will be, did Joe Biden, by not going on the campaign trail in the final week, by not doing a mad dash, we saw Donald Trump go to Georgia, right? Just a couple of days ago. He went to Rome, Georgia. Now, I was a newspaper reporter down there. Rome, Georgia is extremely conservative. And he went there and riled up his base. Maybe that might help him carry Georgia. We don't know yet. But we did see Donald Trump out there really trying to fight for every vote at the end. Joe Biden, they didn't put him out there, and that's going to be looked at.
And there likely was maybe some closing near the end. The polls suggested that Biden would do much better in some of those Sun Belt states. And you had Donald Trump out there in those big rallies. We talked about him as a health risk, and they certainly were. But they certainly probably moved to motivate those voters in those states, in those regions where he worked, particularly those rural white voters. And it also just seems like maybe the swell in voters that people were predicting, African-American turnout seems like it was about equal, at least according to the exit polls. It doesn't seem like there was a big swell from 2016. We'll have to wait and see. But a lot of the dynamics that we were talking about, Biden's overwhelming strength with college-educated whites, Biden's strength among seniors, it doesn't seem to have shown up in the way that the polls predicted it would.
We had him +8 at CNN. The New York Times had him +11. I don't know that Trump was ever leading in a poll in Wisconsin against Biden.
Not any poll that was that CNN would allow to be published on our website or put on air, that's for sure. But, I should just point out again, given what we saw in Milwaukee, that just gives you an understanding of the difference between the people who are voting in person on Election Day and that vote by mail. And that's something to keep in mind as this race perhaps shifts to Michigan, Pennsylvania, and even down in Georgia where the Fulton County returns, which we believe is mostly vote by mail, that's still out. So the idea that Joe Biden can't make up the ground in Michigan and Pennsylvania seems to me to be an incorrect assumption. These races are very competitive at this point. And you know what, Chris? At the end of the day, it's the scoreboard. And right now, Joe Biden still has more electoral votes given to him, at least projected by CNN, than Donald Trump does. And to me, his pathway to 270 is quite clear at this hour. Of course, so is Trump's. But at this point, Joe Biden's bid for the presidency is very much still alive.
Feels like Trump is in command of the probabilities here, does it not?
Yeah. Well, and he's in charge of the narrative in many ways. Him going out and giving that speech tonight was widely condemned across around the world.
He hurt himself because he put a shadow on the legitimacy of a count that may well wind up benefiting him.
Yeah, but for him, I think we all know he doesn't care about that. He doesn't care if he is contradicted down the road. What he did, though, just a few hours ago, is that he riled up his base. And there is going to be concern. I mean, give it a few hours. Let's see how all this shakes out. But let's see really when people wake up. Let's talk around noon tomorrow, and let's see what the state of the nation is, because I do think that it's going to be a little bit more fraught than it was on Tuesday?
Well, it all depends on what the numbers are up on the board. If the president loses Wisconsin, and that is a huge if, these numbers are so slim. Good news, Wisconsin should give us results within the next couple of hours. So as people are waking up across the country, it should really be down to about 3 states that you're looking at. Let's bring in Caitlin Collins right now, obviously at the White House covering those comments. Any backing off of them after he left the podium, as is sometimes the case? Or are they saying, oh, yep, fraud, that's what this is?
No backing off, and this is what they have been waiting to do for weeks now. Basically, they thought that President Trump was going to look like he was ahead in some of these states, and then as the mail-in ballots came in, it was going to potentially tip it in Joe Biden's favor. And so this is basically what the president's campaign aides had been planning on happening. I don't think they expected it to happen as quickly as the president was prematurely declaring victory just a few hours ago. And Chris, we should note that is primarily what the president denied just a few days ago to reporters that he was going to do. He said he would not come out and declare victory before it was time. And of course, now he has done that with votes still being counted. And the question, of course, is the criticism that we're seeing from the president's own allies. As Mark Preston was just pointing out, people like Chris Christie are talking about how unwise what the president said in the wee hours of the morning truly were. And you saw how it stood in stark contrast to what the vice president was saying, who was saying, we're going to be vigilant and let the votes continue to be counted. That is not what President Trump said. He basically argued that he wants votes to continue to be counted in places where he is down to Joe Biden, but he does not want them to be counted in places where he is ahead of Joe Biden. He is going to be looking at states like Wisconsin as these votes are coming in. We're seeing these absentee ballots and these numbers coming in, with Biden now taking the lead in Wisconsin. But it just is so stunning to see what the president did, Chris, even though it was really entirely predictable based on what he's been saying over the last few days.
All right, Caitlin, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let me know if anything changes in terms of when we're expecting to hear from the president next. That'll be really important because he is going to try to mess with the state of play. That's what he does, is to try to play things to advantage. I can't stress this enough. Presidents, even if they're running for a second term, they're challengers, they don't determine when an election is over. The process does. That's why it's very dangerous to mess with the legitimacy of a process. But just know this. This is not about any state or counting discovering they had votes that hadn't been counted. Okay? Every single aspect of this dynamic of this election has been according to the process as normal. All right? We're going to take a break right now. More information has just come in about Wisconsin. There has been a change. Joe Biden is in the lead by the smallest amount of votes we've seen tonight, under 10,000. Will it hold? We will see, and we will see sooner than we expected. In an hour or so, we should have an answer about Wisconsin, and that will have huge implications for this race. Stay with our continuing coverage. Stay with CNN. All right, CNN will bring you a key race alert here. We have Wisconsin that has had a recent change. It just changed again. Its 10 electoral votes are up for grabs, and it is the thinnest margin of a major state that we've seen tonight. 8,442 votes separate Biden and Trump. 49.3, 49.0, 89% of the estimated vote has come in. The key part of the story here is the big Democratic stronghold of Milwaukee has 100% reported, except for provisional ballots, which are not relevant for this point of the analysis. So the rest of the outstanding vote is in red counties. Oh, so then it's all for Trump. No, maybe not. Why? Because it is predominantly mail-in ballots. And those ballots broke unequally for Democrats. How unequally? We don't know. That's why we're watching. Michigan, 16 electoral votes, 217,000 votes here, you know, a mountain compared to what's happening in Wisconsin. However, 78% of that estimated vote, there are big chunks in big areas that Democrats can make up a lot. Now, here is a state that you haven't heard about tonight, but there have been a lot of whispers that it could matter here. Nevada, all right? And here's why. 6 electoral votes. Biden had been up by like 25, 27,000 votes. Now only 11,000 votes. 85% of the estimated vote has come in. We just got a big group of votes from Clark County, which is the home of Las Vegas. Let's go over to Phil Mattingly. And that was expected to usually be a Democratic stronghold. Not now, brought the margin down.
Well, Clark's got to be the firewall, right? Clark, home of Las Vegas. This is the biggest county in the state. 72% of the population lives in Clark. And if you're a Democrat, you want to roll into Clark and roll out of Clark, leading by about 10%, maybe 11% traditionally. Right now, with 84% reporting, Joe Biden is no longer up by 10%. He was until the latest batch of Clark came in. Now, here's what we don't know about Clark as it currently stands. With this latest batch is, did it include mail? What's still outstanding right now? We know there's still 16% outstanding. However, if you look at this right now, Joe Biden, 11,000 votes ahead in the state of Nevada. A lot of people throughout the course of the night have just been giving Nevada to Democrats, assuming that Democrats who have had a pretty good stranglehold on the state of Nevada over the course of the last couple cycles would figure out a way to do it. They always do because of Clark County, because of their turnout operations. Figure out a way to do it. This is close. This is close. And I kind of want to go through, if you don't mind, and I'll dig back into the map in a second, is go through where things stand right now. Everything you're looking at that's filled in has been called, right? So Joe Biden, 224 electoral votes. Donald Trump, 213 electoral votes. We can go ahead and pretty much assume Donald Trump is going to win the state of Alaska. You can, right now, we'll just say for the sake of argument, because he's leading, you can give him North Carolina as well. You give Joe Biden the state of Maine. These aren't called yet, but we can kind of just, as we try and game this out a little bit. I'm not going to give Maine 2 yet because we don't have a final answer there. And what does that leave you? Well, Democrats feel comfortable about where they lead right now in Arizona. But, and this is a key but, what happens if Nevada flips red? Talk about pathways here. What is Donald Trump's pathway if Nevada flips red? Well, he wins Pennsylvania and he wins Michigan. Guess what? That's it. He can lose Wisconsin. He can even lose Georgia, which we won't have an answer to for the next couple of hours. If he wins Nevada, Donald Trump's pathway gets noticeably easier. Win Pennsylvania, where he's currently up by 650,000 votes. Obviously, a lot of vote outstanding. Not making any declarations here. Just saying, Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Biden wins Michigan, Biden wins Wisconsin, Donald Trump wins Georgia, and all of a sudden, Georgia, Pennsylvania, within reach, and Nevada, and Donald Trump's over 270 electoral votes. Now, I'm not saying that's where it's going. I'm just saying if you start to game this out, Nevada would throw a huge wrench into the Biden campaign's plans. So that's where things stand right now. You've seen late vote come in Clark County. That has narrowed Joe Biden's lead with 85% reporting, now leading by about a percentage point, 11,000 votes. We've been talking about Wisconsin. We've been talking about Michigan. We've been waiting for Pennsylvania. We're still waiting for Georgia. Nevada just threw us a little bit of a curveball. We'll have to see how that plays out over the course of the next couple of hours.
So what are we waiting on in Nevada? How much outstanding are we looking at here, and what could it mean? So what are we looking for?
So about 85% reporting right now. Look, the biggest county is where you're looking for most. And this is traditionally a Democratic county, and Democrats want to have a pretty good margin here. And I think the big question right now, again, 72% of the vote coming out of Clark County, 84% reporting right now, 16% outstanding. The big question right now is composition. The big question right now is composition. Is it mail? Is it in person? What are they waiting to count right now?
Right.
That's not in yet. And will this margin start to grow again?
And obviously, we're asking these questions, but so are our reporters. Yeah. And in the control room, do we have any indication of when they're going to tell us anything, or we're just at their mercy in terms of when they put information? So we're at their mercy in terms of when they put information out. I don't mean that cynically. I mean, that's the way it is with most states. So it'll come when it comes. That's why we're going to keep covering it for you. So we're waiting on 15% of the vote. And a majority of it, we think, is in Clark, or no?
Well, yes, just because of the size of the state, but the size of the county. But I want to kind of tick through here to give some context as to why Clark and Washoe are so important in this state. Donald Trump wins the rurals, and he blows them out of the water. Look at this, Lincoln County, 87% reporting. But look at the vote. Look at the vote, right? That's 1,200, 1,300 votes. Now, granted, it's gotten very tight, and all of a sudden the rurals matter a whole lot more when you move out into this state. But let's see what's outstanding in Washoe right now. Joe Biden with an edge in Washoe County, which is traditionally the toss-up county. You know, Clark usually goes Democrat. Washoe, we'll see where that goes. But take back to 2016, Hillary Clinton won it. Hillary Clinton won it, but she won it very narrowly. Joe Biden has a bigger lead there. So if there's 11% of Washoe left to come in, does that come in for Biden? Again, it's the same story, different state, different counties, different composition. What kind of vote is coming in is just as important as where that vote is coming in.
It's 5:27, it's 5:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, so it's 2 in the morning there. Let's work the phones a little bit and see if we can get some more information on what's happening in Nevada, because look, all of these states that are in play matter, but we need to know this or the rest of the analysis kind of falls by the wayside. So we've run out of information, which means we've run out of analysis. Don, we're going to make some calls, see if we can get an official there to give us some kind of guidance about what's going to happen and when. But these margins are getting awfully thin, awfully fast.
You're probably going to get a lot of hangups because people they're working really hard, Chris, to try to get this vote in. I hope you don't get hangups, but you know, this is nuts. I'm going to get to some folks here who can talk about it better than you or I can, and that is Andrew Yang, S.E. Cupp, and John Avalon. Thank you all for joining. It's good to see all of you. You look nervous.
It was a tough night for math. It's a tough night for Democrats. I spent last night talking to about half a dozen congressional candidates who were really strong, inspired candidates who raised a lot of money, had a lot of grassroots support, and they lost. They lost in many cases by much wider margins than they could have ever foreseen. You're seeing overperformance very consistently by Republican congressional candidates in places like Iowa, Nebraska, Houston and Austin and Texas that were supposed to be going purple. This is going to cast, to me, like a pall over even if Joe does eke out this win, because you'd expect him to have Congress that he could work with. And it looks like Republicans may expand their majority or at least keep a majority in the Senate and maybe even gain a few seats in the House.
This is what you do. Why?
Well, I mean, look, first of all, let me say we've been talking about election week for a long while now. So I think everybody understands or should have understood that Donald Trump could look strongest right around this time of day. Now, to Andrew's point, what the polling did not pick up is that that Trump is outperforming and that more voters came out, especially in a lot of these purple districts. But everyone's got to keep their powder dry because this isn't over until every vote is cast. And remember, in 2018 midterms, it was initially just Democrats' gains were dismissed as sort of a blue trickle.
And as the days went on,
it became a blue tsunami, in the words of our own Harry Enton, and 40 House seat pickups. I'm not saying that underlying dynamic is true, but everyone needs to keep their powder dry as every vote is counted in these critical districts. I'll just point out Green Bay, which is in Brown County, one of the things we're waiting for. Its city announced that they had 85% participation, and their absentee ballots were 2-to-1. They're in person. And that's the kind of thing we're waiting for. I'm not saying it's not razor tight. It is. But those are some important facts as we wait for the other votes to come in and be counted.
I got a lot I want to ask you, S.E., but you want to respond to what he said?
Well, listen, everywhere this race is close, it is excruciatingly close. And this was kind of always how it was going to be. I mean, those of us who felt chastened by the 2016 polls and projections knew this was not going to be the landslide that Team Biden and other poll watchers predicted it could be. Patience. You know, everyone in this room at this table was on an editorial call from CNN. CNN told us, as we are reporting this, to be patient. We've told viewers and voters, be patient.
Things will look different at different points of the night,
to be unpacked slowly. The fact that Donald Trump can't be patient, I mean, who expected that he could sit through this patiently, politely, obediently, as the results came in? I mean, of course he wasn't going to. That doesn't mean that we should hyperventilate just yet. It's close. It was going to be. We have to let this play out.
As this was playing out, S.E., I asked you, I said, what was the closest margin? What's the narrowest margin you've seen? Because if you look at Wisconsin, at last count, 8,000, let's just say around 8,000 votes that Biden is in the lead. 217,000, Michigan, still there's a lot to go on there. But in Nevada, 11,000 votes? But even one vote ahead is a win.
And I said the closest margin was 537, that magic number from the Florida recount. And man, was that, you know, a trauma, regardless of how you thought it ended up. that was a trauma to go through that. And that was over in November, by the way. That did not go on through January. This could take some time. We will not know the results today, I don't believe.
One second, I want to ask you.
Because it is so close in so many
I want to ask you one
places.
more thing. Because the president, I mean, he at the end, he really went out and just, I mean, he did, I think, 4 or 5 rallies in one day. He would go to state to state to state. Do you think that obviously the pollsters, and this may be an obvious question, are that just that we haven't found a way, meaning all of us in the news business and the polling, to quantify what those rallies do or did for this president?
There's been a lot of dissecting of polls over the past 4 years, and there are a number of problems that we can't seem to get around. One is weighting issues. Weight, W-E-I-G-H-T. Another is the methodology, calling people on landline phones. I don't have a landline phone anymore, right? Who answer their phones. I don't remember the last time I answered this phone. And so we're trying to figure it out, and how the rallies are reflected in the polls is yet another thing. Again, I want to caution against calling the death of polling just yet. This isn't over, and it could end up looking a little bit more like the polls did
I don't
I
don't disagree with you on that. I'm just saying what happened towards the end, him getting out there and really rallying people to go to the polls day of. I don't know if the polls even figured out, or the pollsters
Well, even
figured out how to
in the
quantify
media,
it.
we talk about that as if, well, he's just speaking to his bubble. He's just speaking to his people. And so that might not really have an effect on the rest. But as we're seeing in some of these purple
But I think
districts,
the pandemic cast a different.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But that's why it's really hard to parse it out.
And there was polling suggesting that some of the rallies were actually alienating folks because they thought it was dangerous and disrespectful. Look, you know, Essie made the point there's been a lot of sort of forensics into polling and what went wrong in 2016. Clearly not enough. Because all the polling we've heard is consistently outside the margin of error. A lot of swing states. There's always some noise, but what we see is clearly that this is going to be tighter. Now, again, in 2018, when all the votes were counted, it validated a lot of the polling, and that's why everyone's got to keep their powder dry. Every vote needs to be counted.
Well, you saw a turnout spike around the country, even in places he didn't rally. And so I think one of the things that surprised me was that you thought higher turnout would favor voters who were coming out because they were animated against Trump. But it turns out he had much deeper reservoirs of support all over the country than you might have anticipated. When you talk about Florida, the 537 votes, I mean, the specter that's hanging over us is that Al Gore actually conceded because he felt like that was better for the country. And it's hard to imagine Donald Trump conceding over 500, 1,000, 10,000 votes. This is the scenario that many Democrats were trying to avoid by having a cleaner path to victory than something that's going to take place over a number of days.
But I want to reiterate what you said and what we have all been saying and what CNN has been saying and what we said on the call, that throughout the day and morning that things would change. Sometimes it would be, you know, show more support for the president. Sometimes it would show more support for the former vice president. And that's exactly how it's playing out. Before, I think Democrats were saying, oh my gosh, I'm really, really, really concerned, even though they still are. But then Wisconsin came back into play. And then Nevada came back into play. But still, it's very slim. And then you still have Michigan out there. So we're following these battleground states. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada. It is all very close at this point. But guess what? It can still change. Still no clear winner at this point, and it's 5 o'clock in the morning, almost 6 o'clock, the day after Election Day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right, we have another key race alert for you. If you're just waking up on the East Coast, things are in play this morning. Most notably, most recently, Nevada. This had been somewhat of an assumption for Biden for most of the evening into this morning. Don't look at the 6 electoral votes and shrug your shoulders. We're down to every electoral vote making a key difference in the analysis. Right now, the margin is only 9,200 votes, okay? 85% of the vote is estimated in. There is a chunk in the biggest county, obviously, Clark County, home to Las Vegas. It is believed to be big for Democrats in general. It's supposed to be a 10-point margin they want there. They don't have one. So 49.4, 48.6, we're watching it. The way the rest of the vote that is outstanding comes in and what kind of vote it is can completely change the picture this morning for the presidential election. Next key race alert for you. We've been watching Wisconsin and Michigan, obviously. Michigan is still a big question mark. We'll get to why in a second. Wisconsin has been where the game has been afoot this morning in the early morning hours. Electoral votes 10, 7,300 votes. It's come down again. It was at 90-something hundred, 9,000-something. Now, 49.2, 49.0, 89% of the vote is estimated. Milwaukee has come in. That is the Democrat stronghold. So, what about the rest of the areas in the mail-in vote? What is the breakdown in percentage? We don't know. The answer to that will make all the difference. Takes us to Michigan. 16 electoral votes. 200,000 ahead. Now just dropped a little bit there, 207,000, 4,000 vote shift, 51.4, 46.8, 79% of the vote estimated in. However, different than Wisconsin. Why? The Democratic strongholds are not in Michigan. So the remaining vote there, a big X factor. Let's go to the magic wall with Phil Mattingly. Nevada and Pennsylvania, which we're not talking about right now because they're behind the ball and they're counting, they will receive votes until the 9th and 10th. Nevada will accept mail-in votes until the 10th by state law, not something that was just decided by a court. This is what they want their rule to be. It will matter. Pennsylvania, we're not talking about them right now, but we will, and they are going to count ballots that come in postmarked by Election Day to the 9th, Friday. That will matter. Okay, state of play. Nevada or Wisconsin, what do you want?
Well, I kind of want to start up top first because the shift in Nevada is important. The shift in Nevada is important for a number of different reasons, and I want to explain why. You know, we need to keep an eye on the pathways throughout the course of the night. We'll keep dipping in when we get new vote, no question about it, and I'll break all that down for you in a minute. But let's go through a pathway right now, and that pathway starts with, you presume Alaska goes to President Trump, right? You would presume Maine ends up going to Vice President Biden. Keep Maine 2 as a toss-up. It's one electoral vote. We don't know where that's going to end up right now. You say North Carolina, it's narrowed. It's narrowed over the course of the last 10 hours, but we'll give it to Trump just to play the game here. Arizona right now leaning towards Biden based on where things stand. And throughout the course of the night, because Joe Biden has held a lead and a pretty decent lead in the state of Nevada, we've given him the state of Nevada as we try and game out how things could go. If you have this set right now with Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, the 4 states that haven't been decided, 244 electoral votes to 231 electoral votes, Joe Biden's pathway, he's leading in Wisconsin, give him Wisconsin. Give him Pennsylvania, all of a sudden.
No, give him Michigan. Give him Michigan instead of Pennsylvania. I'll tell you why in a second.
Yep. And he's right at 270.
All right, and here's why I say that, and that's why that X factor of that that elector up there in Maine will become interesting. Pennsylvania is going to be the biggest test of the mail-in vote ratio disparity.
Right.
That is a yawning lead that the president has in Pennsylvania.
It's big.
And not only do you have to have a huge outstanding vote in Pennsylvania, but it has to break in phenomenal fashion for Joe Biden. We haven't really seen that in the other vote pickups that we've been seeing with mail-in vote. We saw it in Milwaukee, but not the way you'd need to see it in Pennsylvania.
So let's go in there. We'll get back to this in a second, and I'll kind of explain the importance of Nevada. Although, as you noted, the expectation is a lot of what's outstanding in Nevada right now is Clark and it's mail, and that's supposed to break. Here's kind of the corollary to Pennsylvania as it currently stands right now, and it would be Milwaukee County, right? It would be Milwaukee County, which we saw. I'll even pull it up.
Made a big difference.
We saw it come in. It's the reason that this state is currently blue, narrowly blue, 7,331 votes, 89% reporting. But it was when Milwaukee County came in that this shifted. In fact, I can pull that up right now. You go back to...
Now, it said 95% reporting there, but the clerk told us on the phone not too long ago, they are all in. Okay?
Yeah, the margin grew tremendously. The top line for Biden grew tremendously. And I wanted to give you the corollary here in Pennsylvania. Now, I'm not saying this is going to make up 677,000 votes. That's a huge, huge vote total. However, take a look at where there's big Democratic vote outstanding. Allegheny County, only 70% reporting. Look at that margin. It's likely to get bigger.
So there's 510 or so thousand votes there. So 30% would be like 150,000 votes.
Right, and expect the margin to grow. This was Hillary Clinton's margin back in 2016. It might not match it. Maybe he's undershooting, but expect it to grow. And if it's heavily male, could grow even more. The broader point here is the big counties that are outstanding right now are Democratic counties. This went to Hillary Clinton by 21 points. Joe Biden with a big lead right now. This, right now, currently red, is a Democratic county. It will likely, when mail comes in, flip over to Joe Biden. The point here that I'm trying to make is the corollary in Pennsylvania, what Democrats are saying, why they have hope, why they believe that there's a pathway, even though it's 677,000 votes, is that it's more Milwaukee County than it is red counties where they just have to hope that it's all vote by mail and it heavily skews Dems. So there is a lot of Democratic vote outstanding. That does not necessarily mean Pennsylvania is on the path to flipping. One place where it does seem like there's a better, quicker, easier pathway to Democrats is the state of Michigan. Look, we've talked about Wayne County a ton. Obviously, it's a huge county, still 52% outstanding. 18% of the population lives here, votes here. That will be big when it comes in, and there's a lot that's still outstanding here. But what I want to point out is the other big Democratic strongholds. You know, we talk about Wisconsin, and you say, well, Milwaukee County was the only real blue county that was still out here. You can go into Ingham County. This breaks heavy towards Democrats, only 69% reporting right now. You can move over into Kalamazoo. This breaks towards Democrats, only 80% reporting right now. So you look at the top line, again, 200,000 votes, which Donald Trump leads by right now, is not small. But when you have Wayne, when you have Ingham, when you have Kalamazoo, these are Democratic counties. The vote's going to come in Democratic, and it will likely come in mail, and that will skew even more Democratic, at least based on what we've seen over the course of the night. So Michigan, and look, you just saw it go down a little bit more. Now Donald Trump up by 200,000 votes. Michigan, Democrats feel more comfortable about because they have pathways that appear to be more clear. That said, you've said it throughout the course of the night. There are variables here we don't know or understand, and that 200,000 votes, when Donald Trump won the state by just over 10,000 in 2016, is obviously, you'd much rather be the guy with 200,000 than not. But what I'm saying is the outstanding vote, there are more Democratic strongholds that are outstanding. That's going to drop.
Right.
The question for Biden is, does it drop enough? Does he flip it as that vote comes in over the course of the next couple hours?
And look, the answer was never to cheat the count, okay? Of course, that's tempting. Of course, the president's about hyperbole and every other mild word you want to put on it because it's election day. But listen, if you're left, right, or reasonable, you want the win to be solid, okay? That's what we need in this country. No question. Somebody's got to win, and that's it. You suck it up, and we have to find a way forward. So let's do this. Let's take a quick break, and then this analysis is making the state of play in the Senate all the more important now. So we will give you an update on where that stands right after this. Welcome, and thank you for staying with our continued coverage of Election Day here in America. It is so close, and that's why the counting must be respected and continued. In fact, the race for president is so close, so open, that the race for the Senate actually comes into much sharper focus here. So let's go to Boris Sanchez with the state of play on what's happening on the Senate side. What do we know, my friend?
Hey, Chris. Yeah, the big question going into this election is whether Democrats would be able to capitalize on one of the most advantageous maps they've ever had for taking control of the Senate. And right now, things do not appear to be trending in their direction. Let's take a look at the balance of power. Right now, with one pickup, Republicans holding 47 Senate seats, Democrats with one pickup, and those two independents that caucus with them, and Angus King and Bernie Sanders with 46. And 7 seats remain open. We'll get to those races in just a second, but let's talk about the pickups. For Democrats, the one they have so far, former 2-term governor of Colorado, John Hickenlooper, winning the Centennial State. He defeats Cory Gardner, blocking Gardner from winning a second term. I also want to look at Alabama. This bolsters Republicans' chances of holding on to the Senate because the former Auburn head football coach Tommy Tuberville defeats Doug Jones to retake for Republicans the seat once held by former Attorney General Jeff Sessions. Let's take a look at other races where Republicans held on to seats that they kept. In Montana, Steve Daines overcoming an onslaught of fundraising by Democrats. He defeats former governor of Montana, Steve Bullock, to retain his seat. We also have a race that was supposed to be a toss-up, wound up not being competitive at all. Incumbent Joni Ernst in Iowa very closely tied her reelection efforts to President Trump, and it winds up paying off. She defeats Teresa Greenfield, who vastly outraised her, spent about 3 times as much money on advertising. It doesn't pay off. A similar story in South Carolina. You'll remember Jamie Harrison, a record-breaking fundraiser. Tonight, Lindsey Graham literally said, "You wasted your money." He wins re-election in the state of South Carolina, and it wasn't very close. Let's look at where things stand with the races that are still being fought over. First, in Arizona, the former astronaut, husband of Gabby Giffords, a former congresswoman, Mark Kelly. Right now, he's leading incumbent Martha McSally by about 176,000 votes, with 82% of the vote in. Democrats have to be happy about that, but I'll show you why the math still doesn't add up favorably for them in just a second. Here is the most expensive race in Senate history, more than $240 million spent in North Carolina. It's not paying off for Democrats. Tom Tillis, the incumbent, leading Cal Cunningham right now, 94% of the vote in. He leads by a comfortable 96,000 plus vote margin. Let's go ahead and take a look at Georgia. This race also was supposed to be really competitive according to polling. Doesn't look that way. David Perdue, the incumbent, remember he skipped that last debate with former journalist John Ossoff to rally with President Trump. It looks like it's working out in his favor. 186,000 vote advantage, 91% of the vote in. And the key in this race is that he is 0.8 over that 50% threshold. So he could potentially avoid a runoff, not like what we saw in that other special race, special Senate election in Georgia, that one going to a runoff on January 5th. So let's pivot to Maine, a state that could potentially be in play for Democrats. Even though Susan Collins right now has that about 6-point advantage over the Speaker of the Maine House of Representatives in Sarah Gideon, she leads by about 34,000 votes. There's a special rule in Maine. Voters there get to rank their choice of candidate. If nobody crosses that 50% threshold in Maine, it becomes a ranked choice tabulation. So the math here could change, and Gideon still has a shot. But again, the numbers overall are not trending in Democrats' favor. Let's take a look at Michigan real quick. This is a state, aside from Alabama, this is really the only other state that Republicans felt they could nab a blue seat. And right now, John James, a favorite of President Trump's, a darling of conservative media, he's leading incumbent Gary Peters by about 247,000 votes, 78% of the vote in. Of course, we know that a lot of that early voting that tends to favor Democrats, at least in this election, has yet to be counted in Michigan. So we're waiting to see if that may tip the results of this race. I know I just gave you a ton of numbers, Chris, but these are the most important numbers when it comes to control of the Senate. Right now, only one Democrat is leading in races where Republicans hold Senate seats, and the magic number that they would need to take control of the Senate is 4. So if you're Mitch McConnell tonight, you're probably having breakfast soon enough, and maybe pouring a little bit of that champagne into the orange juice, Chris.
Maybe he is, or maybe he's seeing what the rest of us is, which is this country is divided. We have big problems, and the only solution is going to be found in one another. We've got to get back to what we all share and what we all want solutions to, because we've never been more vulnerable than we've made ourselves right now. Boris, thank you very much for that. Thank you for staying on the numbers. When you get something that we need to get out there, let me know. I'll come right to you. Harry Anton.
Will do.
Of course, we didn't see this, the polls, the whatever. We're learning things about this country, once again. We always do in every election. The idea that they've never had as good a map on the left to take the Senate in recent history. Fair point?
I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily characterize it that way. Certainly, we thought that they were going to do very well in the Senate, right? They were favored to take control, though it was closer than the presidential race. The one thing that I will note as Boris was going through that list is how much those Senate races seem to be reflecting the presidential races in those states, right? So like in Michigan, you see Gary Peters, the Democrat, trailing, the same as you see Joe Biden currently in Michigan. We'll have to see what happens when the vote by mail comes in. But at this point, we could be heading towards a second consecutive election, or at least presidential year election, in which pretty much all the Senate races went the way the presidential races went.
All right, so let's keep working on it. Let's keep grinding out what the numbers are here. That's what the system demands, and that's what democracy demands. Now, as we continue to wait, I want to welcome you to 6 o'clock in the morning here on the East. A lot of you are waking up right now, and a lot has happened overnight. A lot has changed, but we are still in the thick of a very heated contest. So, good morning to you. Hello again on the West Coast. I am Chris Cuomo. You see Don Lemon with me on this Wednesday morning. 6 a.m., 3 a.m. out west. We do not have a winner yet in this presidential race, but it's a damn good thing we didn't stop counting, because things have changed that benefit this president and that will not benefit this president, all right? Despite Trump claiming premature victory, which he promised he wouldn't do, we have continued to count because that's what the democracy demands. The vote is taking shape. The most important part of the picture is still the numbers that we don't see, all right? So let me take you over to start talking about what we see and what we don't see. And we will begin with the key race alert that we have for you here, all right? Here's where we start this morning. Nevada, okay? Now, this is the developing story. We just had a tweet put out. You can find it for yourself if you're online, from the Secretary of State. We're not going to get more information from Nevada. Why? They are waiting. They are one of the two states in play right now, Nevada and Pennsylvania, that have extended deadlines for ballots. They wait until the 10th. The Secretary of State said the next update will come on the 5th, that is tomorrow. But Biden had been presumptively given Nevada by a lot of organizations all night. We hadn't, but we've been doing that in the calculus in terms of the speculation. He had been up by 25,000 plus, now 7,600. But what else did we learn? We learned that they are largely down to mail-in ballot counting in Nevada. And in the biggest county, which is almost a controlling county, it's over 75% of the vote in Nevada, Clark County, where Vegas is, you have a Democrat advantage there, and mail-in has been breaking towards Democrats. So that may hold. If it doesn't, Biden is in a damn deep hole to the president. No question about it. Keep your eye on it. Georgia. It's been quiet overnight. We're waiting on them. 16 electoral votes. The president is up 100,000 plus, 50.5 to 48.3. 92% of the estimated vote is in. So why are we keeping an eye on it? Well, we have to see everything through, but also there is significant vote in the Atlanta and outer suburbs there that could fall very heavily Democratic, especially in the mail-in, so we're doing that. Wisconsin, this has been the big story of the night. 7,300 votes now for Biden, 89% of the vote in. The Democrat stronghold has been depleted of votes. We're waiting on mostly mail-in votes, but from other counties that are presumptive for Trump. So we have also Michigan. We're still waiting on them, 197,000. Now, this has been going down a little bit at a time. It was over 200,000 votes. Now it's just under 200,000 votes. 80% of the vote is in there. A lot of it could come from Democratic strongholds. All right? Then we have Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. There is 75% of the estimated vote there. We have not learned much here. This is the other state, Nevada and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has until Friday for mail-in ballots to come in. The lead there is big, 618,000. Phil Mattingly and I were just going back and forth about where the Democrats can find it. There are big blue spaces yet to count. And North Carolina also has been quiet tonight. 15 electoral votes at play. 95% of the vote is in. The president with a 76,000 vote lead, 50.1 to 48.6. So those are our key race alerts. Arizona is where we will end it. 11 electoral votes. Joe Biden still at 130,000 votes there. 82% of the vote is in. Very interesting contrast play. Maricopa County has wind up being the difference in this state for Joe Biden. Why? The emergence of diversity of Latinos in that state, in that county. However, within Latinos, a lesson for the country. Not all Latinos are the same. They made a difference for Biden in Arizona to this point, Hasn't been called yet by this organization, has been by others. Why? No small irony. All the votes haven't been counted. The president and his team said, don't call Arizona, count all the votes. But then he said, but stop counting anywhere where I'm ahead. Come on. However, the Latinos in Florida made all the difference for the president. They broke heavily for him in Miami-Dade, something the Democrats did not see coming, and we'll have to think about going forward. All right, so there is your state of play. Here is the electoral map, 224 to 213. It's all about the white spaces. You know, Maine, Alaska, not so much. But Nevada and Arizona, of course, and then the other ones on the board will make all the difference. Now, Phil Mattingly, the Secretary of State helped us out in Nevada. We're not going to hear more from him, but he did say a key phrase. They are mostly focused on mail-in ballots remaining, and they have the window until the 10th that they come in, as long as they were postmarked by the election date. And again, that's not something new. It's not something they did on the fly. It's what they planned for in advance there. This is part of the custom of this state. So what does that mean, mail-in remaining?
Well, the story of this entire night, and part of what we've been waiting for, frankly, the story of the entire election. Take a look at Ohio early in the night yesterday, or some of the other, North Carolina early in the night, which started out very blue and then slowly drifted away. It was when they counted, right? It was when they counted. So if you were reporting mail-in ballots first, likely it skewed heavily Democratic. And Democrats got very excited. They thought Ohio was in play. Ohio ended up not being in play at all. Now we're seeing the reverse of that in a couple of states that I'll get to in a minute. But why it matters for Nevada is this is close, and this is far closer than Democrats wanted it to be. It's far closer than it has been over the course of the last couple of cycles. However, mail has skewed heavily Democratic. The outstanding vote right now, while they can't quantify it down to the vote, is mail. It's mail, and it's largely probably going to come from Clark County. Clark County, as you noted, 72% of the state right here. This is the Democratic firewall. Democrats usually want this up about 10, 11%. Right now, it's not. It's not. But if mail comes in and mail comes in heavily Democratic, they feel like it should be okay. We will have to wait and see, though. The Trump campaign made clear they thought Nevada was in play.
They were right.
They were right. They were right. It is closer than Democrats wanted it to be. It is closer than any Democrat is comfortable with right now. But we'll have to wait and see how that comes in. As you noted, we're not going to get any new information about Nevada until the 5th. So I have to wait and see on that. That brings me down to Arizona. Arizona right now, Joe Biden, 130,000 vote lead. This would be a big flip for the Biden campaign, so long as they hold on to Nevada. But this would be a big flip for the Biden campaign, and right now they feel comfortable with the numbers precisely for the reason you were laying out. Maricopa County, 60% of the population here, obviously a county that has shifted heavily towards Democrats, suburbs, demographic shifts as well, education level. And right now, Joe Biden with a pretty sizable lead in this county. And we know Maricopa right now, for the most part, is done counting with the exception of mail-in ballots. That should be a positive sign for Democrats as well. However, only 86% reporting. As you noted, the Trump campaign, Martha McSally, the Republican Senate candidate, making clear they want people to keep counting. They want to see how this goes. They want to see how this moves around over the course of the results coming in. But for now, Joe Biden with a pretty substantial lead to flip a state. So where do we go from there? Let's go to Georgia. You mentioned Georgia. Georgia, at various points of the night yesterday, seemed like it was pretty heavily headed towards Donald Trump's category. Right now, it's up in the air. 92% reporting Donald Trump with 102,000 votes. And the reason why is right here. The reason why is the same reason Democrats thought perhaps this was the year that Georgia would head their way. Specifically, Fulton County, largest county in the state, 10% of the population, has been stuck at 80% reporting for the better part of the last 8 or 9 hours, if I'm correct. Right now, look at that margin.
But no reports of irregularities.
None whatsoever.
No reports of a problem, nothing about a broken pipe, nothing about we can't find the votes. I mean, that's an important distinction.
I believe there was actually a broken pipe.
Earlier in the night.
Right.
I'm saying, no, there really was. There was a report where they said a room where they were holding ballots had a broken pipe, but that was it. None of the ballots were reported as destroyed or they can't be counted or anything like that. That went away as an issue as far as we know.
Right. And again, we should preface everything with everything that's happening right now is exactly what happens in every other election. It's just that there's more mail-in ballots. It takes longer to count. Some states weren't allowed to process until later. That's why you've seen some of the Midwest states take so long. They're just counting ballots right now that were done or finished or completed in the right time based on the election.
We've seen nothing, just to make it clear, nobody has counted any ballots that were not anticipated being counted in exactly the order that has been done so, right? Why? Because you have to address what the president said. He put it out into the universe. His followers are worried. Why? because you got a divided country, and there's been a hell of a show of strength by the president and their followers, and fraud, cheating, stealing. We have literally seen none of it. And there are plenty of Republican officials who could be sounding a clarion call that otherwise is true, and they haven't. Continue.
So the reason why we're still obviously keeping an eye on Georgia, not just because there's still outstanding vote right now, that's the biggest reason, but right now the outstanding vote almost entirely, primarily comes from major Democratic strongholds. Fulton County, largest county in the state. You look at this margin right here. What was the 2016 margin? Joe Biden's doing better than Hillary Clinton right now in this state. Democrats want to roll up huge vote in Fulton County. They still got 20% of the vote to do so. You can move over to DeKalb County. Right now, 80% reporting in DeKalb. Look at that margin. Look at that margin. That's Democratic vote. So we don't know where this is going to end up. But the reason Georgia is where it is right now, 102,000 votes ahead, when your biggest Democratic strongholds have yet to come in to completion, means Georgia right now still up in the air. Let's move up to North Carolina. North Carolina has seemed more solidly in Donald Trump's camp over the course of the last several hours, but there's still 95% reporting, 76,000 vote lead up in the air right now. We haven't called it. I think the big question has always been, look at the biggest counties. These are the Democratic strongholds, 94% reporting in Wake County. This is home of Raleigh, the Research Triangle, heavy education here, suburbs as well. Will this kick out more vote? I don't know that there's an expectation it will get it, but 6% left. We'll keep an eye on it as it comes through. North Carolina right now, Republicans happy with what they see. We'll see how that goes going forward. Here's where things get really, really interesting. We've been talking about it the last several hours. I'll start with Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, right now, Donald Trump with a 618,000 vote lead. That's dropped a little bit over the course of the last 20 or 30 minutes. Why is that up in the air when you look at 618,000 votes? Well, I'll tell you, 75% reporting right now, and it's what's not reporting that is the biggest outstanding issue. Right in here, these are Democratic counties traditionally. These are Democratic strongholds traditionally. Even those two red counties right there, Bucks can go back and forth a little bit. We'll see how that goes. But Philadelphia, only 56% reporting right now. Look at the margin. Look at what's happening. Look what happened in 2016. Look at the top line vote. 584,000 votes right now, 350,000. In a record-setting election year, there's a lot more vote to come in. Lot more vote to come in.
15% has come in overnight, and it hasn't changed the state of play that much.
I'll get to the bigger picture in a second. But it's the reason why people are still looking at Pennsylvania, even though Donald Trump is ahead by 620 some odd thousand votes, is because these main strongholds haven't come in. You do Philadelphia, you do the collar counties, you do Pittsburgh and Allegheny as well, all of those with major outstanding vote. However, Donald Trump has hit margins in the western part of the state exactly like they wanted to. Donald Trump has turned out the voters that people said he couldn't do again back in 2016. Donald Trump is currently up by nearly 620,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 75% reporting. We'll see how that comes in over the rest of the night. Let's move over to Michigan. Another crucial former blue wall state. Donald Trump won by 10,000 votes back in 2016. Now under 200,000 votes in a lead. 80% reporting. You look at this, the state he won by 10,000 votes, you say he's winning by 200,000 votes.
That's what he said, votes. By the way. That was a big part of his speech, that like, why aren't they giving me Michigan? So answer the question.
We'll explain with more clarity when we get to Wisconsin why there's shifts that are happening. But when it comes to Detroit, you start right here. Wayne County, largest county in the state, 18% of the population, 48% reporting. 52% of this vote is still outstanding. And you look at the top line numbers right now, 58.6% to 39%. But
so it's 250,000 votes, so you got another half of that, so you have like 225,000 votes or so.
Roughly, and give or take, we'll see how turnout comes in. But again, if you want to top line it, look at Hillary Clinton back in 2016, 519,000 votes. That was considered a bad turnout year. Joe Biden well beneath that right now, and what that says is it's not a bad turnout year so much as it is there's a lot of vote to come in. You can even come up here. 85% reporting in Oakland County. You look at the margins here. Suburbs moving out, a big part of what Democrats did in 2018. Can they do it again tonight, today, whatever day it is? Move over into Macomb County, a great county.
It's Wednesday, and we're going to be doing this all day long because they haven't given us any indication about when they're giving us numbers.
We have not gotten that. Macomb County, you look at the margin here. I don't think most Republicans would say that that's a realistic margin, but we'll wait and see. I think the biggest issue right now in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, the biggest variable we still don't have answers to, we've started to get some of them in Wisconsin, I'll get to that in a second, is we know where outstanding vote is. We know the composition of the counties traditionally. We don't know the composition of the outstanding vote in terms of if it's mail, and a lot of it is mail right now because these are these are states that were counting counting those votes last. How heavily Democratic does it lean?
Let's go back to Wisconsin again.
Yeah, okay, we'll go to Wisconsin. Let's show it, because right now, Joe Biden, 7,000 votes ahead, 7,000 votes ahead, 49.2 to 49%. Right. We watched over the course of this night as this went from 109,000 vote Donald Trump lead, shifted like that. When one county came in, Milwaukee County, all of a sudden Joe Biden had a lead. We know from talking to the county clerk that this is now all the way in. Big margins for Joe Biden. Big question.
But answer this is what they're going to say, right? Because we're in the micro. They're coming in, right, fresh eyes. But you told me Milwaukee's done, and I'm seeing a lot more red than blue. So why do I think this will hold?
We don't know that it's going to hold. We don't know that it's going to hold. And I think that's a key point. We don't know how everything's going to end up, and I'm going to tell you why. 89% reporting. Let's take it down and show you where there's still outstanding vote. All right, you see one blue county, you see 3 red counties. You say, all right, well, that's got to be good for Donald Trump, right? Here is why Democrats believe that they can hold a lead and perhaps expand it. City of Green Bay. Look, Brown County is a Republican county. Brown County, Donald Trump won back in 2016, won it by nearly 11 points. Where's it at right now? That's a bigger margin. That's a bigger margin. So expect more Democratic vote to come in because of what's outstanding, because we're waiting for absentee from Green Bay, and because absentee leans heavily Democratic, vote by mail leans heavily Democratic, Democrats have some confidence that Green Bay, Brown County will actually turn out decently well for them. And it's a similar story when you move down to Kenosha. Now, Republicans will say this is Republican county. That's a huge margin, particularly when you go back to 2016. Back in 2016, barely won this, 0.3 points. Look at the margin right now. Now, we don't know. Maybe that is because of everything that's happened in Kenosha over the course of the last several weeks. However, 30% of the vote is outstanding. The majority of the vote that's outstanding is absentee, vote by mail. Vote by mail and absentee goes heavily Democratic. The bottom line is, we know all of those variables. We don't know how they plug in specifically to Kenosha. We don't know how they plug in specifically to Brown. We just know that these counties have outstanding vote, and it's largely vote by mail.
And we do know that they had been promising returns, and they delivered in part in Wisconsin. We had the county clerk from Milwaukee talk us through what was going on. That's why we're speaking about it with the confidence we are, even though she did note those were unofficial results. We did not get any indication about when the rest of the information. The original notice was by 4 o'clock in the morning or so Eastern, they would have had everything ready. We're now a couple hours past that, and they haven't, so could come anytime. My brother, thank you very much. Let's take a quick break. We've now set the table for you about what's happening here. You have key battleground states still up in the air this morning, as expected. We always expected, we wanted it to be a short night. Why? So the country could get on the same page and move forward. But we're not there, and that makes sense, and the counting must continue. Let's take a quick break. We'll reset for you what we know and what we need to know when CNN's election coverage continues next.
Welcome back, everyone. Don Lemon here. The election 2020 count continues this Wednesday morning. I want to check in now with Kristen Holmes. She's at our voting desk. Kristen, help us understand where things are in Pennsylvania right now. We had Phil and Chris talking about it, but give us some specifics. Where are we?
Well, let's just keep this in mind. This has been a record year in Pennsylvania, 2.5 million absentee ballots cast. And we knew that it wasn't going to have results on election night. And that's because they weren't even allowed to start processing these ballots until 7 a.m. on election day. So right now in Pennsylvania, the latest numbers we have is 44% of those absentee ballots have been counted, meaning there are about 1.4 million ballots left to be counted. Again, absentee mail-in ballots. Now, take a look at Philadelphia here. These are the latest numbers we have, and I'm going to want you to ask the official that you have on after me about this because we were trying to get new numbers. Nearly 22% of mail-in ballots have been counted, which means that there are nearly 272,000 left to be counted. And we did hear we were going to get an update at 9 a.m., but hopefully we can get that a little earlier here. Take a look at Bucks County. Now, this is interesting, too. All of this is adding up. Keep in mind, I want to break this down. In Pennsylvania, 70% of the mail-in ballots that were requested came from registered Democrats. Does it mean they're all voting for Joe Biden? No. But we do know that overall, Biden supporters are the ones who prefer mail-in voting, early voting, whereas Trump supporters vote in person. So here's Bucks County. More than 30% of mail-in ballots have been counted. but there's still more than 107,000 left to be counted. So we're talking about big margins here. And when you look at over here and you see how much President Trump is leading, it's about 600,000 votes. You talk about where is that coming from? Well, I'm showing you right now. Allegheny, that is the Pittsburgh area right here. Still missing a lot of mail-in ballots. We're talking about more than 178,000 that are left to be counted. So that's more than 48% have been counted, but we're still waiting on the big margin. This is what we are looking at, the landscape here. It is likely we will not have results until either the end of the day today or possibly Friday, because these mail-in ballots are coming in through Friday. The other thing to note here, 9 counties in Pennsylvania decided that they were not going to count any absentee ballots at all until this morning. And roughly most of them were starting in about an hour and a half from now. So they haven't even started yet. So something else to keep in mind when we're looking at these ballots, we've got to be patient. These election officials are working behind the scenes. In Philadelphia, we were told they were working all night long. So again, big margins left, huge swaths of votes that still need to be counted, John.
All right, Kristen, thank you very much. Kristen, you may want to pay attention to this because I'm going to bring in someone who can also help us get into this a little bit further. A lot hinges on Pennsylvania. We have the man in charge of the count in Philadelphia, the city commissioner, Al Schmidt, joins us. Thank you for joining us, Commissioner. Really appreciate that. So you heard what Christian said, but give us the latest numbers out of Philadelphia, which is a big Democratic stronghold. How many votes are left to be counted?
So we've received more than 350,000 mail-in votes in Philadelphia. At 8 p.m. last night, when the polls closed, we reported our first 75,000 of those. And about an hour ago, we reported another 65,000 of those. As you can see behind me, we have a team working just day and night until every vote is counted in Philadelphia. So we have hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots yet to count.
Okay, again, you said 350,000 mail-in ballots, right? 75 you reported last night,
yep.
Right? And 65 you reported. Go on.
More than 350,000. So yesterday morning, we started at 350. We had them all coming in from all of our drop boxes. We had them coming in through the mail. So at the end of the day, we'll end up between 350 and 400,000 all in. We reported 75 last night and another 65 a few hours ago.
All right, so you got 210 there. So the question is, people are wondering, is that enough to make up the rural counties if you are on Joe Biden's team, if you are rooting for Joe Biden, right? Is there enough to make up the rural? I'm just asking you. I know that you're not partisan, but I'm just wondering if there's enough to make up the votes in the rural county.
So we're not rooting for anybody, right? We're the umpires and
the people watching,
we're calling balls and strikes, and just counting the votes. So I don't know what the margin is between candidates. We don't have a view statewide or Commonwealth-wide in Pennsylvania's case. We're focused on Philadelphia, and we're focused on getting every vote counted by every eligible voter.
So let me ask you then, why did it stop? Why did they stop counting ballots? Was it because, or why was there at least a break or a lag? Is it because people were tired? Was there were no glitches reported?
No, we reported as soon as the polls closed at 8 p.m. And then from then until the early morning, we were reporting our results from in-person voting at polling places. Some states have mail-in voting. Some have in-person voting. In Pennsylvania's case, we have both. So we're really running two sort of election systems at the same time. So we reported a batch of mail-in ballots, then we pivoted to all of the in-person results from the polling places, and now we're back to mail-in ballots again. So there was never a break in this process, I can assure you, as can the people behind me.
Okay, because we kept getting the same information, which was no movement in Pennsylvania, especially in Philadelphia, for quite some time. So how long do you think it's going to take to count all the votes, Commissioner?
So we're not stopping. We are going to continue. We have hundreds of people working on this effort, pulled from city departments all over the city of Philadelphia to get this done. Our department temporary employees of the Board of Elections. It's really just an extraordinary team effort, and everyone is very committed to getting these votes counted. We are going to continue day and night until we get every one of those votes counted. So with 350,000 or more to count right out of the gate, it'll take some time. And it's interesting hearing reporters talk about, listen, everybody, this is going to take some time, and then the polls close, and then it's, why don't you have the results yet? So everyone needs to recalibrate their expectations.
I resemble that
there's
remark.
a difference between, it's nothing personal.
So let me ask you this then. Speaking of, that was a good answer, but are you talking hours? Are you talking days? And I'm only asking this, I'm asking for a friend. But seriously, I'm asking for the viewers who are watching, because people are at home and they're wondering, how long is it going to take? Pennsylvania is very pivotal. Obviously, within Pennsylvania, Philadelphia is extremely pivotal to this race.
So days and nights are starting to blend together for all of us here, I assure you. So, certainly all through today, certainly through tomorrow, if everything keeps up, we'll have the total results in the next couple of days. But Pennsylvania allows votes to be received and counted up until Friday, 3 days after the election. So we can't count what we don't yet have. So if you've mailed your ballot on or before Election Day on Tuesday, and it comes in Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, those votes will be counted.
Okay. Commissioner, I want to bring in John Avalon. John Avalon is one of our contributors here, and he analyzes this stuff, and he has a question for you. What do you want to know?
Hey, Commissioner. So you're making an important point, which is that this is election week. It's not election day. Here's my question. I know you're focused on Philadelphia, but when we talk about Democratic strongholds, what we're really talking about is major population centers. And I wonder if you've spoken to any of your colleagues in the counties that surround Philadelphia, Chester, for example, whether they're seeing similar dynamics as you're dealing with there.
Well, all of the southeast counties in Pennsylvania have received a lot of mail-in ballots. It is brand new to Pennsylvania this year, as you know. We only had absentee ballots in the past, meaning you had to be absent from the county or you had to be incapacitated and unable to make it to the polls on Election Day. The embrace of mail-in voting in Pennsylvania is extraordinary. About half of our voters will have voted by mail, and about half of our voters will have voted at the polls on Election Day, which is the same as it was in the primary. In our case, we're finishing up getting all the results in from the polling places, the in-person voting, and the production here to continue counting the mail-in votes is going to continue until they're counted.
All right, Commissioner Al Schmidt in Philadelphia. Thank you so much, City Commissioner. Appreciate you joining us. And I do resemble that remark. Everyone wants to know when the votes are going to be in. Thank you so much. Best of luck to you. Let's get back to Chris. I want to get back to Chris and Phil over at the Magic Wall and just sort of get some analysis on what we just heard from Al Schmidt. He said 350 to 400 plus mail-in ballots that they received. 75 last night. They reported 65 about an hour ago, and they're still working it. Those are big numbers.
They are. So let's flip the suggestion and put it into the mind of where the voter is. Well, is that enough? Those numbers are significant, but not enough to make up the 618,000. So what are we dealing with here in terms of likelihoods? Let's start there. What is the answer to the question of, all right, so he's got 200,000+ more to go, even if it's very Biden-centric as a voting percentage, doesn't bring him near that?
No, it doesn't. But I think, we need to talk about not just Philadelphia County, the city of Philadelphia and its outskirts, which again dropped in about in total over the course of the last 30 minutes or so, another 65,000, I believe is what he said, out of the 350 to 400,000. So that moved the margin up. That moved the total up as well. Joe Biden now at 76.2%, Donald Trump at 22.9%. Again, we expect this county to go heavily Democratic. What we've been waiting for is the vote. This was the margin back in 2016. Obviously, the Biden campaign would like to see the margin grow. They would also like to see the top line vote grow. 584,000 for Hillary Clinton back in 2016. Biden campaign wants it up above that to some degree. So that gives you some way, some pathway to start cutting in. But you make a key point here. How do you make up 611,000 votes?
All right,
well,
hold on. Hold on. We have a key race alert. Put the coffee down. Let's talk about this right now. Here's what we know in Michigan. Right now, the margin has just changed. We're getting information in right now. Donald Trump is 64,520 votes up. Why is this significant? He was over 200,000 all overnight. He was at 197,000 ahead just a few minutes ago. Now it is very tight. Phil, why?
Right here. It's Wayne County. And this carries between what we saw in Wisconsin. Why did Joe Biden take the lead in Wisconsin a couple hours ago, however long ago that was? Milwaukee County came in. Milwaukee City was the bulk of Milwaukee County, and all of a sudden the vote flipped. He was up down 109,000, and he was up 9,000. Obviously, that doesn't mean Wisconsin's done, but it shows the effect of major urban centers that are Democratic strongholds where there's major vote outstanding. In Pennsylvania, in Michigan, also was in Wisconsin, not so much anymore. Wayne County is the largest county in the state of Michigan. It is 18% of the voting population. It is Detroit. It pushes outward. Right now, 63% reporting Joe Biden at 67% to 31.4%, 408,000.
All right, so it's like 600,000. So you have another 40%, basically. That's about 230-something thousand votes to go.
Right, and those votes aren't by mail for the most part. We believe that is the composition of them. We know they're coming in a Democratic county. Democrats have been voting heavily by mail. Mm-hmm. What I'm trying to lay out for you is this. Donald Trump was ahead by 212,000 votes about 30 minutes ago. Mm-hmm. Right now, he's ahead by 64,000 votes, roughly about 1.3 points with 83% reporting. Let's look at what's outstanding right now and factor in a couple of things. One, Ingham County, that is a Democratic county. There's 69% outstanding right now. Democrats expect to win this county. They expect to win this county big, and the expectation is the vote that is outstanding right now is largely mail, which means it might skew even more Democratic than what you're currently looking for.
Every time he says that, he means M-A-I-L. I get why you guys keep asking the question. Is it male, female? No, it's about mail-in. No, you're making the right assumption. But it's about mail-in, okay? So now we know. Keep going.
So the reason I'm pointing out Ingham, the reason I'm pointing out Kalamazoo is these are larger counties where there is a lot of Democratic vote outstanding, where there's a lot of vote outstanding. It is expected to come in Democratic because of the county composition, and is expected to be mostly vote by mail or absentee ballot, which has skewed more heavily Democratic, not just in Michigan or Pennsylvania or Wisconsin, but across the country.
Why is it taking so long? Fraud, cheat, steal.
No, because of when they were allowed to start counting. It's purely a processing issue, and different states processed at different times. If you were paying attention last night, if you were watching returns come in Ohio, you looked at Ohio, and if you were a Democrat, you saw vote by mail hit early, and you said, Ohio is back in play. Guess what? Ohio is not back in play if you're a Democrat. Ohio is not back in play. So what you saw was the vote by mail hit early. You saw Democrats take early leads in Ohio and several other states. What we're seeing is the inverse of that. Let me pull this back out. Is the inverse of that in states like Pennsylvania, in states like Michigan, in states like Wisconsin. And so the vote by mail, because of when they were allowed to process and when they were allowed to count based on state law or state rule, is coming in later.
So in Michigan, that means their specific rule was you can't count any mail-in ballots, until right before polls close. So what does that mean? You're going to see initial returns be day of voting. And as a result, the president has been hyper-competitive in day-in voting. Absolutely a show of strength. But now the second wave winds up being the mail-in votes, and that's what we're seeing compiled now.
If you were a Republican, you initially watched North Carolina and Ohio last night with trepidation and fear. And then you were popping the champagne as you watched the Election Day vote come in, because Donald Trump crushed Election Day vote across the country. If you were a Democrat, you watched the initial returns in the state of Michigan with trepidation and fear until not even 30 minutes ago. You're still a little concerned, but now as the vote by mail comes in, you are getting a little bit more enthusiastic about where things stand. Now, I want to just kind of follow up here and show you real quick why you're enthusiastic if you're a Democrat. It does not mean that Joe Biden is locking up Michigan right now. He still trails by 64,000 votes.
Healthy margin.
We do not know the exact composition of the vote that's coming in. We don't know if the vote by mail for perhaps Kent County is more Republican than Democrat.
Yep.
That would be different. That would be different. But right now, the margin that Donald Trump holds in Kent County with 80%
Right.
reporting is fairly sizable given where Kent County stood in 2016.
Now, another frequently asked question, just because I've been getting a rhythm of your questions on these things. Why aren't you guys, you say the blue county is going to go for Democrats, and you go to a red county and you say it's not going to go for Republicans. That's not fair. It's not what we're saying. Phil is only talking about mail-in ballots. And what we know as a supposition in Michigan is that people who asked for ballots tend to be more Democrat than Republican, even in a Republican county. All right, we got to hold it there. Let's take a quick break. A lot of information coming at us to process. Things are changing, and we have to count it slow and low. That is the tempo. As the information comes in, we will bring it to you. Please stay with CNN.
We've been saying all along we knew this was going to come down to the battleground states, and here it is, almost 7 o'clock in the morning, the day after the election, and still Michigan is still out, Pennsylvania is still out, Georgia, we're wondering what's happening, Nevada, all of those states still out, Wisconsin, we're still trying to figure out what's happening with that, a lot of them too close to call, ballots still coming in, mail-in ballots, and so on and so forth. We've never dealt with this situation, especially in the middle of a pandemic. Both campaigns, both people in the campaigns, the former vice president and the president of the United States, speaking earlier in the evening last night, Joe Biden not declaring victory, but saying, we think we're going to win this. We think we feel strong. I think the quote was, we feel strong in Georgia. We feel strong in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. And they said that they were also confident about Arizona. Not so, they said that they didn't think that they would be at this point in the game for Georgia. But wasn't expected, but they said that they may do well with that. But the president of the United States claiming victory last night, also saying that this whole thing, in so many words, rigged, that people are trying to steal the election. Why don't we get to the White House now? CNN's Caitlin Collins is at the White House, where she is a lot of the times these days. Caitlin, I'm sure the president was probably happy with what he said last night. Maybe the folks around him, not so much.
No, but it wasn't really surprising. It was entirely predictable. But Don, we are looking at this map, and a lot has changed in the 4 hours since the president came out, claimed he won something that he has not won yet, and neither has Joe Biden, to be clear, because we are still counting ballots. And the president also threatened legal action, even though there's nothing to challenge yet, because ballots are still being counted by the thousands, by the hundreds of thousands, and potentially even by the millions. Yet that did not stop the president from coming out around 2:30 a.m. to his party of guests who have been waiting here at the White House since around 7 p.m. And this is what he declared, declaring victory, even though the vice president said they still needed to wait and let the votes be counted.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it.
Now, Don, what the president is talking about there is not what he has been saying for the last several days, that he was preparing to challenge in places like Pennsylvania if they're still counting ballots in the 3 days after the election. He is challenging votes that were happening on election night, that were still being counted in the hours after the election. Talking about 4 a.m., of course, we've seen now it is 6:45 a.m. and votes are still being counted. So there is nothing for the president to challenge here, to be clear. That is not how this works. You don't just decide that you're going to the Supreme Court. And the president is already being being criticized for those statements by people like Chris Christie, someone who is typically an ally of his, who says now if a problem does arise with these ballots, the president has totally undercut his own credibility to be able to make that argument, because he is declaring that legitimate ballots that are being counted are fraudulent when they are not. And now we should note the Trump campaign is fundraising off this, sending emails to supporters saying, we told you this was going to happen, even though, Don, we should know what happened last night is perfectly legitimate.
And we have to keep reiterating it, Caitlin. What happened and what is happening now is not unusual. For the president to say, we want all voting to stop, that's what he said. We don't want them finding ballots in the middle of the night, 4 a.m., and then counting them. That's what happens on election night. That's how this works.
Exactly. That's entirely how this works. So what the president was basically saying last night is he wants them to keep counting votes in states like Arizona, where right now he's down, but stop counting them in other places like Michigan, where you saw he had a pretty good lead, and now that lead is narrowing significantly. So the president is making his argument here painfully clear, and it is going to be basically impossible for aides to defend this. And it was such a stark contrast last night to see the president saying that, and then he invited the vice president to come up and speak, and he said they should stay vigilant as the votes are still being counted. That is completely incompatible with what President Trump was saying, recklessly declaring victory when he has not won anything yet, and neither has Joe Biden.
All right, Caitlin, I want you to stand by, and in just a moment, we're going to have some new reporting on the president and what the folks around him are saying from our Maggie Haberman. But first, I want to get to MJ Lee, because the Biden campaign is responding to the president's cry to stop the count. MJ, you're at Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. What are you hearing? What are they saying?
Well, John, incredibly, this is precisely what the Biden campaign had predicted might happen, and what we might hear from the president on election night, that he would prematurely declare victory, that he would cast doubt on the democratic process. And so overnight, we did hear from Biden's campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, responding to the president's speech. So here's a part of what she said. She said, the president's statement tonight about trying to shut down the counting of duly cast ballots was outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. It was outrageous because it is a naked effort to take away the democratic rights of American citizens. She added that the counting simply will not stop. I also just want to go back to Wisconsin for a second. I know you can see the sky behind me. The sun has come up now in Wilmington. The work that Phil Mattingly has been doing on the Magic Wall, looking at the county by county counts that are coming in, I can guarantee you that is exactly what is also going on over at Biden headquarters. We saw what happened when the Milwaukee numbers came in. I know that we are now waiting to see what the numbers are like in the Green Bay area. The question now is, are the margins going to be big enough in some of these areas for Biden to be able to ultimately clinch this important state? And the big picture now, right now, is that the reality is for the Biden campaign, this is not about expanding the map, expanding the states, adding on bonus states, having some extra padding. The reality right now, as of Wednesday morning, is that this is a close race, and it is going to come down to a handful of states, including the states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. These are the blue wall states that we have been talking about all week heading into election night. But this isn't necessarily the way that they hoped they would clinch the nomination. They thought that they had a good chance at winning these 3 states, and then the other states would be sort of the extra, right? And I think this is why it is important to keep in mind we have heard from the former vice president and his surrogates in recent days emphasizing over and over again that they were not going to take these 3 states for granted, because the last thing that they wanted was to take them for granted, to not campaign enough, to not pour in enough resources into these states, and then see a repeat of what happened in 2016. They have been openly critical of, sometimes too, of the former Democratic nominee, Hillary Clinton, not spending enough time in some of these states. And that is why we have heard them over the last couple of weeks saying we are not going to see a repeat of that. Obviously, we don't know what we are going to see in these couple of states yet. Don.
MJ Lee, thank you. And I think everyone should stop with that. Is this 2016 again? This is 2020. By this time in 2016, there was a winner that had been declared, and it was the current president of the United States. We're in different territory now. This is the election of 2020, still not decided. So let's talk about a lot of this. I want to bring in Maggie Haberman of the New York Times and also of CNN. Maggie, thank you so much. My jaw dropped when I heard the President of the United States say, we should stop all voting. We want all voting to end. We don't want ballots coming in at 4 a.m., which is exactly what we're doing. Again, that's how election night works. How are the folks? You have some new reporting about the folks around him.
Look, the folks around him share his anger and frustration about the call in Arizona, which was made early, which is what triggered this with him. But many of them are not happy with what he actually said, because the people around him, in most cases, know how elections work.
We didn't call Arizona here.
Excuse me, on another network, and then the AP did as well. And so that's part of what they were frustrated about. That's fine, but there are political professionals who work around the president who understand how campaigns work, how elections are fought and won, how votes are counted, and there is nothing abnormal per se in what we have seen so far. They will complain about Pennsylvania, and I think you will see an effort to have a legal fight there from the Trump team, but there was nothing to base this claim on. As Caitlin said, Chris Christie, who is an ally of the president, is one of the only Republicans, and he's not a current elected official, who has called the president out for that and said that this was a mistake. Hearing an American president say something like that, this is a fraud on the American people, not counting people's votes is a fraud on the American people. And I think that we should not let how jarring that remark was pass, especially by people saying, well, he was angry, or, you know, well, you have to understand how he feels, or he doesn't really mean it and know what he's talking about. He's the president, and his words should have meaning.
Well, Rick Santorum, who is a Trump surrogate on this network, said the same thing. Also, Alice Stewart saying the same thing. I think many Republicans, most Republicans, sensible Republicans are saying.
Not elected officials. No elected official who's a Republican has said anything, and I think that's where it's gonna matter.
That's really, really telling. It's interesting because as I'm looking over my notes for the president's speech earlier, he said, you know, I told you that we're going to do this. There's a group of people who are trying to disenfranchise another group of people. And then he said, talking about going to court. And then the very next breath, he says, we are going to court. Our lawyers are ready to go to court, to go to the Supreme Court.
Right.
Isn't that contradictory? Because he is criticizing supposedly Democrats or people who were, you know, who the votes are doing what they're supposed to do and counting votes, every single vote, by saying they're going to go to court, and then he says he's going to go to court.
Right. Well, not only did he say he's going to go to court, which in fairness, they have been saying for several days. They've been telegraphing that they were planning on legal challenges, that they were lawyering up. The president has been saying to his advisors that he expects this is going to be a big battle, and he has been forecasting this for a while. What you don't say is we're going to the Supreme Court, because that's just not the way this works. You don't just get to go right to the Supreme Court and skip every other lower court, even if you have a basis for the argument that you're trying to make. And again, he did not lay out exactly what he was talking about. It's not clear what he was talking about, other than that he was angry. And what he was angry at, again, is this call by another network and by the AP. AP might not have happened at that point, about Arizona, which is still being counted. But he was also angry because all of the polls were predicting that he was going to face a big loss. And at the moment, we still don't know who won. And that is part of what he is reacting to. Two things can be true at once. It can be true that the polling is a huge problem and has clearly not been fixed, and also true that what he said was very problematic.
I got to get to the break. How soon do you think before we hear from the president again?
At some point this morning, probably on Twitter. If past his prologue.
Yeah, I think that is, you can count on that. Thank you very much, Maggie Haberman. Will Joe Biden be able to maintain his lead in Wisconsin? It is a very small lead. Where does this race go from here? If anybody tells you they know, they don't. There are lots of questions that we have and that you have. We're going to keep getting you answers throughout this Wednesday morning. We'll be right back, right here on CNN.
Good morning. I'm Chris Cuomo along with Don Lemon. We have been doing this all night. We're closing in on 7 a.m. Eastern, 4 in the West. I don't know why he looks that good. This night has been filled with changes that make material differences in our understanding of where the presidential race stands. And here's the headline. There is no clear winner, and there won't be for some time. Why? Because the counting is making a difference. Not of votes that were discovered, not of additional voting. Everything that's being counted is a function of what happened last night and during the day as prescribed by the system. The president prematurely and, of course, without proof, claimed victory and perfidy. that there was fraud, there was stealing, there was cheating. He said it at about 2 a.m. at the White House, and it wasn't any true then or more true then than it is now. The reality is the system is working. It is slow. It is a grind, slow and low. That is the tempo. Millions of votes are still being counted. Joe Biden is now leading in the critical swing state of Wisconsin, a razor-thin margin. Will it hold? We just got some new information. I'll give it to you at the magic wall in just a second. The president is up narrowly in the battleground of Michigan. There was just a huge shift. He'd been up 200,000, then 197,000, now just over 50,000. Why? We'll take you through it. To be sure, anything can happen. Don is handling perspective on things as the information comes in. We're both processing it. Let's do that right now. It is time for a key race alert. Okay, let's start with what we're seeing in Michigan. 16 electoral votes, 49.8, 48.5, the margin, 62,000, 84% of the estimated vote is in. What does that mean? A lot, okay? There is a lot of vote in population centers that could make a difference. We're going to get new insight on it right after we go through the key race alerts, and then we'll go to the wall and figure out what it means. Let's go to Nevada now. Nevada is a very interesting story that you may have missed overnight. I'll catch you up right now. This had been presumptively offered up to Biden in analyses all night long. Was a mistake. Why? Huge shift overnight. Now stands at 49.3, 48.7, just six electoral votes, but there's no just anything in the mix right now. Every vote counts. 86% is in. What do we know? The Secretary of State went online, put out a message. We'll learn no more about this state until tomorrow, the 5th. Why? They have an extended deadline for voting. But they did give us the big clue that they are now focused almost exclusively on mail-in ballots. What have we learned throughout the night and yesterday? Democrats are doing better in mail-in balloting than Republicans, so maybe Biden will hold on. This is a lot tighter than anyone expected. Takes us to Wisconsin. 10 electoral votes. 89% of the vote is estimated to have come in. We saw a big shift because of Milwaukee. A big blue push there put Biden ahead. His lead has shrunk. 7,100 votes separate the two men, 49.2, 49.0. There's a little bit of new information on that state. We'll take you through. What's next? Pennsylvania. Now, this is the largely unsung story of the night. Why? Ton of focus, ton of controversy about them extending through their own state process when they'll take votes that were marked by Election Day. 20 electoral votes up for grabs. 75% of the estimated vote is in. And look, this is the hardest reckoning, and here's why. That is a huge margin. You won't see a bigger one that's in play, 618,000 votes. So why is it in play? That is the question that the president was asking early this morning. There's good reason for it. There's outstanding vote in areas that could make a tremendous difference, all right? And we will take you through it. 55.0 right now for Trump, 43.6 for Biden. Georgia, 16 electoral votes. 92% of the race is in. The vote is in. It stands at 102,000. Now, once again, 102,000, why not call it? 92% of the vote is in. It gets called with less than that all the time because of where the vote isn't in. We'll show you on the map just how much there is to come there. North Carolina, different story there. 76,000 votes of the margin between Trump and Biden, 50.1, 48.6. 95% of the vote is in. We're dealing with the research triangle there in Raleigh, and we'll tell you what that means and why, but a different story here. Now, Arizona. Let's take a look at that. 11 electoral votes. This is the one flip on the map so far from something that Trump won to now Biden is in control of for now. 130,000 race change there, 82% of the vote in. The story of that night, the diversifying of America. A change in Maricopa County there to more of a Latino vote that made a difference. Now, let's see the state of play overall. Arizona has not been called by us, and here's why. The president was right. You got to count all the votes. You have to know. That's what his campaign said. Don't call the state. Count all the votes. Take the time you need. But everywhere else, he wanted the voting to stop. meaning that he didn't want any more balloting to occur. It's not how the system works. He doesn't get to make the determination. We do. So, 224, 213. That's the state of play. The story is all about the white. So, let's go to Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall, figure out what's going on. Oh, wait, hold on a second. You want to look at Wisconsin? Why? All right, so let's take a look at the Wisconsin in the wall. What do we see? 10 electoral votes. 11,000 is now the margin there. Just changed. 49.3, 49.0. Why did it just change to give Biden a little bit more comfort?
Brown County. Brown County changed, and what we've been waiting for in Brown County, we're starting a little in the weeds here, so I'll pull out in a second. But basically, there have been a handful of counties we've been waiting for over the course of the night in the state of Wisconsin, where we have been waiting for the counting of absentee ballots, vote by mail and votes that we expected to skew Democratic, but some of which came in counties like Brown, which up to this point have been led by Donald Trump. Now, what happened in this county in 2016? Donald Trump won it by almost 11 points. One of the tells about this county over the course of the last several hours is Donald Trump was leading it by about 13 or 14 points. Now look at it. Narrowed, 95% reporting. And here's why. The majority, if not all, of what was just reported, bringing it up to 95%, came from Green Bay. Absentee ballots from Green Bay. So while this is a county that is red, Donald Trump looks like he will win Brown County once again. This is Democratic vote, and it is absentee and vote by mail. That is skewed heavily Democratic throughout the course of the night. There's a bigger picture there to that story that we'll get to in a minute, but there's a bigger picture for Wisconsin now that this vote has come in. It is one of the handful of counties we've been waiting for. Brown County also still waiting for Kenosha. Got Milwaukee a little bit earlier. And where does that leave things? With 91% reporting, Joe Biden a 0.3% lead, 11,000 votes. And the big question right now is, with Kenosha still outstanding, another red county, what is this vote makeup going to be? Here's what I'm trying to explain to you right now. This county is a red county. This county is likely at this point in time, going to be either very, very close or Donald Trump will win this county. Back in 2016, Donald Trump won this county very close, 0.3 percentage points. That is why this margin, as it currently stands with 70% reporting, is a little suspect. Not because there's anything wrong with the votes, but because of how things have been reported. Wisconsin was voting election day, was pushing out election day vote results first, counting vote by mail later. Vote by mail throughout the course of the night has skewed heavily towards Democrats. What we've been waiting for in Kenosha is absentee vote by mail. Likely, even though this right now is a red county, will be Democratic, or at least more Democratic than Republican. That margin should shrink, should it come in Democrat. Now, the one variable we don't know, and it's been the case throughout the course of the night in multiple states, we've been talking about it repeatedly, how Democratic? How much is it going to be Democrat? Will it completely shrink this margin? Will it barely shrink this margin? Those are the questions we don't have answers to yet. We'll wait and see how we get it. But what this does mean, now that we've gotten the outstanding vote from Brown County, 91% reporting, Joe Biden adds about 5,000 votes to his lead right now in Wisconsin. That's about as close as it gets right now, but it's been a shift over the course of the last 3 or 4 hours from about 109,000 vote lead for President Trump. Now Joe Biden with a narrow lead ahead. We'll see what comes in with Kenosha. Right now, Joe Biden with a narrow lead in the state of Wisconsin.
State of play in Michigan.
State of play in Michigan. Similar type of effect. Look, if you want to kind of go bigger picture, if you were watching the results come in last night, earlier on in the night, you saw Ohio, you saw North Carolina start very, very blue. Democrats looking at that at the map, seeing it on this wall right here, thrilled about the possibility of flipping Ohio back. Ohio was no longer off the map like they thought it was after 2016. Guess what? Whoop. Ohio was still off the map. Ohio margin was almost the same. It went from very blue throughout the course of the night to very red with a pretty sizable margin with 90% reporting. Ohio has been called for President Trump. Why do I tell you that? Because of how states like Wisconsin, like Michigan, and like Pennsylvania have been counting their vote by mail. Ohio was releasing their vote by mail results earlier because of how they were counting things. Same with North Carolina. We saw it in Florida as well earlier on in the night. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, they've been counting election day vote first, then moving on to vote by mail. So the inverse has occurred, where it started off more red. Just a couple of hours ago, Donald Trump was leading this state by more than 200,000 votes. Now, look, just shrunk again. 85% reporting. Donald Trump's lead is down to about 46,000 votes. So the big question right now, mostly vote by mail outstanding, and where is it? Where is it? 85% reporting. Let's take this down a little bit, and you start to see Democratic strongholds. This right here, Wayne County, largest county in the entire state, 18% of the population, 89% reporting. You look at that margin's going to grow likely, and so will the Democratic vote.
So it's 600,000 votes, 10% to go. So that's like 60,000 votes. We've got a great opportunity now to advance our understanding. We are joined, Phil and I, by Kathy Garrett, the clerk for Wayne County, which of course is home to Detroit, but much more with those other neighborhoods. First of all, can you hear me, Ms. Garrett?
I hear you very well.
First of all, thank you so much for you and your team burning the calories you have in the interest of your county, your state, and the country, because all eyes are upon you. Thank you for doing the job for us.
How special. I appreciate that.
Big question is, how many more votes are outstanding for you to count?
Well, at this point, the counts are continuing. There's only 55% of the unofficial votes that have been counted at this point.
So help me understand what that means. 55% of the unofficial count. What does that leave?
Well, let me tell you this way. There in Wayne County, there are 1,115 precincts. Currently, out of that 1,115 precincts, only 617 have been counted.
Okay, now, before the numbers, let's go to the quality. Any irregularities? Is there a reason that is bad that they haven't been counted? Do you have any problems?
We didn't have any problems out of the norm. I mean, and any problems that we had might have been ballot jams, but we had deployed technicians throughout the entire county, and those issues were resolved immediately.
So we have you as 64% estimated reporting right now. You're saying it's more like 55%?
Well, I've been here waiting for you, so last at 6:23, it was 55%. So as I've been here waiting for you, they could have uploaded some additional ones.
What's your best sense of when the counting will be completed?
Because of how large our county is, I don't want to be boxed in with that, but just know it. We're not in a competition. It's just very important that we are accurate, and we will be here until the job is done.
You thinking this morning? You thinking today?
I'm thinking sometime. Hopefully. I don't want to get boxed in, Chris.
Well, you can't get less boxed in than that.
And then you did ask me, why is it taking so long? And I think I heard you in your intro. We're the largest county within the state.
Understood.
43 municipalities. You're right.
I'm not saying why is it taking so long as a criticism. I'm just asking for some guidance so we can get people information. I appreciate you doing that for us this morning. I'll let you get back to work. God bless you and the team, and thank you for doing the job.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. She got me on that one.
Yeah,
Sometime. All right. So we know it's coming.
Kind of froze you.
She did. I didn't know where to go with that. Sometimes too good an answer. So when we look at this, we know there's a lot of vote left, okay? Right. It did move while we were speaking, as you told me during the interview, and thank you. So we've got about a third of the vote left there to look at. How significant could that be?
I mean, it's potentially a couple 100,000 votes, that even if you look at the current margins, would go 67% for Biden, and the expectation, based on what we've seen in other states, given that it's vote by mail primarily, would probably be at a higher level than that. So you're talking about Joe Biden running up a pretty significant margin in just the outstanding vote in Wayne.
And Wayne isn't the whole game.
Wayne is not the whole game. It's the biggest county in the state, and there's a lot of outstanding vote there. We can also go to Ingham County. Ingham County, home of Michigan State, university students to some degree here. Right now, you look at this margin, still 31% report outstanding, 69% 30% outstanding right now as it currently stands. Joe Biden with a pretty solid margin, and the expectation is what's outstanding will largely come in Democratic as well.
So that'll be about 30,000 votes that will be split there along advantage margin.
Take this out and see what's left over. Now, if you're a Republican, you're looking for the red, right? You're looking around the red counties and saying, all right, where can we come in? You get Kent County, and this is a fascinating question. 2018, we've talked about this a couple times. Kent County in the governor's race went towards Democrats. House races, part of that swing towards Democrats in this state. This margin right now, back in 2016, Donald Trump won it by just over 3 points. Right now, he's doing Right around there. A little bit better than that, perhaps. A little bit right around
The
there.
question is why. I mean, you and I come at this two different ways throughout the course of the night, which is good because it gives the viewers a different perspective on it. A lot has happened since 2018, namely the pandemic, and the governor there has received praise, but also criticism that the president seized on about the lockdown and how it was handled. Maybe that accounts for the bigger spread.
And I think it's a way we have to look at this, right? In that there are several unknown variables here, right? This is a Republican county. Maybe all of the outstanding vote, maybe the 18% outstanding comes in 51-46. 51-46, and Donald Trump picks up a couple thousand votes because of that, maybe even more than that over the course of that. Or because of the majority of the vote is outstanding that's mail, maybe all of it, it comes in like the mail has been coming in throughout the course of the night. It skews heavily Democratic. We'll see, and that narrows the margin a little bit more. Maybe Donald Trump still wins the county, but maybe not by much. The reason why there's value to pointing out what you just pointed out and what I'm trying to say here is there are just a lot of things we don't know right now. We know what's outstanding. We know it's mostly mail. We know mail has gone towards Democrats, but we also know that Donald Trump has had explosive turnout throughout the course of the day and night. So where that leaves us is if you're a Democrat, you're looking right now at Wayne. You're looking, Ingham's now starting to report. I want to see what Ingham ended up putting in here. Let me pull this back out. Look, Donald Trump just took the lead. Donald Trump now ahead by 26. He didn't take the lead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's been a long night.
No, it's good.
No,
he's
the lead
26,000
narrowed.
ahead.
The lead narrowed again.
Yes.
And why did it narrow? It narrowed because of Ingham. Narrowed because of Ingham County. Ingham County now at 93%. We were just talking about this. Is the margin going to hold or is it going to grow? The margin just grew. The margin just grew. 10, 15,000 votes come in.
So a little headline for you because a lot of numbers come at once. We just had a change in the state of play in Michigan. All right, we could call it a key race alert if you want. We just saw in Ingham County, which is of course blue, we just saw that a little bit more of the vote came in. So right now they have less than 10% additional reporting to do. And what did it do to the overall margin?
Overall margin went from in the 60s down to 26,932.
So the president still has a thin lead relative to the number of votes that we're waiting for in the all-important state of Michigan. Throughout the night, it has been eroding because, simply stated, no irregularities, just more votes are being counted. How many more to go? We know there's a block in Wayne County. And we also just got another update in Wisconsin. Let's go to it and see what that update means.
Now Joe Biden has extended his lead to 20,697, 92% reporting. Let's see if Kenosha came in. Kenosha came in, and you saw the margin start to shrink a little bit. So this is when you tried to figure out the variables that were outstanding. Was it because Kenosha had just turned sharply away from Democrats, and he was going to win it by an even bigger margin than he won it in 2016? Or was most of the outstanding vote by mail, that skews heavily Democratic? Turns out it was the latter. Now 95% reporting. Joe Biden turned what was a 15-point margin down to about a 3-point margin, give or take here. And so Joe Biden has added to his overall lead. I think it is a great real-time example, both in Ingham County and in Kenosha, of showing how this has occurred throughout the night. You saw it in the inverse earlier with Ohio and North Carolina. Now you're seeing it in these states where vote by mail is being counted. It was being counted late. It's obviously the day after Election Day now. It is coming in as it's being counted, and the vote by mail, even in Republican counties or counties that look like they're going Republican, like Kenosha, it is skewing heavily Democratic, and that is adding to Joe Biden's lead in Wisconsin. It is cutting in to Donald Trump's lead in the state of Michigan, and if you're a Democrat and you're in Michigan right now, you're looking at Wayne, a stronghold with still significant vote outstanding. Right. Move up to Kent or to Oakland County as well with significant vote outstanding. And you're saying there are real opportunities in Michigan right now, even though you trail by 27,000 votes, to take the lead. You have a pathway. Pathway.
But also, small margins mean that small moves in the different vote differences matter. Okay? So let's get a break in here. Give you a chance to catch your breath. We'll keep looking at the map to see where things are changing. We're getting shifts in real time now this morning, which is kind of what we expected. People are coming back to work. They're continuing to count, and we will all continue to grind it out because that's what we do. Wisconsin has had a change. Michigan has had a change. We still have a long way to go. Please stay with CNN. All right, we have key race alerts in 2 states to show you, okay? Let's start with Wisconsin. Small moves can mean big differences, okay? We just had a shift in a county that was actually a red county, but it actually almost doubled Biden's margin. 20,000, very thin, but let's keep perspective. Donald Trump won Wisconsin in 2016. What was the margin then? 22,000 votes, okay? So every little bit matters. This is the latest. There's still about 10% of the vote to come in. We will be watching it. It is believed to be mostly mail-in votes. So even in red counties, that means there can be a little bit of advantage for Democrats. You don't really know. You got to watch. Michigan, 16 electoral votes. We just saw a shift here as well. 86% of the vote is in. That number, as a metric, is proving to be a little deceptive. It really matters where the vote has to come in, what that area looks like, and that's what we're taking you through. The president still has a 26,000 vote lead here. It started at over 200,000 overnight and has been moving down steadily. Could it go more? Yes. Will it? We'll see. Let's discuss how we got here. Ron Brownstein, Laura Barron-Lopez, and David Gregory. Thank you each and all. David Gregory, what is the headline for the overnight hours?
Well, we're just in an unsettled place, right? We don't know where we're going. So much of this was expected, that we were in a tight race, that it would take a while for the votes to actually come in and be counted, particularly in the battleground of the upper Midwest, and this is where we are. What feels surprising is there was a lot of money, a lot of energy, and a lot of expectation on the Democratic side, and I would say even in the media, that there was going to be a surge for Biden, that there was going to be a rebuke of Trump, particularly over the virus. And what we're seeing so far is that has not been the case. It's a really tight race. We're even seeing some evidence out of exit polling that a lot of voters out there are saying, hey, it's really important we get this economy open, even if the virus spreads a little bit more. We're also seeing key constituencies for Republicans who stayed steady for the president. And yet, with all of that, the difficult part of this is that we could still be heading toward a Biden victory. And the winner controls the narrative. And there's a lot that has changed demographically and where the voting data are leading us, that if Biden prevails even narrowly, it tells us something significant. But we can't get away from the fact that we are an extremely tense and divided country still this morning after.
I hear you. You know, it's interesting. Laura, the president would ordinarily definitely control the narrative unless the narrative is no matter who wins, you've got a problem because there is going to be a very slim mandate delivered to anybody who won because certainly we are a nation divided. So what is the big takeaway for you to this point and the biggest question you have about how this will wind up?
Yeah, I mean, similar to David, I think that one of the biggest things is clearly that we just don't know the outcome in a number of states, in the blue wall states, and what ultimately happens there could determine the presidency. And these are things we did expect all along, as you've talked about tonight, Chris, which is that we didn't expect to get votes right off the bat in states like Michigan and Pennsylvania. And so, again, patience is key there for the public. And it's also key there for us as the press. And I think that Politico, as well as CNN, has tried to articulate that to the public, that this is going to take a while and that that's okay. In terms of the mandate, look, if Biden ultimately pulls this out, yes, it looks like it's going to be slim. We also don't know the outcome of the Senate. There could be divided government there from the presidency to the Senate to the House. Right. And so how does that ultimately operate? We've gotten a little taste of that over the last 2 years after the House flipped to Democrats. But having a Democratic presidency, potentially a Republican Senate, a Democratic House, those are things that the electorate isn't necessarily used to. And it just further proves your point, Chris, that if it ends up like that, how divided the country is. And a big question that we'll look at is how exactly we got there, if that's how it ended up.
Ron, demographically, who showed up, who didn't?
Well, I think the story really is the rigidity of our political system at this point. It's not only the division, it's the stability, Chris. I mean, on the one hand, Democrats really did run up the score in a lot of the big metros. Places like Franklin County, Ohio, or Oakland County, Michigan, where it's headed, or even the big urban counties in Texas, which they won by substantially more than Hillary Clinton did. Denver and its suburbs, I think they won by over 400,000 votes. You're seeing with this consolidation inside the major metros toward the Democrats. Cobb and Gwinnett, and that's why Georgia is still in play, because it's not only Fulton anymore. Those counties are now decisively Democratic. On the other hand, Trump's hold on Trump country looks utterly unshakable, even with a nominee, Joe Biden, whose calling card was supposed to be his ability to cut into those working class whites, those mid-sized industrial cities, and those rural communities. There may be a little gain here and there, but by and large, not only did Trump dominate those places, but Republicans won back a number of the House seats that Democrats had taken in those places in 2018. And on the other hand, even though Democrats didn't expand their margin in suburbia, they largely defended most of the seats that they won in kind of previously Republican-leaning suburban terrain. And then on the Senate, 2016 was the first time ever in American history when every Senate race went the same way as the presidential race in that state. We could see that again, except for Maine, and even Maine isn't entirely decided. And it all adds up to a system in which the country is being partitioned between these two sides, often within a state, but certainly between the states, in a way that makes movement very, very difficult in either direction. And that, I think, is just the reality that we are living in a time when we have this trench between two very different coalitions that want very different things and have very different visions of what America is.
David, your point resonates
Chris,
especially. Yeah, go ahead, and then I have a question for you, please.
Well, I just want to add on the rigidity piece, which obviously Ron is so good at describing and sketching out. Part of that rigidity gets to attitudes, because in so many thought bubbles in this country that I've been in, there is a sense among Trump critics that they simply cannot understand how another American could support this president. They just can't get there. And this is a reminder of how big and diverse and divided the country is, that people vote for lots of different reasons. We can break down economy, other policies, and fear of the left. I think it's interesting, when I was talking about the Senate, there is a desire for divided government in this country, and there always has been, because it's a check on whoever runs the White House. And a lot of people get frustrated that things don't get done. But I think it's interesting if Republicans hold the Senate. First of all, it would reflect how tight the presidential was when you had states with tight races, but also a desire for some level of gridlock.
It's interesting. I think it comes down to an understanding of the foolish versus the fatal, which is Trump supporters will say, look, what you don't like about Trump, I get. I'm not saying I like it either, but this is foolery, Trumpery, literally, the word by definition. But what's fatal are their fears about cultural and structural economic changes that a radical left may bring. Now, in terms of what narrative matters, Laura, I want to get you in here on this. The president is going to have a big hand in how his supporters perceive this voting and counting. How important is his messaging when he comes out today or goes on Twitter or whenever he decides to start his day?
Yeah, I don't think we can overstate how important what the President of the United States says. And so when he said overnight that there was fraud with no evidence, that he won the election, which we aren't done counting. So again, that's false. And saying that somehow the election would be stolen from him and that voting should be halted. I mean, that's dangerous rhetoric for an electorate that looks to the president to lead and to tell them what the truth is. And when I was going to battleground states in the lead up to yesterday, I heard from a lot of voters, even Democrats, their concerns about the electoral process and how they were worried about what was going to happen. And Republicans certainly listened to the president, and they did not trust the process, and they repeated his talking points about the election potentially being stolen. So it's important what he says, and it's important for us clearly as the press to put a check on it when it's inaccurate. And so right now, votes are still being counted. And this idea that votes are coming in, beyond Election Day, that somehow they weren't cast before November 3rd. These are mail-in ballots that were the early vote, and they're just now being counted. And they count just as much as votes that were cast yesterday during the day in person.
Absolutely.
And so that's key.
I got to get to break, guys. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. And this is what we know. We have an absence of reports of problems, of irregularities, There have been monitors everywhere. There are lawyers everywhere. The president was right about how he would be portrayed in this election by his followers, how much resolve and strength he'd show, and he was dead wrong about fraud in the process. We've seen no proof. On the contrary, you've come out stronger than ever, and the count is going exactly as we expected it to in terms of process. Outcome? Who knows? There's a lot changing in real time. We'll stay on it for you. Stay with CNN. All right, we have a very interesting situation for you evolving in real time. We have an emerging theory about what is happening in the key states and what it will mean for the state of play in not too long from now. And we have an opportunity to test the theory with the Secretary of State of Michigan, because Michigan is obviously highly involved. So, and you can be with me in real time because I'm not quite sure I get it. Help me understand why you and Harry Enton believe that there's somewhat of an understanding of what's happening here.
Well, I think the better way to look at it is the importance of Wisconsin and Michigan right now, which we have been zeroed in on and which we have seen Wisconsin move into a...
Not Georgia, not Pennsylvania.
We'll get there, but it's as much reporting as it is pathways right now.
Okay.
And I'll explain that in a second. But obviously we've seen Joe Biden take a small lead in Wisconsin. Joe Biden is on the verge of taking a lead given what's outstanding and where it's outstanding in Michigan. So I want to map this out. Look, everything you see that's colored in right now is a state that we've called, and that leads Joe Biden at 224 electoral votes and Donald Trump at 213 electoral votes. Now, say for the sake of argument that Donald Trump wins Alaska, not Joe Biden, Donald Trump wins Alaska, which is to be expected, and Joe Biden wins the state of Maine. We're not even going to give him Maine 2, the one electoral vote there, just give him the state of Maine. And where things stand right now. Now, Joe Biden is leading in the state of Arizona. Joe Biden is narrowly leading in the state of Nevada. We expect mail to come in there. Perhaps they hold on, but just for the sake of where we're going right now, this is where he's leading.
You won't know about Nevada. You'll get an update tomorrow, and then they have until the 10th.
What I want to do is show pathways right now. Right?
Okay.
So show pathways. So if Joe Biden holds on in Nevada, if Joe Biden holds on in Arizona, if Donald Trump holds on in North Carolina, look at where things stand right now. What's outstanding? State of Georgia, state of Pennsylvania, state of Michigan, the state of Wisconsin.
And that one district.
And Maine 2. Now you give Wisconsin to Joe Biden, where he's currently leading. You give Michigan to Joe Biden if he overtakes Donald Trump, which it looks like he will based on the outstanding vote. We don't know if that holds. We don't know what's going to happen over the course of the next several hours. My point is, if Joe Biden holds on to Arizona, and Joe Biden holds on to Nevada, and Joe Biden holds on to his very narrow lead in Wisconsin, and if he overtakes Donald Trump in Michigan over the course of the next several hours as counties come in, he doesn't need Pennsylvania. He doesn't need Georgia. He doesn't need North Carolina. He's at 270 electoral votes.
All right, so let's test the theory real quickly, and then I know Don Lemon has the Secretary of State of Michigan to give us some insight into whether or not you're even close. But what do you see in Michigan? Because he's losing right now.
He's losing in Michigan. Let's take a look, and it's a similar pathway of what we saw in Wisconsin. Pull up Wisconsin first. I'm not going to do a deep dive in Wisconsin. We saw Donald Trump up by about 109,000 votes just a couple of hours ago in Wisconsin, and then you started to see the mail-in vote come in.
Right.
You saw it come in Milwaukee. You saw it come in Kenosha, a Republican county. You saw it come in Brown County,
Biden is up 20,000 right now, which is really thin until you remember that Trump won Wisconsin in 2016 by 22,000 votes. So it's not an unheard of margin of state of play. Keep going.
That's 97% reporting. So that's what we saw happen in Wisconsin. Now, there's still vote outstanding, and we are still watching it closely as it comes in. As you noted, that is a narrow margin. Now, let's move over to Michigan. Just a couple of hours ago, Michigan was at 220,000 vote lead for Donald Trump.
Now he's at
27,398 with 86% reporting. Not unlike Milwaukee, Wayne County, largest county in the state, 18% of the state right here, 64% reporting. You're talking another couple 100,000 votes right there. Now, we don't know exactly how that's going to break down. However, we know it's absentee. We know it's mail.
The county clerk said they had a lot left to do, about 45% of the number, then iced me on timing. But there are a couple of different areas that are similarly situated in Michigan where you believe it could break blue.
It's not a belief. It's not a belief. It's based on history, it's based on current margins, and it's based on the type of vote that's outstanding, right? It's vote by mail, and over the course of this night we have seen, and now morning, we have seen repeatedly when vote by mail comes in, whether it's earlier than Election Day mail or after Election Day mail, it comes in heavily Democratic. So it's not just that big counties like Ingham, which reported still has about 7% outstanding. That's how we saw Joe Biden start to narrow the lead even more.
Right.
It's not just that these counties are outstanding and that there are fewer Republican major counties outstanding. It's that most of the outstanding is vote by mail and absentee. That's what gives Joe Biden a pathway here. That's why Michigan right now at 27,000 apart is very close. And the Biden campaign has a pathway in Michigan, pathway in Wisconsin. They hold on to Nevada. They hold on to Arizona. That's 270 electoral votes. But it's early, and these races are very close.
Very true. Okay, good. So it's a fragile theory, but there is an opportunity for us here to take a question mark and maybe bend it into an exclamation point, because Don Lemon has the Secretary of State of Michigan who can put some meat on the bones of what's actually happening there. Don, all yours.
We need it at this point. You guys did a great setup, so let's talk to her now. The Secretary of State, Joycelyn Benson. Thank you so much. Of Michigan, I should say. Thank you so much. I appreciate you joining us. It's good to see you again. So you saw Phil and Chris set it up there. Where are we, having heard them there at the Magic Wall?
Well, a lot of what they said is absolutely a reflection of what we're seeing on the ground here in Michigan. Hundreds of thousands, actually, of absentee ballots remain to be tabulated. Workers have been counting them throughout the night, continue to count them today. They're notably counted by a pair of election workers, one from each major party to prevent any political bias. But in Detroit, in Flint, in Grand Rapids, in Warren, in Sterling Heights, those absentee ballots are still yet to be reported. And so we'll know a lot more.
I know Phil is listening to you and Chris, so say again, repeat it.
So we got Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Warren, Sterling Heights. All of those right now are still being counted. Hundreds of thousands of ballots between all of those of our largest jurisdictions. Grand Rapids, Flint, Detroit. Those are all of our largest cities. All absentee ballots still being counted.
Can you give us a closer number? Can you give us a better idea of how many you're talking about?
I would say certainly larger than any margin between the candidates right now. And I will also say we'll know much more in the hours to come, and I expect we'll have a much more complete picture of Michigan by the end of today.
Okay, in the hours, meaning soon, this morning or early this afternoon?
I mean, people are tabulating these ballots right now, and so that's why even if I say we have this many ballots counted, it could change in 10 minutes. So I would encourage people to keep checking these counties' websites: Wayne County, Macomb County, Oakland County. Know that it's absentee ballots still outstanding in our largest jurisdictions, and know that we're on track to complete the vast majority of that tabulation today.
Today, so we should know today. You think we should have some? We can come to some sort of conclusions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're on track to have a much more complete picture, if not the vast majority of jurisdictions reporting out by the end of today.
Let's talk about these mail-in ballots, Secretary. What role did the fact that we saw more mail-in ballots and in-person voting, what impact does that have on what we're seeing right now?
Well, it certainly allows potential false narratives, as we've seen and as we expected, to percolate on social media and come from candidates. But the bottom line is votes are still being counted. 2/3 of our voters voted absentee, and for that many ballots to still be outstanding, I really call on every candidate on the ballot right now, as the vast majority have, to respect the process, respect the security of our process, and join with us ensuring that every vote will count and that will determine the outcome of any election in Michigan.
Listen, Madam Secretary, I know that you don't want to be partisan with this, but you heard what the president said. But this is how elections work. You count ballots until you finish counting them. Just because they happen, after a deadline, an arbitrary deadline that he set in his head, it doesn't mean that these ballots should not be counted.
I fully expect I'm going to spend a lot of time today pushing back against false information about our state and about what the voters have voted. For any candidate to claim they've won our state with hundreds of thousands of votes still being counted would silence the voices of citizens who legally voted and whose voices are going to be heard. So I would ask all of us to exercise caution and patience and respect the will of our voters, and know that our election workers are diligently tabulating every vote, and that we will have more to announce in the hours ahead.
Just to be clear, I'm not always the sharpest knife in the drawer. I've been up for a long time, since yesterday.
Yeah.
But I just want to make sure, you said that you should have some idea by the end of the day. And I just want to remind our viewers, Secretary, 2016, it took almost 3 weeks to call Michigan. You don't think we're going to have that sort of stretch this time, correct?
Well, no, that's not what I'm seeing. However, a lot can happen in the next few hours, right? And so we want to be mindful. We're counting every vote. That's what we can say. With certainty, we're on track to see every vote tabulated today and have unofficial results to report quite soon, probably, certainly within the next 24 hours. Still, a lot can happen. We want to make sure, again, any challenges get adjudicated and all that today. So we're still mindful of the process. We're going to give updates throughout the day, but that's where we are right now. I'm cautiously optimistic we'll have a much fuller report out of Michigan by the end of today.
Okay, Secretary Benson, I want you to just stand by. I'm not sure if they will, but I don't know if Chris or Phil have any questions for you, because this is an opportunity we have to speak with you. You're being very candid. If you do, raise your hand or raise your voice, guys, if you're able to hear, and if you have some questions for the Secretary.
Hey, Madam Secretary, Phil Mattingly here. Thanks for taking the time. Just a couple more detailed questions. When you're talking about Kent County, you were talking about Grand Rapids being outstanding. Are you looking inside Kent as Grand Rapids being kind of the primary batch that's still outstanding in that county?
Yes, the absentee count in Grand Rapids is where the largest number, if not all, are outstanding in Kent County. There are still a number of jurisdictions in Oakland County and Macomb outstanding. Those absentee ballots continue to be counted. As you noted, Ingham County, so a lot is happening in real time. We want to, not get ahead of anything, but also just let the process work. But notably, our largest jurisdictions, which, as you know, are the ones I mentioned: Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Sterling Heights, Warren. Those still have some time to go, and those ballots are being tabulated as we speak. And so, keep posted. We'll keep you posted throughout the day. But things are going efficiently. Yesterday was very smooth for our state, and we're now committed to just making sure every vote is counted.
All right, Madam Secretary, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Just a real quick to Phil. Phil, how does that inform you? Your question.
Well, look, it informs pretty much what we've been saying over the course of the last couple of hours. The Secretary came through and kind of hammered home a key point. One of the things that we've gone back and forth to a couple times over the course of the night and morning, I guess, is where is the outstanding vote and what does it mean going forward? And I've gone a number of times to Kent County. Kent County, which is the home of Grand Rapids. Kent County, which President Trump won back in 2016 by about 3 points, just north of 3 points. Take a look at that right there. Just north of 3 points. That started to swing towards Democrats back in 2018 in the governor's race and some of the House races as well. Looked like it was moving away from President Trump. And throughout the course of the night and into the morning, the margin in Kent County was pretty significant for President Trump. And so my question was, has he turned the tide back his way in Kent County? Or was there a lot of outstanding vote that was primarily Democratic vote by mail? What we've seen over the course of the last couple of hours is more of that vote has come in. That margin has started to close. And what the Secretary laid out, and why I asked her specifically about Kent, is the majority of the outstanding vote by mail and absentee in Kent County is coming from Grand Rapids, which is a Democratic city, which more generally comes in more Democratic. And so this margin should shrink a little bit more. You also talk about, one more quick thing, if you'll allow me, Don, Genesee County as well, which is the home to Flint. I think a lot of people have been staring at this wondering why, with 95% reporting, Donald Trump is in a lead in a county that Hillary Clinton won by nearly 10 points. It doesn't mean that Donald Trump's not going to end up winning the county, but it does mean that there's outstanding vote from Flint, which is a traditional Democratic, traditionally goes Democratic. And so what I'm trying to do is identify where specifically in these counties the outstanding vote is coming from to better identify what the party compilation will end up being. And I think what the Secretary is laying out is that it is largely going to come in from Democratic parts of these counties. Doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be all Democrat, but that's what we're looking at coming in.
All right, Phil, we're going to get back to you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, because I want to get to our panel and talk to some folks who can help us out with this, as Chris said, put some meat on the bones for us. So joining me now is former Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe, Scott Jennings, a former special assistant to President George W. Bush, and Republican strategist Anna Navarro. Good morning to all of you. I'm not sure if I've ever been up this early to speak with you and to see your faces, but it's good to see you. Terry, I'm going to bring you in because this is straight up your bailiwick, as they say, straight right up your alley. As you are listening to the Secretary of State and you're listening to Phil's analysis, what does this tell you about where we are when it comes to Michigan right now?
Well, let me say, we're going to win Michigan. I would predict we win it handily. You know, Don, I'd go on to say, listen, Joe Biden is going to be elected President of the United States of America. I think he is on track now to get the most votes of any candidate ever for President of the United States. If you look what's outstanding, that is a Democratic area. We're leading now, and the votes out are ours in Wisconsin. And if you look at Michigan, huge Detroit vote still to come in. I think we win Michigan handily with Maine and Arizona. There's 270 electoral votes right there, but expand the map. I mean, we've got Pennsylvania. We may not know that till Friday, but I would bet that Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania. And you look at Georgia, outstanding votes there. In Atlanta coming in, Georgia very competitive. So the news for me is sunshine in America again. Joe Biden is going to be the next president of the United States of America. I'm not shocked at the map, but I'm happy. We won the Hillary states. We've now added Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and very competitive in Georgia and Pennsylvania. So what we see outstanding in Michigan is a great night for us.
Well, I'm sure you can't see Scott Jennings, but I think he would beg to differ about at least some of what you said.
Sure.
Scott?
I will bet dinner with him at the best Virginia craft brewery. He and I can have a bet.
Well, I would love to go out to dinner with you no matter who wins the election because I'm sure you're an amazing conversationalist over any Virginia dinner. But, you know, look, Republicans are pretty well stunned at just how well Donald Trump did when you look at what the polling said, when you look at the House Republicans, when you look at the Senate races, and you look at the resilience of the Republican Party in all these states with these large rural areas among working class voters, the attraction of new Hispanic voters and even some African American voters. I don't know if Joe Biden or Donald Trump's going to win. I do think the map looks like Biden has a pretty good chance of winning. But there's been a clear realignment here for the Republican Party to attract new working class voters of all races. And I think also, Don, there's been a rejection of the Democratic Party, of the media in some cases, of the liberal elites in rural America. They feel like they are held to different rules, double standards, and they've been browbeaten over their support of Donald Trump, and they turned out in droves yesterday to let folks know it. So I'm not disputing what the governor said about the map, but obviously Republicans had something to say last night, and it's not all bad for the party right now.
Normally, you and I would be getting a very intense conversation about the media, but now is not the time to fight. So I'm going to bring Anna Navarro in. Anna, what are you seeing? Are you agreeing with Scott that this was, you know, that they rejected the media and Democrats and Joe Biden?
Well, I'll tell you what, they certainly fooled pollsters again. I mean, this morning I woke up, you know, feeling that pollsters should be tarred and feathered. Look, I think both these guys are right. First, on Terry, his optimism, I feel like that line from When Harry Met Sally, I'll have what he's having, because I'm, you know, after seeing the numbers as somebody who supports Joe Biden in Florida, I feel like I've been beaten like a piñata. But I think both of them are right. I think that the math, with a patient electorate, if we wait for all the numbers to be counted, all the votes to be counted, I'd rather be Joe Biden right now than Donald Trump. Yeah. That being said, I think Scott is also right. I think that you cannot pretend that that Republicans, Donald Trump Republicans, didn't make huge gains, particularly where I'm sitting right now in Miami-Dade with Hispanics. To me, that is a very big story. And the fact is that, you know, look, you know me. I have been talking for months, like a broken record, about how Miami has been bombarded by this narrative that, the voting for any Democrat was voting for a socialist, was voting for a communist. And we saw it pan out last night.
And I've got to get to the break.
It might be false, but it doesn't mean it didn't work.
I've got to get to the break, but I think you're right, and I think that is something that should be analyzed, because you saw the ads in certain places, and you hear people talking in focus groups about voting for a Democrat or voting for Biden was the equivalent of voting for a socialist. And I think we need to, we're going to be discussing that over the coming weeks and really the coming months. But thank you all. I appreciate it. Our special coverage of election 2020 is going to continue with John Berman and Allison Camarada. They are next.
Good morning, everyone. I'm John Berman. I want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and all around the world. This is CNN's special live coverage of a remarkable moment in American history. It's 8 a.m. here on the East Coast, 5 o'clock in the West, and a divided nation wakes up without a winner in the presidential election, at least not yet. This nail-biter of a race is coming down to several key states where millions of votes are still being counted at this very moment. And that counting, that very counting, is something we should rejoice in. This is what it's all about. Joe Biden has 224 electoral votes to the president's 213, but with many states still left to be called, where the race is stunningly close, President Trump has falsely claimed victory, attacking legitimate vote counting efforts and making baseless claims of fraud. Former Vice President Joe Biden is calling for patience, and his campaign calls the president's words outrageous and unprecedented. I want to get right to the numbers that tell the story, and that is where we start with a CNN Key Race Alert. These are the states where they are counting and where it is stunningly close. Let's start with Pennsylvania. With 75% of the vote in and 20 electoral votes up for grabs, the president leads by some 600,000 votes. But, and this is the story we're going to tell throughout the morning, we are waiting for votes to come in from major population centers that could make the major difference. Michigan next. With 16 electoral votes up for grabs, the president leads by 26,000 votes. This margin has been narrowing almost by the minute throughout the last hour. Again, we're waiting on vote to come in from major population centers. Wisconsin, a little bit ahead of these other two states. We've been watching Wisconsin maybe tell the story of the morning. Joe Biden now with a 20,000 vote lead there, 10 electoral votes up for grabs. Not much vote left to be counted in Wisconsin. Now, Georgia. Hasn't been a lot of counting in the last few hours in Georgia. Donald Trump holds a 100,000 vote lead for those 16 electoral votes. But again, we are waiting on vote to come in from the Atlanta area, major urban centers which could tilt toward the Democrats. A couple other states we have our eyes on this morning. Let's take a look at Arizona now with 11 electoral votes. Joe Biden leading by 130,000 votes with 82% of the vote in. Maricopa County, still a lot of outstanding vote to count. We don't know which way that leans because we're not quite sure when those votes were cast. North Carolina, the president with a 76,000 vote margin, 95% in, 15 electoral votes up for grabs. We are counting that throughout the morning. In Nevada, which is interesting, it is very close in Nevada. This is a state the Democrats have won 3 times in a row. Joe Biden is clinging to a 7,000 vote margin with 86% in. Those 6 electoral votes by the end of today could be crucial in piecing together a margin of victory, particularly for Joe Biden. So let's dig a little deeper now. Let's look at the Electoral College map and the road to 270. This is where things stand. Again, Joe Biden with 224, Donald Trump with 213. But look at all the states there in white. Those states will make the difference. What happens there? What happens with the votes we're counting now will determine who the next president of the United States is. Let's walk over to the Magic Wall and talk to Phil Mattingly. Phil, you've been up all night, and the story has changed over the course of the night. I want to go state by state, if I can, to where they are counting now, what votes remain and what it means. Let's start with Pennsylvania, the biggest of these states, 20 electoral votes up for grabs.
The biggest of these states, and as it currently stands, the biggest lead for President Trump in terms of the states that have still not been called. Right now, Donald Trump, as you just noted, John, 55% to 43%, 618,000 vote lead in the state of Pennsylvania. 75% reporting, though. That's the key, along with where the vote is still outstanding. If you were a Democrat, you went into last night, to election night, looking at Philadelphia and the counties surrounding Philadelphia. You looked at Allegheny County, the home of Pittsburgh. Those were the places where you needed your vote to come in, and you needed your vote to come in big. Those are the places where, if you start to tick through, you see the vote is not in. It's in big, but it's not in entirely. And one of the questions going into the night, we saw it in the inverse to some degree, John, if you remember, look at Ohio, look at North Carolina. Early in the night, it was blue. It was blue. Well, let me just quickly move back to the state of Ohio to give you a sense of things, how it actually ended. Yeah, Ohio turned out was not in play when it came down to it. This is a similar margin to 2016. However, we spent so much of the night, the early night, talking about it. Why? Because of when the vote was reported and what kind of vote was reported. Pennsylvania is the inverse of that. Election day vote has been reported early, waiting for mail vote. Mail vote, largely absentee. Vote by mail, largely Democratic across the country. So you can go through the counties. Montgomery County, Democratic stronghold, still 23% outstanding. Expect margins to grow. Move over to Bucks County, a little bit more of a swingier county. Democrats thought it was moving in their direction. Maybe Donald Trump holds on to this county, but that margin, unlikely to stay where it is right now, 55% reporting. So, John, the story of Pennsylvania right now is unquestionably a massive lead for President Trump. It is also a massive amount of outstanding vote in Democratic strongholds.
The point I want to make is the story of the last few hours, and the story of the minute is the votes that are coming in are largely votes from major urban centers. They are largely absentee and mail-in votes, and both of those things tend to skew Democratic. So, Democrats, we have seen close margins. Case in point, the state of Michigan.
Yeah, look, Michigan over the course of the last couple of hours, I could tell you 2.5 hours ago, Michigan was a 220,000 vote lead for Donald Trump. Where is it right now? 26,416 votes, 86% reporting. And if you're Democrats right now, you are pulling this back and saying, where is the outstanding vote? And what you're seeing is making you confident. Not confident necessarily that it's over. There's a lot of votes still to come in. But what you're looking at here, largest county in the state, Wayne County, home of Detroit, only 64% reporting. Look at this margin right now. Joe Biden with 414,000 votes in, 64% reporting. We're not talking 10, 20, 30,000 votes for Democrats here. We're talking potentially a couple 100,000 votes coming in here. Pull back a little bit. We just spoke to the Michigan Secretary of State. You look at this county right here, Grand Rapids, 82% in. You say, look, this is a red county. It's a red county. Donald Trump is up. Donald Trump's up by 4 or 5 points. Guess what? 45 minutes ago, that margin was 14 points. That margin is narrowing. And what's outstanding in Kent County? What's outstanding? Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids went huge for Hillary Clinton back in 2016. Kent County may stay Republican, may do what it did back in 2016 and narrowly stay Republican, but as it currently stands, Grand Rapids, the outstanding vote, even though it's red, it's Democratic. It's coming from Democratic areas. Now look, I want to make something perfectly clear. We don't know the exact makeup and composition of this vote. We know where it's coming from, what the history of what it's coming from is, and we know that vote by mail, which as you noted is outstanding, throughout the course of the night, whether it was being reported early or late, has skewed largely Democratic. So Michigan right now, Donald Trump still hanging on to a lead. Democrats looking at counties across the entire state and saying, we have options in this state.
If you were gauging the relative attitudes in the states right now, in Pennsylvania, no one knows what the heck is going to happen. No one feels confident or otherwise. Michigan Democrats feel confident for what is going to happen. In Wisconsin, Democrats feel confident at this minute for what has happened.
Yeah,
Explain.
It's the best way to put it. It's like a progression from Pennsylvania to Michigan to Wisconsin. Wisconsin being the first one to go and actually turn blue. Doesn't mean it's going to stay blue, but with 97% reporting, Joe Biden up by just shy of 21,000 votes. I tell you, throughout much of the night, Donald Trump was ahead by 100,000+ votes. Now, 97% reporting, Joe Biden is ahead. Why is Joe Biden ahead? Right here, major urban center, biggest county in the entire state, home of Milwaukee. Milwaukee County, 16% of the state population is here. This was a narrower margin for much of the night. And then the absentee vote came in. And then the early vote by mail came in. 69%, 29%, and all of a sudden, the Trump lead started to narrow. Then, same thing we saw, I was just talking about in Michigan. Brown County is a Republican county. It went by 10 points for Donald Trump back in 2016. Now, holding about a 7-point lead here, except the vote that was outstanding in this county came from Green Bay. It was vote by mail. Green Bay leans Democratic. Vote by mail leans Democratic as well. Guess what? More vote for Joe Biden, even in a Republican county. We saw the same thing in Kenosha as well as it came in. So right now, 97% in, Donald Trump or Joe Biden with a 20,000+ vote lead. I guess the big question is, what's outstanding? Where does Donald Trump go to get 20,000 votes? And the answer is not a whole lot of options here. You know that what's outstanding is vote by mail, which is heavily Democratic. You know this is not a big county. You're not going to find 20,000 votes there that are purely Republican. So the big question right now for Donald Trump is, can you find somewhere 20,000 votes? Are we headed to a recount?
That's a whole other issue.
Which is a whole other issue that I don't want to get into,
Right.
particularly given how late I've been up so far. But the reality is, as we've talked about Pennsylvania and Michigan heading into, Wisconsin has done it for Democrats right now. It is blue for the moment, and we'll have to see how it plays out.
One other point I just want to make on the margin here before we move to Georgia. 20,000 votes seems close. And yes, it is close in a certain way. But Donald Trump won Wisconsin by 22,000. And just a history lesson here. The Democrats only won Wisconsin in 2000 by 5,000 votes, and in 2004 by 11,000 and change. So Wisconsin is close, and 20,000 isn't the closest election you can see there. So right now, I'd rather be Joe Biden than Donald Trump in the state of Wisconsin. Let's talk about Georgia now, because I think attitudes on Georgia have changed over the course of the evening, and we're into that really uncertain category.
Yeah, look, if you think you understand pathways or kind of where things are progressing in the Pennsylvania into the Midwest, everybody's just kind of shrugging their shoulders right now. And the reason why is this. You hit it when you were talking about the state earlier. What's outstanding in this state? Donald Trump with a 100,000 vote lead, 92% reporting, but it's where that 8% outstanding is that's so crucial, including Fulton County, largest county in the state, big Democratic county. What happened in 2016? Hillary Clinton won it big, 41 points. What's happening now? Joe Biden winning it big. And guess what? There's 20% of the vote is outstanding. Move over to DeKalb County as well. What happened in 2016? Hillary Clinton won this county big, 63 points. What's happening in 2020? Joe Biden winning this county bigger, but 80% reporting right now. So we don't have the best idea right now in terms of when this vote is going to come in and how it's going to come in. We know it's likely to come in big Democratic, but what we don't have the best idea for yet is it going to make up 100,000 votes? And also, if you take a look at what's outstanding in the state, are any of these Republican counties where, look, the story of yesterday and into the night was Donald Trump turned out voters, and his campaign turned out voters exactly like they said they would. A lot of people scoffed at it, said no way you were going to do it again. And smaller counties and rural counties and traditional Republican counties, they blew out turnout, just like Democrats did in a lot of places. So are these smaller counties, you want to go in here into Wilkinson County, not a huge county, a couple thousand votes here maybe, are those enough to keep the lead as the bigger Democratic counties come in? It's an open question right now. It's one we're all keeping an eye on. It'd be nice if we got some reporting to see some of the vote anytime soon. But just to be very clear, what election workers are doing right now is heroic, and we appreciate it.
Absolutely, and it's what it's all about. Just very quickly, I want to say Arizona and Nevada, you don't have to go into those right now. Also very close. Joe Biden clinging on to a lead there. We're not going to see more votes from either of those states for a while. Pacific time is really the reason for that, but we're watching those very closely. Now talk to me about the different paths that each candidate has to 270 and why, again, anything could change. But last night at about 11 o'clock, if you were a Democrat, you felt lousy. But at 7 o'clock this morning, you felt maybe a little better.
Yeah, no question about it. Look, what you're seeing filled in right now is states that CNN has called, right? And everything that you see in gray, states we haven't called. We've got Nevada, we've got Arizona, we've got Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Maine, Alaska. Let's say, for the sake of argument, based on where things stand right now, Donald Trump is going to win the state of Alaska. We'll even give Donald Trump the state of North Carolina. He's got a pretty solid lead there right now, has been hanging on to it all night. And we'll give Joe Biden the state of Maine. I'm not going to give him Maine 2. We don't know where Maine 2, the congressional district with a single electoral vote, don't know where that's going, but he's got a decent lead in Maine right now. So what does that leave? That leaves states where Joe Biden has a lead, and that is Arizona and Nevada. Now, you made a key point. Nevada is razor thin right now, but the outstanding vote, mostly male, mostly coming from Clark County, a Democratic stronghold, so we'll say for the sake of argument, we'll give that to him. What's left? Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Well, Joe Biden holds on to Wisconsin.
He's leading there.
He's leading there, holds on to it. Joe Biden overtakes Donald Trump in Michigan,
and
which appears likely at this moment. Look at the electoral vote.
That's there.
That's the path.
270.
That's the path. That's the path if Georgia stays red, and that's the path if Pennsylvania is too tough to overcome at the 600,000 vote lead that Donald Trump currently has. Now, again, I want to stress here, not done, not done, not done, not done. But if you were a Democrat and you went to bed last night assuming it was a 2016 redux and everything was over, it's not. There is a very clear pathway with a lot of vote to count, but there is a pathway. Same goes for President Trump. He has a pathway here as well. You look through what he's been able to do, say he holds on in Michigan, say he flips Nevada because that's very, very close, and he wins Pennsylvania, and there you go. Doesn't need to win Georgia. Needs to dig into some Democratic territory and needs to somehow manage to hold off Joe Biden in the state of Michigan and hang on to a very sizable lead right now in Pennsylvania, and he's over 270. The reality is right now, John, both candidates have pathways. The reality is also that the Biden campaign right now should feel pretty good about where they stand, given how things have progressed over the course of the last 3 hours.
The momentum over the last few hours is headed in their direction. There is still a long, long way to go. And just before we leave the wall for a moment, show me Nebraska for a second and talk to me about this one electoral vote, which could really be so important.
Yeah, so we've called it.
Right, that's what I mean. It's
right?
one vote that's called, and it may make the difference.
Yeah, it may. What it will do more than anything else is it will prevent a 269-269 tie, which I think everybody can appreciate to some degree. So you come over here. Sorry, it's late.
It's early.
Early, whatever it is. So right now, here's the interesting part. I'm pulling up the House district because we don't have it carved out. But here's what I'll do. I'll draw it around because the Republican actually ended up winning this district. Don Bacon held on to the district. Republicans on the House side, very happy with what they did last night, by the way. Now flip this up to presidential, and you see right here, it's all blue. Mm-hmm. That is a single electoral vote. There are 2 states that do this. Maine 2, Nebraska 2. We haven't called Maine yet. Democrats felt good on Maine going into the night. Hasn't appeared that way as the votes come in. Nebraska 2, Donald Trump won this in 2016. If Arizona flips, that's one thing that flips. If this flips, that's another one. And it is sizable and important, even though it's just a single electoral vote, because there were also pathways that ended in 269-269. Right. And I don't have the mental bandwidth to deal with that right now.
I know. It's tough. It's tough. Basically, that's Pennsylvania protection. This means that Joe Biden could lose Pennsylvania. If he hangs on to Arizona in this, he still gets 270. Phil, I'm going to let you go back to doing some research here, counting, particularly look at Michigan and Pennsylvania over the next several minutes. Keep us posted. If we can, we talked about Wisconsin. Wisconsin, in a way, what we've seen over the last few hours might foreshadow what we see over the next few hours. So let's go to CNN's Ryan Young live in Milwaukee. Ryan.
Yeah, so much drama here, quite honestly. You know, look, most of my career, you see people do things at night in terms of maybe seeing a suspect being brought in. But I tell you, we were all chasing people carrying votes, John, and that was so interesting. In fact, we have some of this video as they brought sort of those data cards over from the city to the county to register some of these votes. We all were watching in anticipation to see exactly what happened. Let's not forget that this state was won by Donald Trump in 2016 by less than 1%. And it's all sort of tracking again to be a very close election. Of course, you guys were just talking about Brown County and how those votes came out. But I think something to highlight here is the fact that Kenosha is still sort of outstanding in terms of we're getting those information here about Kenosha and the votes from there. And just let's not forget that the president visited Kenosha as one of his last stops on the campaign trail. What did his ground team know in terms of what they needed to emphasize in those last few moments? Of course, everyone's sort of holding their breath to see how close this election will end up being. As we talked to voters yesterday, we heard over and over again several different words in terms of what people were actually voting for. Some people were really concerned about COVID-19. Obviously, this state has been hit very hard by the pandemic. And in fact, we've seen numbers increasing over the last few days. So we heard people say, I'm concerned about where we're going health-wise. But then when we talked to small business owners, they were concerned about another shutdown, and that motivated them to come out as well. Let's not also forget the fact that more than 1.8 million people voted early in this state. So we saw a lot of ebb and flow yesterday when it came to this election, but obviously we thought it was going to be close again. And so far, as we talk to election officials, they're obviously going back through some of the information here to make sure everything is right as we talk about this vote. John?
Close is one way to say it, with a 20,000 vote margin separating the two candidates right now, Ryan Young. And at one point, we were waiting on results. Yeah, there was an inkjet printer. They needed to get ink for a printer in order to print out the results. We were all waiting on that. That's what we're dealing with this morning as the votes come in. Ryan Young, thank you so much for being with us. Let's go over to Michigan now, where the votes are still being counted and the margins have narrowed really by the minute. 16 electoral votes at play. CNN's Omar Jimenez is live for us in Detroit. Omar, what are you seeing?
Well, John, right now in Michigan, it's Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Sterling Heights. Those are the cities that are anchoring counties where we are still seeing absentee ballots counted at this early morning hour on the second morning of votes being counted, so to speak. And the number of ballots that are being counted is a number that is wider than the margin between either of these candidates, according to Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson. Now, where we are standing right now is known as the TCF Center here in Detroit. People have been working around the clock throughout the overnight hours trying to process as many absentee ballots as they possibly can, literally coming in and out in 900-person shifts just to keep, again, this process moving. At last check that we heard from them, we had about a little over 90,000 outstanding absentee ballots. My guess is based on the pace that they've been working at over the course of the night, they've shrunk that a little bit, but we did just hear from someone who, an official here with the clerk's office who walked by and said they initially were hoping to get that count done by early this morning, but that it'll likely be a little bit later into the day as well. When you look at timelines that we are seeing in other locations as well, I mentioned Sterling Heights. That's in a suburb of Detroit, Macomb County. They were actually hoping to get their vote done by 7 a.m. this morning. Well, we're obviously past that now, and we've reached out to them. We haven't heard back on what the status of that count is as well. The county that is anchored by Grand Rapids, Kent County, they were hoping to get their count done by noon today. And then overall as a state, Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State here, says they are going to have a clear picture of what Michigan looks like by the end of the day today. And they say they are still on track for that. And that is sort of the timeline they are working with at this point, which if you go back a few days, they initially thought they wouldn't be able to get to that point until Friday. So obviously a lot of things have gone smoothly in their books up until this point to get them to this scenario. It's weird that we're saying a day later seems early, but that seems to be the situation here in Michigan, especially since they've seen record turnout both on the absentee ballot side, and when you combine that with the people that showed up on Election Day, they are expected to blow past that 2008 voter turnout here in Michigan, which previously had set the record for turnout in the state. John?
Omar, they're doing great work counting. Buy him a coffee from all of us and tell him to get back at it. We appreciate you being with us this morning. All right, everyone, stand by for a key race alert. We're getting a fresh look at the state of Pennsylvania, one of the pivotal states in the nation right now. Let's take a look at this moment. Donald Trump still leads by 618,000 votes, with 75% of the estimated vote in, 20 electoral votes up for grabs. But again, the vote we are waiting for is the early absentee, the vote by mail, which is tended to skew Democratic. And we're waiting for that vote from urban centers, which also tend to skew Democratic. So let's go to Pamela Brown at the voting desk for a deeper look at Pennsylvania and where things stand. Pamela.
All right, so let's put this into perspective. You just pointed out there, John, that the margin right now is a little over 600,000 in Trump's favor. But here's the thing. Only 44% of the early ballots have been counted. There are still 1.4 million left to be counted out of the 2.5 million early ballots cast in Philadelphia. So that is more than the margin there in Pennsylvania. Now, nearly 22% of the mail-in ballots counted, more than 272,000 mail-in ballots were in Philadelphia. That's important. That's a Democratic stronghold. We're still waiting for those numbers to come in. I'm told they're working diligently there in Philadelphia, trying to get those numbers as quickly as possible. Then you go to the suburbs, Bucks County, more than 30% mail-in ballots counted, more than 107,000 left to be counted there. Allegheny County, that's the home of Pittsburgh, more than 48,000 mail-in ballots counted. So that's more than 178,000 left to be counted there. Another suburb outside of Philadelphia, Montgomery County, nearly 49% mail-in ballots counted. So that's more than 121,000 left to be counted. And just to put this in perspective as well, we've been talking a lot about skewing, early vote skewing left and the day of votes of the election skewing right. Well, we know in Pennsylvania, the early votes accounted for were tied to 65% registered Dems and 23% registered Republicans. I also want to look at Wisconsin because it is razor thin there in Wisconsin. Two counties we've been been waiting on are done counting. You mentioned that printer issue there, John. Brown and Kenosha were those two places. All that's left to count now are some provisional ballots in the state. So here's where things stand in these two key states. Wisconsin has just 3% of the vote remaining. Pennsylvania has 25% of the vote remaining. And 9 counties in Pennsylvania, John, just started counting today. And don't forget, there's that grace period, the 3-day post-election grace period for mail-in ballots to arrive there in Pennsylvania to be counted. Of course, they could be under a legal dispute if it gets down to the wire.
Pamela Brown for us at the voting desk. I know everyone's got their calculators out now trying to do the math to see if it adds up. The bottom line is the math is there. It is possible for Joe Biden to make up that margin. Likely, we don't know, but possible, yes. Pamela, thank you very much. On that possible note, let's go live now to my friend Kate Baldwin. She is in Philadelphia, where if Democrats are going to cut into this margin, a big chunk of it will have to come from Philadelphia. Kate.
Yeah, that's exactly right, John. And here in Philadelphia, where I'm standing outside of the convention center, this is where all of the action is happening this morning. And to be honest, it hasn't stopped. It's been happening. Counting and processing of these mail-in ballots has been happening all throughout the night. Here is what we know. And we don't know a lot, but here is what we do know. There is more than 1 million ballots that have still yet to be counted. And we're talking about the mail-in ballots. In the biggest counties in the Commonwealth, the numbers are important. For perspective, in Philadelphia, 141,000 mail-in ballots have been counted. That is not yet half of the mail-ins that have been returned. In Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, not yet half of those mail-in ballots have been counted. In Montgomery County, which is a big suburb outside of Philadelphia, not yet, same story there, not yet half of the mail-ins have been counted. Bucks County, the most competitive of the suburban counties outside Philadelphia, same story there. Caution is what I'm hearing, what Pennsylvania election officials are offering me this morning. Caution because there are so many mail-ins that have yet to be counted. Let me play for you what one of the Philadelphia County Commissioners said this morning about the road ahead.
If everything keeps up, we'll have the total results in the next couple of days. But Pennsylvania allows votes to be received and counted up until Friday, 3 days after the election. So we can't count what we don't yet have. So if you've mailed your ballot on or before Election Day on Tuesday, and it comes in Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, those votes will be counted.
Now, 9 counties in the Commonwealth did not start processing and counting the mail-in ballots yesterday. They're only starting to count the mail-in ballots this morning. That's 9 counties in Pennsylvania. All of this data is to say what you know, John, which is there is still a long way to go. Here in Philadelphia, we are expecting an update from the county commissioners on how things are going and have gone overnight, but they stress that the counting has been going on all throughout the night. We will get an update on numbers that we are expecting coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. But in a state, in Pennsylvania, which we know was won by 44,000 votes 4 years ago, 1 million ballots, more than 1 million ballots still left to be counted is a lot.
It sure is. I know they're working very hard at getting it done. We are waiting patiently for more results. Kate Baldwin in Philadelphia, thank you very much. And we are expecting more votes to come in shortly from any one of these 6 key states that have yet to be called. And the next state that tilts in one direction could be decisive in telling us where this entire election will go. CNN's special live coverage continues right after this. All right, about 8:30 on the East Coast. We still do not know who will be president of the United States come January 20th. It is simply too close to call in several key states. About 6 states right now hang in the balance, 2 of them out west. So Phil Mattingly here at the Magic Wall with me. Let's talk about Arizona first, then Nevada.
Yeah, we kind of walk through the East Coast, Pennsylvania, into the Midwest. Let's talk about 2 also very important states. I want to start with Arizona. Arizona back in 2016 went to Donald Trump. However, Democrats saw a narrowing margin in 2016 and thought perhaps, based on what happened in 2018 when they flipped the Senate seat here, this was the year when it would turn Democratic. let's look at what's happening. Right now, Joe Biden with a 130,000 vote lead, 82% reporting. And why does Joe Biden have that lead? Maricopa County. You know this state well. You've covered this state before. Maricopa County, 60% of the population lives here. This is a county that has shifted over the course of the last several cycles. Suburban turnout, education, also Hispanic turnout as well. The population inside Maricopa has started to shift towards Democrats. We've seen it. Right now, it looks like that shift is bordering on flipping this state for Biden. 86% reporting. That is a sizable margin, a larger margin than Kyrsten Sinema had in her Senate race. Now, there's vote outstanding. 86% is in Maricopa. The Trump campaign has made clear with 82%. They don't want anybody calling this. CNN has not called it yet. Same in the Senate race. But this is a sizable advantage. And if you are holding this margin in Maricopa County and you're the Democrat, you are likely to win this state. However, votes outstanding. We'll keep an eye on it. The biggest reason why Arizona is important, you've been talking about this with me, is this is a flip. And this is a flip that all of a sudden makes it possible to get to 270 electoral votes without winning Pennsylvania if you're Joe Biden. That is why the Democrats wanted this. Last night, before Arizona came online, there was a lot of concern that pathways were shutting off entirely. This opened pathways. This made clear pathways. That's why Arizona matters. However, still hasn't been called. Biden with a 130,000 vote lead.
Yeah, so Arizona opens up several paths or keeps several paths open. Nevada, if it were to go to Donald Trump, all of a sudden some of those paths close down.
Look, I will tell you what a Democrat texted me when the most recent Clark County update came in, which was yikes. Yikes. Not because Nevada was over. Look, Joe Biden has a 7,647 vote lead. 86% is reporting. And what is outstanding, according to the Secretary of State in this state, is mail-in vote. And we've been talking about mail-in vote, vote by mail. It is skewed heavily Democratic. I believe the majority of it is from Clark County. Clark County is a Democratic stronghold. For the Biden campaign, that allows you to exhale a little bit. This does not allow you to exhale. Most Democrats believed, because of the turnout operation, former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, his whole team, what they've done over the course of the last several cycles, put Nevada in a pretty good lock. The Trump campaign has repeatedly said, this is in play. Right now, it's in play. 86% reporting, Joe Biden with a narrow lead. All eyes on Clark County. You kind of look at Clark County and you say 10%'s the firewall here. If you're winning Clark County by 10% and you're a Democrat, you're pretty good to go.
They're not there.
It was at 10% until a couple of hours ago. Now it's narrowed down. Again, we know there's outstanding vote in Clark County, 84% reporting. But Democrats right now, this is way too close to comfort for them, particularly because Joe Biden's winning Washoe. Washow's kind of the swing district, right? In this state in 2016, Hillary Clinton won it narrowly, as she went on to win this state. Right now, Joe Biden winning it rather handily. The difference, the turnout in the rurals and keeping the margins close in Clark, right now, only 7,000 votes separate. We'll see how this goes. The one biggest wild card, biggest wrench to any pathway the Biden campaign would have is if all of a sudden this changes. As you noted, we won't know anything, not today, until tomorrow, according to Nevada officials, so we'll have to wait and see here. But right now, Democrats feel like they're okay, but this is close.
Yeah, to be clear, all the Election Day vote is in. 100% of the Election Day vote is counted. What is outstanding is mail. A lot of it in Clark County. A lot of the mail has been trending Democratic, but we don't know. We're just waiting. All right, Phil, keep us posted as this develops. It is certainly exciting, and it keeps on changing. Let's go down to Biden headquarters. The former vice president has been trying to strike this patient, optimistic tone. Listen to what he said a few hours ago.
It ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this.
All right, Jessica Dean, live for us in Wilmington, Delaware, at the campaign headquarters. You've been talking to people on the inside. What do they say?
Well, John, this morning, one campaign aide telling me that they are optimistic, that they are on the right track, that they believe when all the votes will be counted, that Joe Biden is going to emerge the winner. Another source close to the campaign telling me that for Biden and the Democrats, they're just under the burden right now of waiting for the votes that take the longest to tally. So right now, it's just this waiting game that everyone is doing. But again, as they look at the map, as you guys have been doing with Phil, going county by county, you can bet that's what they're doing right now as well, and they're taking in all of that, and based on what they're seeing, they are feeling pretty good that once it all comes in, that's going to go into their column, and that ultimately Joe Biden will be declared the winner. But again, it's just the waiting game right now. They just have to be cautious and tell everyone to pack their patience. That's been their message all along. One source pointing to me to campaign manager Jen O'Malley Dillon's tweet from several weeks ago that said, this race is a lot closer than the polls say. This race is a lot closer than a lot of people think. And indeed, it has turned out to be a tight race. John?
Yeah, Jessica, not much for anyone in the inside of campaigns to do now except to watch and maybe start getting lawyers at the ready and sending them in the key states. Jessica Dean in Wilmington, thank you very much. Watch, send in lawyers, or maybe there is a third option, which is to lie about the democratic process. And that is what the President of the United States tried to do overnight. Listen.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
There were Republicans put off by that. The president calling fraud, disclaiming the counting that may ultimately lead to his victory. Let's go right to the White House, also known as Trump headquarters this morning, because that's where they're running things. Caitlin Collins is there. Caitlin, what do you hear?
Well, John, we're seeing why you don't come out at 2:30 as the president did and prematurely declare victory, because there are states that the president was touting 5 hours ago that now there is more of the precincts reporting their votes, and it's not looking good for the president. The margins that he had, that he was touting in the White House just behind me in the East Wing just a few hours ago, have now narrowed substantially, and people are voicing concern about this. And of course, the reason the president did this is because in 2016, by this time, he had already won the election, basically. He was already giving his acceptance speech, but now he is realizing how quickly things can change, and especially when people had been warning that you might look good early on, but when the mail-in ballots start being counted in these critical states to your re-election, it might not look as favorable as it did earlier in the evening. And so the president came out, he declared victory when there was no victory to declare, not for him, certainly not for Joe Biden either at that point, as we are now still many hours later counting votes. But the president also promised a legal challenge, John, and that is something he's been telegraphing for weeks now. His advisors have been saying it in the last several days. But the question is, what is he challenging exactly? Because the president was saying they're going to take this to the Supreme Court. Of course, that's not how this works. You don't just decide that you're going to the Supreme Court. You've got to have a case first. And they're still counting legitimate ballots at this point, as they were when the president came out last night. So basically at the White House, they are sitting back there watching these numbers, just like we are in Wisconsin, in Michigan, of course, and Pennsylvania, as they are starting to come in. But things are looking a lot different for the president than they were when he came out and declared victory that, of course, he had not secured yet.
Yeah, he's talking about votes that were cast weeks ago and arrived by yesterday. Almost impossible to imagine a legitimate legal challenge to any of those. Caitlin Collins at the White House, please keep us posted. They are counting in 6 states at this moment. We're waiting on the next batch of votes to be posted, and the next state that tips one way could be decisive. CNN special live coverage continues right after this. Welcome back, everyone. This is CNN special live coverage, 8:44 on the East Coast, and we still don't know who the next president will be. You know, in 2000, we had Florida. In 2004, we had Ohio. As we sit here this morning, we have 6 Floridas, 6 Ohios, 6 states where they're still counting, and the race, the election, the presidency hangs in the balance. So stand by now for a key race alert. Let's talk about the state of Georgia, where things are very close this morning. Donald Trump leads by 100,000 votes with 92% of the vote in, 16 electoral votes up for grabs. But what's key here is the outstanding vote comes from largely urban population centers, and the outstanding vote is vote by mail, which is skewed heavily Democratic. Is there the math to make up the margins for Joe Biden? We're just not sure. But if he does make up that margin, Georgia could be decisive. Look at this wall right here. You can see on the path to 270, Joe Biden now has 224 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 213. If for some reason Joe Biden was able to pull it out in Georgia, it shuts off so many paths for Donald Trump to win the election, maybe even sealing the deal. Right now, the president is leading. Will that change? We're watching very closely. Let's go right to Georgia now. CNN's Nick Valencia live in Atlanta. Nick, what are you seeing?
John, this is far from over, and this race, 12 hours after all the polls closed here across the state, still too close to call. As you mentioned, the big question is, are there enough remaining Democratic votes to push Joe Biden over the edge here? He's currently trailing President Trump by 102,000 votes, and there is optimism here among Democrats in the state that they can make it happen. Why? Because Fulton County, the biggest county in the state and also a Democratic stronghold, still hasn't finished counting votes. I just got off the phone with Regina Waller. She's with Fulton County, who tells me as of 8:30 this morning, they began again counting those absentee votes after they stopped last night at 10:30. Part of that delay is because yesterday morning there was a pipe burst in State Farm Arena right behind me, the site of a super site here where there was tons of early voting that happened. That pipe burst, if you can believe it, caused, according to officials, a 3 to 4 hour delay. They decided to stop counting last night. Neighboring DeKalb County also has another 79,000 outstanding absentee ballots. Together, those two counties, 127,000 votes still on the table, well within the margin of that 102,000 estimated lead that President Trump has here. A lot on the line in Georgia, 16 electoral votes. This is a state that President Trump carried by 5 percentage points without visiting the state once. He's been here 3 times since July. Last week, we saw Joe Biden deliver his closing message here, and this is a state that he would desperately, desperately love to win. It would deliver a devastating blow for the chances at President Trump's reelection bid. John?
Yeah, right now, the president ahead by about 102,000 votes. Nick Valencia, please keep us posted. Let's go to Jim Sciutto now at the voting desk. Jim, Georgia and Michigan, we're still waiting on votes to come in. Where do things stand?
Well, John, folks at home might wonder why at this point we don't know. The simple fact is there are still votes to be counted. Legal votes, cast legally, still to be counted in states where the margins are thin. So let's look at 2 of those states right now. Let's begin with Georgia. 80% of the vote is counted so far. They just resumed counting it, well, about 17 minutes ago, 8:30 a.m. These are absentee and mail-in ballots, which tend to favor Joe Biden. Not clear if that's going to be enough to change where that race stands right now. Tends to. Let's look at the counties in particular here. Fulton County, in and around Atlanta, heavy urban area here. You'll be remembering the long voting lines we saw there, heavy turnout. This is an area that tends to favor the vice president quite strongly. Question is it enough to make up the broader deficit so far? Another county, DeKalb County, as Nick was just mentioning there, also just outside Atlanta. They haven't even resumed counting yet. They will in just over 2 hours at 11 o'clock. Again, absentee and mail-in ballots there. 79,000 absentee and mail-in ballots still to be counted in DeKalb County, and in Fulton County, 48,000. So that's a big number. Again, could be crucial in determining the outcome of this state. And that's why it's still too close to call, despite the president's lead at this point. Okay, let's look ahead to Michigan. Another state hasn't been called yet. Why is that? Still lots of votes to be counted, a lot of legal votes, in particular in urban areas. Wayne County, in and around Detroit. So far, 64% of the votes have been counted there. This is the largest county in Michigan, heavily urban. 4 Democrats to overtake this state, where the president still at this point maintains a lead. They need to win big there right now. It does favor Democrats. Of course, the big question, just like in Georgia, does it favor them enough to make up the deficit in rural areas, etc.? Hundreds of thousands of votes still to be counted in the state of Michigan more broadly, according to the Secretary of State. That includes not only Detroit, Wayne County, but Grand Rapids, Flint, Warren, and the Secretary of State saying there, and this is important for people at home to hear, every vote will be counted. You can be confident, the Secretary of State of Michigan says. Okay, let's go big picture now. In Georgia, key state, 8% of the vote remains to be counted there overall, enough to turn an election. In Michigan, 14% of the vote remains to be counted there, enough to turn an election, particularly in the tight margins that we have right now. Again, in both those states, it's urban areas that tend to favor Democrats. Question, of course, is it enough to turn the results in those states, and ultimately, given their position as battleground states in this election, to turn the election overall? Other states coming in, Wisconsin, another swing state, tighter there, 3% remains to be counted. Pennsylvania, 25% remains to be counted. And keep in mind, as we've noted on this broadcast before, votes there can come in up to 3 days after the election. That means a lot of the votes not only haven't been counted, but they may not have come in yet. So That's why you're hearing from folks there that it may be some time. Heard a Pennsylvania election official earlier this evening said, we can't count what we don't yet have. Simple statement, but again, it's legal. Those votes can come 3 days after the election. So, John, a lot of tight margins there and a lot more of our viewers' votes to be counted in this election. Back to you.
A lot of counting going on as we speak. Jim Sciutto at the voting desk, thank you so much. Let's dig a little deeper now, particularly into Georgia. Phil Mattingly with me at the Magic Wall. Phil, what are you seeing here?
Well, I wrote 72,000 on the wall because that was what Nick Valencia's great report was talking about with DeKalb County. And if you go in to DeKalb County, what you're looking at here is just the enormous margin, So if 72,000 is left outstanding, they're all vote by mail, and a Democratic county that goes 83-16 at this point in time, that is a substantial pickup opportunity in terms of total votes here. Let's take a look, pull back out at where the top line is. Again, Donald Trump still ahead by 103,760 votes. And I think the biggest thing, you add 65,000 votes in DeKalb, take a look at what's Fulton County now that they're counting again, see what you can get out of that. Biggest county, obviously another big margin there, obviously absentee as well. And I think one of the interesting things, I've been focused so much on the Atlanta metro area, and I haven't necessarily paid attention down here. You've got Chatham County, home of Savannah. Again, what's outstanding, largely, vote by mail in a Democratic county that skews in a medium, composition-wise, Democratic. So it might be this margin, it might be 55-42, it might be Republican, but likely, if it follows the trend we've seen over the course of the entire country, over the course of the night, perhaps that's even bigger Democratic vote. What I'm trying to say here is there's unknown variables in terms of the composition of the vote, how it's all going to come in, whether it's vote by mail, and how much of it is Democratic vote by mail. But the reality is, when you look at what's outstanding, you see a number of Republican counties, you see the red counties filled in. Those are not huge counties. These are decent vote centers, and they aren't even Atlanta metro and the outside of it. Don't know that there's a pathway, still trying to figure out the numbers. That's why I thought the 72,000 was interesting in DeKalb. But the reality is, the reason why Georgia hasn't been called yet when Donald Trump has a 103,000 vote lead is this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait and see if those come in. That'll tell you what happens in Georgia.
There are enough votes to make it possible, likely, who knows?
Right.
We're watching him count. Nick Valencia will tell us the minute he gets more information, Phil. All right, thanks very much. Time to go over to my colleague, Allison Camerata. Allison.
Thank you very much, John. So, early this morning, during a self-proclaimed victory speech, President Trump claimed, without evidence, that the election was fraudulent and said he would go to the Supreme Court to stop votes from being counted. What do all of these very tight races mean for future legal fights? For that, I want to bring in CNN election law analysts Rick Pildes and Jonathan Diaz. Okay, so Rick, let me start with you. That's an idle threat from President Trump, correct? He can't stop the votes from being counted for the next however many days, right?
Well, number one, he can't go directly to the Supreme Court. Number two, most of these issues end up being state law issues. They don't actually involve federal constitutional law. And number three, we have a legal process here, a process of going through the absentee ballots. That process is going to go forward. It's not likely a court is going to stop that process at any point along the way. We will have legal battles. This was expected if we ended up in this position. But the courts are going to decide if there are facts to support any of these kinds of claims. And we know there will be a lot of extreme, outlandish claims made that do not have any factual basis.
Okay, but Jonathan, let's talk about that. I mean, there are razor-thin margins in 6 battleground states right now. So are these legal challenges inevitable? Should we start bracing for those?
They're certainly not inevitable. I think at this point, much like with the ultimate results, it's still too soon to tell whether any of these states will be within a margin where a legal challenge could prove decisive. And like Rick said, the facts on the ground are going to have to be there to support any kind of legal claim to stop counting or to not count a certain pool of ballots in a particular state. And so far, we haven't seen that.
I mean, look, we all remember what happened in 2000, and it came down to 537 ballots in Florida. Rick, do you see the same ingredients in any state sort of shaping up right now?
I think we are getting closer to that point. We see how fine the margins look like they might be in a few states, maybe Wisconsin, maybe Nevada. It depends on how close the overall margin in the election is. We don't know about Pennsylvania. You can bet if those margins are tight, I think both sides are going to pursue every possible avenue in court. And let me point out one issue the Biden campaign might pursue, which we have not talked about much. You may remember this issue about these skinny ballots in Pennsylvania, which are now all invalid votes under state law. We don't know how many votes there may be there. These are the votes that come in without a secrecy sleeve. Pennsylvania, uniquely among states, throws those out. I can easily imagine the Biden campaign itself going to court and saying it's unconstitutional to throw those votes out if they are a large enough volume to make a potential difference in Pennsylvania.
That's really interesting insight. Thank you, Jonathan, Rick. Thank you both very much. And let's go back to my friend and colleague, John Berman.
All right, thanks so much, Allison. More votes coming in by the minute. We're watching 6 states very, very closely this morning. And there is a trend developing over the last several hours that might give us a clue of where things are headed. CNN Special Live coverage continues right after this. Good morning, everyone. I'm John Berman. I want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and all around the world. This is CNN's special live coverage of this historic moment in American history. It's 9 a.m. on the East Coast, 6 o'clock in the West, and right now, at this moment, we have no clear winner in the presidential election. Joe Biden has 224 electoral votes. The president has 213. They are locked in this incredibly tight race with razor-thin margins in several key states, making them just much too close to call at this point. And while the votes are still being tallied, President Trump is falsely claiming victory, attacking his opponent for trying to somehow steal the election. No evidence of that whatsoever, and he's lodged baseless claims the president has of fraud. Former Vice President Joe Biden is urging patience and calling on every last vote to be counted. Let's get straight to the numbers that tell the story, starting with a CNN key race alert. These are the states that hang in the balance right now. Let's start with the state of Wisconsin. 10 electoral votes there. Joe Biden now leading by 20,000 votes. This state flipped overnight. When the urban centers came in and the vote by mail came in, Joe Biden vaulted into a 20,000 vote lead for these 10 electoral votes. That's a trend we've seen throughout the morning, and we're watching very closely in a number of other states as well. Let's look at Michigan, for instance. This state has been getting closer and closer by the minute. As of this moment, the president leads by about 15,000 votes, 88% of the vote in, 16 electoral votes up for grabs. But Joe Biden has really closed the gap in the vote that's outstanding in urban population centers, vote by mail, which have skewed Democratic. Next on the list is Pennsylvania. Here, the president has the biggest lead in these key states of 618,000 votes, 20 electoral votes up for grabs, 75% in. But again, the vote we're waiting on from large urban population centers, vote by mail, which have skewed heavily Democratic. You see a pattern here. That's the story of the morning. In Georgia, the president ahead by 100,000 votes at this moment, 92% in, 16 electoral votes up for grabs. Atlanta, Augusta, Savannah, key urban population centers. We're still waiting on the vote by mail from those. Could turn the tide. We don't know. We are counting. A couple other states we're watching very closely this morning. Nevada, 6 electoral votes. Joe Biden with a 7,000 vote lead there. They're done counting election day vote there for those 6 electoral votes. What they're waiting on now is some more of the mail vote to come in. That has tended to skew Democratic, but Joe Biden's lead there is much closer than the Biden campaign wants. North Carolina, the president ahead by 76,000 votes, 95% in, 15 electoral votes up for grabs. Both campaigns will tell you that's tilting toward the president, but we're watching it, and they are counting. Finally, in Arizona, this may be one of the more important pickup opportunities for Joe Biden. He's leading there by 130,000 votes with 82% in. The 11 electoral votes in Arizona really opens up possible paths to 270 for Joe Biden that don't exist without it. Let's take a look at the overall map right now. Biden's leading with 224 electoral votes. The president has 213. But the important thing here is those states in white. Any combination of those for either of these candidates right now gets them what they need and gets them over the top. Let's dig a little deeper. We're going to go to Phil Mattingly, his Over at the Magic Wall. We went through the states one by one. I want to start with Pennsylvania, in a way. A, it's the biggest electoral vote haul at 20. B, the president holds the largest margin there. So why is it still up for grabs?
But he holds the largest margin there. And it's something we've seen throughout the course of this morning. And as the results have come in, and Pennsylvania, actually, I'm actually going to stop real quick because something just happened and I think we need to pay attention to it. Michigan just turned blue. Michigan just turned blue. Joe Biden now 1,337 votes ahead. We've been predicting, John, that this was coming throughout the course of the morning. We have seen it slowly but surely. About 4 hours ago, Donald Trump had a 220,000 vote lead here. Now with 89% reporting, Joe Biden has turned the state blue for the moment. However, this is a trend. You were talking about the trend. I'll get into Pennsylvania in a second, but just because these are real results coming in now, what are we seeing?
Okay.
We're seeing more from Wayne County. We're seeing more from Wayne County. It was at 66%, I believe, last time we checked. Now it's at 70%. We're going to see this throughout the course of the morning. There's a chance we will be talking and numbers will start flipping. The difference right now from last night, some parts earlier in the morning, is the numbers are almost universally in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin going towards Joe Biden. Now, why? Why is that actually the case? A couple reasons. The composition of the numbers. It's almost entirely vote by mail right now in all of those states. Why is that the case? Because they count after Election Day vote. Why? Great question. Talk to their state officials. But as you saw in some states early in the night last night, whether it was Ohio or North Carolina, those states started off blue. Democrats thought they had real opportunities there. By the end of the night, it became clear once the early vote was counted, then Election Day vote was counted, that in fact, Republicans had Ohio at least pretty well in hand. Now, you've had the inverse happen. Election Day vote was counted. Now you're seeing a mail vote count. And that's trending Dems' way.
Let's just put this back up again so people can see, because this is breaking news. This is a major moment, possibly, in the evolution of this contest. Donald Trump, up until minutes ago, had been leading in the state of Michigan. We've been waiting for these urban population centers and their vote by mail to come in. More came in, and now Joe Biden up by 6,000 votes.
We told you this was going to happen. It's now happening. Now, 89% left outstanding. We don't know the composition of everything, but I want to tell you what is outstanding right now. Why did I pull up Wayne County first as Wayne County started to come in? It is the largest county in the state. It is 18% of the state. It is 67 to 31%. That's a huge margin. Also, it is not 10, 20, 30,000 votes. It's probably 100, 120, maybe 130,000 votes left for the Biden campaign to pick up, potentially here. That's not in yet, and he's already starting to take a lead. Move up another county. This is Oakland County. This has started to come in as well. This was outstanding. This is suburbs. This shifted hard Democratic over the course of the last couple cycles. In 2016, Hillary Clinton won this by 8 points. What's Joe Biden doing today? Whoa.
Wow.
Wow. You know, we've tried to figure out, everybody was talking about the suburbs running hard away from President Trump. You saw it in 2018. You saw it in the midterms. You saw it in Gretchen Whitmer's win in the governor's race here in 2018. This is a demonstration of that, with 94% reporting Oakland County, now 56% Biden, 42.5% Trump. So what's left outstanding? What's left outstanding in this state? The Trump campaign's looking at this saying, 11% left. Let's go find our vote. 6,000 votes, 7,000 votes is not an astronomical amount. Let's take this down and see what's still 90% out here. Well, we already told you about Wayne County. That's coming in Democratic. It's coming in mail, which has been Democratic. Let's go to Kalamazoo County. Not a huge county, but right now, Joe Biden, 10-point lead, 10, 15,000 votes maybe left there with 82% reporting. Also by mail, should skew Democratic as well. What about the red counties? Well, we talked about Kent County. Kent County was another one of those counties. Donald Trump, back in 2016, won this county by 3 points, kind of a conservative county in the western part of the state. 2018 started to shift back towards Democrats. What's happening right now? Well, the biggest thing to look at is the margin. Earlier in the night, Donald Trump had about a 15, 16-point lead here. The margin has started to shrink. Why do we think that's going to come in Democratic?
Yeah, the important thing here is people are going to see this. Oh, Donald Trump's winning in Kent County. We have 10% there. He may grow his lead. Actually, you would think if the vote by mail is what's outstanding there, that will likely, not definitely, but likely skew Democratic, so Biden may actually pad his lead from this Republican county.
It gets deeper than that for the Biden campaign, and that is, we know from talking to the Secretary of State earlier this morning that in Kent County, the vote by mail that is outstanding comes from Grand Rapids. And Grand Rapids, at least in 2016, went pretty sharply towards Hillary Clinton. So it's not just that it's vote by mail and therefore it will be Democratic. We can't confirm that, although it's trend line that way all day. It's that it's also where it's from in Kent County. So we've been talking about this, that this was going to happen. It has started to happen. We will see how this goes over the course of the morning. As you can see, this is real time. This is live action. It's a live ball here.
Can you put up Wayne County? I just want to make one more point in Wayne County here. This is where 70% is in at this point? 70%?
Yes.
Okay, 70% counted now. You can see the margins that are opening up. Joe Biden leads by 6,000 or 7,000 votes. With 30 more percent in, Michigan may not look all that close. We don't know yet. Right. But if it trends like it does, and if there are tens of thousands votes more, it may not end up that close. People need to be open to that possibility, which may matter when you hear the president talking about legal challenges and the like. Phil, hang on one second. I want to go to Omar Jimenez, who is in Detroit, in Michigan right now, at a counting center to give us an update. Omar, what are you seeing?
Well, John, these main population centers that we're keeping an eye on where these absentee ballots are being counted, Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, and Sterling Heights as well. We're in Detroit at what's known as the TCF Center, where they are trying to process as many of these absentee ballots as physically possible. They've come in 900-person shifts and worked overnight every single minute, basically, of the night to try and get through as many of them as possible. At last check, we had heard there were about 90,000 outstanding ballots. I suspect they've chopped down that number a little bit. But out of the 172,000 absentee ballots that they received here, we do understand that they've tabulated 145,000 of them. However, the caveat there is that some of those have to go through a bipartisan group, so the number of outstanding votes isn't quite the difference between the total and how much has been tabulated. Okay, so there's that situation. And then when you look at Grand Rapids in Kent County, you guys were just talking about it a few moments ago about some of the absentee ballots that are still being counted there. I was just in contact with the elections director for the county clerk's office there, who told me it's going to be tough to predict when we will be done with the remaining 76 precincts that are outstanding in Grand Rapids, but at this moment they're processing almost 60,000 ballots through high-speed tabulators, just to give you an idea of, again, the process and what they are trying to still work through a day after Election Day. And as Phil pointed out a few moments ago, we heard from Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson earlier this morning, who said that overall, even with all these states scrambling to cut through tens of thousands of absentee ballots in some cases, they still expect that by the end of the day in Michigan, we are going to have a clear picture as to where this state is heading, with most jurisdictions reporting. And even here at this Detroit Center, the previous guidance that we had gotten from officials here was that they hoped to be done with this process by early this morning. Well, early this morning came, and we spoke to an official with the clerk's office who told us, well, it's likely going to be later in the day. In Macomb County, a suburb here that President Trump flipped from Democrat to Republican in 2016, they were hoping to have their ballots done by 7 a.m. this morning. Well, 7 a.m. came, and we still haven't gotten their full report, so we're keeping an eye there. In Oakland County, they're still waiting on large communities of absentee ballots to come in as well. So you've got all of these pockets that are still working through, in some cases, tens of thousands of ballots. And as Secretary Benson put it earlier this morning, she said, and this was hours ago, that the difference in the ballots was enough to was bigger than the threshold between the two.
All right, Omar Jimenez live for us in Detroit, really the center of the political universe at this hour because of the breaking news, which is that as of minutes ago, Joe Biden has vaulted into the lead in the crucial swing state of Michigan. You can see it right there, nearly 7,000 votes. It doesn't seem like a lot. It isn't a lot right now, but it is a trend we have seen over the last several hours, and it has major implications on the path to 270 electoral votes, because we also saw this happen in Wisconsin, where Joe Biden's clinging to a narrow lead there. Phil, walk us through what this means with Wisconsin and Michigan with Biden now holding a lead.
So what you see on the map right now, everything that's filled in are states that we have called. If they're red, they win for President Trump. If they are blue, they win for former Vice President Biden. And Biden with 224 electoral votes, President Trump with 213. Now, there's a couple that, for the sake of gaming this out, we're going to go ahead and put in one category or the other. We'll go ahead and put Alaska red for President Trump. We'll even give President Trump North Carolina. Still out there, has a solid lead. We haven't called it yet. Go ahead and give Maine to Joe Biden. And you should also look at Maine 2. I kept a toss-up last time we did this. I looked at it. Maine 2 is moving in that direction. So we'll keep that for him as well. What does that leave outstanding right now? Well, we talked about Arizona and Nevada. Nevada is tight. Nevada is tight. Arizona would be a big flip. But right now, Biden leads in both. So we'll give Biden Arizona and Nevada. What does that leave? Georgia, we've talked about Georgia. Pennsylvania, we've talked about Pennsylvania. Look at Wisconsin, look at Michigan. You give Vice President Biden Wisconsin. And if Michigan, which just crossed over to Biden and looks to be trending more in that direction, goes to Biden.
That's 271. That's enough to win the presidential election.
It is.
That's why what is happening before our eyes is so important. And you haven't touched Pennsylvania and Georgia yet.
President Trump could win Pennsylvania. President Trump could win Georgia. Now, again, I want to caveat this. This is us gaming it out right now based on current results as to where things stand. Vice President Biden leads in Michigan. He leads in Wisconsin. He leads in Arizona. He leads in Nevada. Nevada is razor thin. Arizona, traditionally Republican state. So properly caveating things, what I'm doing is showing pathways right now.
I will tell you, I am sure that when Michigan, when Joe Biden vaulted into the lead, there was a scream of delight from Delaware because it's just that important for them this morning, given where things stand. What does it portend for Pennsylvania? We haven't seen votes really coming in yet in Pennsylvania the way they have in Michigan and Wisconsin. The president still leads by about 600,000 votes there. But if you're looking at the trends from Michigan and Wisconsin, how does that play in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, so the difference in Pennsylvania more than anything else is the size of the president's lead, right? 75%, and Donald Trump is up by 618,000 votes. The other difference, which actually tracks with what everything else is about 1 million and possibly a little bit north of that absentee votes. Yeah, nice.
1 million votes.
Couldn't help yourself, could you? 1 million absentee votes and possibly a little bit north of that are outstanding. Now, why does that matter? Well, first, where they're outstanding from. We're talking about Philadelphia. We're talking about the collar counties around Philadelphia that have gone Democratic pretty sharply, including Bucks, maybe a little swing over in Bucks, which is currently red, but have gone Democratic pretty sharply. We've also talked about Allegheny County, the home of Pittsburgh. All of these counties went sharply Clinton back in 2016. Democrats expected big turnout there, got big turnout in 2018 in the House races, expect big turnout there today, and at this point hasn't, in large part because of what hasn't come in yet. Philadelphia, 56% reporting. Let's move out to Delaware County, 74% reporting. Move over to Montgomery County, 77% reporting. That is a ton of vote outstanding in Democratic stronghold counties that is absentee. Absentee, if you've got 1 million absentee left and you say, well, you know, look at the margins right now, 618,000 votes is a lot of vote to make up with 1 million. Not when absentee has been going 70, 75% Biden's way over what we've seen in Wisconsin, what we've seen in Michigan. Doesn't mean it's going to happen here. But the trend lines matter here. And the trend lines say that that is a very large lead that President Trump has right now. The trend lines also say that based on what's outstanding, based on where it's outstanding, and based on the method in which that vote was cast outstanding, that is not an insurmountable lead. It's not. It doesn't mean that Biden is going to catch up. It just means that there is an opportunity for the Biden campaign in the state of Pennsylvania. Now, one key caveat here. If you go through the state and you go in these counties in western Pennsylvania, people didn't think President Trump could match how he just blew turnout out of the water in these counties. Like people had never seen before, didn't even think it was possible finding voters. They did it again, for the most part. Some of the margins were a little bit down in here, but there is just huge opportunity for Democrats out here, and that is where the bulk of the vote is outstanding.
Again, all we're trying to say here is the math is possible. The vote outstanding skews Democratic. It just does. Democratic areas, Democratic methods. It's possible. Is it likely? We just don't know. We're watching it very closely. Phil, do me a favor. Stand by. I want to go to Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, which is one of the areas where they do have some votes still to count. CNN's Alexander Field is there. Alex, what can you tell us?
Hey there, John. We should know in the next hour what else is going on in Allegheny County. That's when officials will start to count again, so we could get a clearer picture of what's going on in the county that is home to Pittsburgh. At the same time, we're also hearing that officials in Philadelphia will be giving us an update about what's going on in the eastern part of the state. So this could continue to shape our understanding of what's going on across Pennsylvania in the coming hour. But, John, remember all the way back to yesterday when we were telling people it was highly likely that they wouldn't get the results from Pennsylvania for several days? Well, that still appears to be true today. I want to remind people again why it was expected to take so long in Pennsylvania and what is causing what feels like a delay, even if it isn't caused by anything going wrong. Here's what Pennsylvania is dealing with. They had that massive turnout that Phil is talking about. So, frankly, there are a lot of votes to count. Add to that the fact that this was the first time that they conducted a large-scale mail-in ballot election. Some 3.1 million mail-in ballots were requested, 2.5 million were returned, 1.4 million of those ballots still have not been counted. Why does it take so long to count those ballots? Well, it just so happens to be Pennsylvania law that counties, all 67 of them, could not begin to process the mail-in votes before Election Day. So they didn't exactly have a running start coming into this. On top of that, you had 9 counties that said they still wouldn't even begin to count those mail-in ballots until today. That's another reason that we're waiting. And add to all of this, John, the fact that there are still ballots that can legally come in. According to the state's Supreme Court, you can still count mail-in ballots that were postmarked as of Election Day and are returned, or rather received, within 3 days of the election. There have been legal challenges concerning those ballots, and there are very likely to be further legal challenges concerning those ballots, but they are very much in play. I just want to share with you what the governor of Pennsylvania shared overnight. He sent a message out on Twitter trying to assure all people across Pennsylvania that every vote would be counted. He didn't set a timeline for this election. That's not what officials do. He also made it very clear that anyone suggesting that every vote shouldn't be counted in Pennsylvania would be conducting a partisan attack on this state, on its voters, and the election itself. John?
Alexander Field for us in Pittsburgh. Alex, thank you very much. Joining me now is the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. Mr. Attorney General, thank you so much for being with us. I'm going to talk to you in sort of 2 roles. I'm going to ask you to wear 2 different hats. One, as the Attorney General, a senior elected official in your state, then as a senior Democratic official in your state. First, as the Attorney General, the counting that's going on right now, can you give us an update?
Yeah, look, we said all along that we were going to secure and protect and count the vote. We accomplished the first 2. The vote was secured and protected, and now we're going through this laborious process of counting. I think it's important to note, folks ask me, who does the counting? These are volunteers and clerks from our communities who are working around the clock right now to get all of this data inputted. And I think, as you saw from your previous segment about Michigan, I'm certainly not an expert on Michigan, but you correctly reported that numbers come in, vote totals go up and down, and things change. I think you're going to expect to see more of that happen today in Pennsylvania as the votes are inputted into the system and we get a clearer picture of where things are going.
So, put on the Democratic senior official hat for a moment here. More than 1 million votes outstanding. The president leads by about 600,000. How does that math work, do you think, for Joe Biden to make up that deficit?
Yeah, look, I'm really not here to be a political pundit. I mean, what I'm really here to say is that we can have confidence in this process. These votes are going to be tabulated. They're going to be counted. And at the end of the day, the will of the people of Pennsylvania is going to be respected. I think you're going to see a lot of movement in those numbers today, just by virtue of the fact that these ballots are counted. You've correctly pointed out that there's a significant amount of ballots outstanding in southeastern PA, which historically has been a large Democratic vote. But the most important thing from my perspective right now is that we get an accurate count, that we count all the ballots as required by law, and that the will of the people is respected.
Any idea how long that will take?
Yeah, that's the magic question. My kids woke me up to that question very early this morning.
I don't feel so bad now.
Sleep. Yeah, look, I mean, here's the reality. It's going to take as long as it takes to get an accurate count. It's what the law requires. I think as your reporting suggests, we're going to get a lot more data today. I think you're going to have a clearer picture of where things are going toward the end of the day. But obviously, ballots can be received and counted all the way up until Friday. So I expect that we'll know by the end of the week.
So the president did what he promised, or should I say threatened to do, which is he came out last night and declared victory and said that you should stop counting. You shouldn't count these votes, which, by the way, at the time he said it, he is talking about votes that were, in some cases, cast or written in weeks ago and that had arrived by yesterday. Your reaction to his comment and his threat of taking this to the Supreme Court. What to the Supreme Court, I don't know, but this to the Supreme Court.
Well, look, put aside his threats. I don't pay a whole lot of attention to that. The president wants this settled. Joe Biden wants it settled. The people of Pennsylvania want it settled. My kids want it settled, right? And the best way to settle this is to count and make sure that we have an accurate count and that all legal, eligible votes are part of that process. And so what we need to do right now is follow the law, take a deep breath, and make sure that all of these ballots are counted. And when they are, we will respect the will of the people of Pennsylvania and make sure that our electoral votes go to that individual who garners the most votes in Pennsylvania.
Just to be clear, the votes that do arrive today, tomorrow, and the next day, they have to be postmarked by yesterday, by Election Day. But the votes that do arrive these 3 days, they will be segregated. How will they be treated? Why are you keeping them separate?
Yeah, I would sort of not focus as much on that segregation issue. That's just more kind of putting them, think about it this way, putting them into a separate pile, right? But they're all going to be counted. The guidance from the secretary says that they ought to be counted. These are legal, eligible votes according to our state Supreme Court. In fact, the question of, kind of trying to disqualify those ballots went up to the United States Supreme Court on 2 separate occasions. And on 2 separate occasions, they refused to step in and say that those ballots should be disqualified. This is a matter of state law to count those ballots that's been interpreted by our highest court in the state, our state Supreme Court, who said count those ballots that are properly, that are postmarked by Election Day, by yesterday, and received up until 5 p.m. on Friday. Those are eligible votes. They'll be counted.
Josh Shapiro, the Attorney General of Pennsylvania. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll let you get back to your kids to face more of those withering questions that they seem to be asking. They seem to be dead on point when it comes to the outcome of this election.
They're asking the right questions. They're asking the right questions.
We appreciate it, sir. Thanks so much for being with us. All right, Pennsylvania is one of the states where they are counting as we speak. 6 states we're watching very closely. More votes coming in. Pennsylvania, Michigan just flipped from red to blue with Joe Biden leading. We'll give you an update right after this. Hello, everyone. I'm John Berman. Welcome back to CNN's special live coverage. 9:30 on the East Coast. We still don't know who the next president of the United States will be, but we do know some things. There are developments now over the course of the last several minutes that tell us where things may be headed. So stand by for a key race alert. I want you to look at these 4 states now on the wall. Joe Biden is now leading in these 4 states. In Michigan, he pulled ahead about 20 minutes ago. He now leads by 11,000 votes. It's growing, albeit slowly. 90% of the vote in, 16 electoral votes up for grabs. The outstanding vote, we think, in urban population centers and vote by mail that both tend to skew Democratic. Wisconsin. What happened in Michigan happened in Wisconsin earlier. Joe Biden now leads there by 20,000 votes, 10 electoral votes up for grabs, about 97% of the vote in. Again, there's not many votes left to count in that state. Let's look at Pennsylvania, no, Nevada. Nevada next is a state where Joe Biden is leading by just 7,000 votes. This is way too close to comfort for the Biden campaign. But this includes all the Election Day voting. The only vote left to count, vote by mail, largely from Clark County. Vote by mail in Clark County in Nevada tend to skew Democratic. Finally, let's look at Arizona. This would be a crucial flip for Joe Biden, and he leads there by 130,000 votes with 82% of vote in. Those 11 electoral votes for Joe Biden, if he hangs on to them, opens up all kinds of new paths to get to 270. So Joe Biden leading in these 4 states. If he hangs on there, he gets to 270. He is trailing in Pennsylvania, although it is now closing. Donald Trump leads there by 589,000 votes. The margin was bigger just a few minutes ago. Again, the outstanding vote there was 76% in, urban population centers and vote by mail. We do expect Joe Biden to close that margin. We just don't know how much at this point, whether he has enough votes to make up for the 590,000 vote gap. This is where the map stands right now. Joe Biden, 224 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 213. Obviously, we're watching these remaining states very closely. If the states where Joe Biden is leading in right now all go blue, he will win. We don't know that that will happen, but if it stays like it is, that's enough for Joe Biden. So let's go straight to the White House. Jeremy Diamond is standing by. Jeremy, what are you hearing this morning from the Trump campaign?
Well, John, you know, this is the story of this race, is the narrowing that we are seeing in those key, quote-unquote, blue wall states that the president won 4 years ago. And when you think about the way that the president talked about those states when he addressed the country at about 2:30 in the morning versus what is going on now, you can tell not only how wrong the president was about claiming victory in those states, essentially, or saying that he appeared to be on track to win, and what has happened now when many of those mail-in votes from many of those urban population centers in Wisconsin and in Michigan have come in. If you look at what the president was saying about the state of Michigan, for example, he was saying that we are winning, essentially saying that it's going to be very hard for Joe Biden to catch up to him, and yet that is exactly what we are seeing. When the president talked about this, only 66% of precincts were reporting. The president was up by 8 points at that time, around 2:20 in the morning, and now, of course, we know that that dynamic has completely changed there. A very similar story in Wisconsin, where the president was also enjoying an edge, and then you saw the vote come in some of those urban population centers in the state of Wisconsin, and now Joe Biden maintains this narrow edge there. The president was also talking confidently about the state of Arizona, which even at the time was leaning in the direction of Joe Biden and now appears to be doing so in a more confident way. Ultimately, John, what we heard from the president last night, though, beyond the state-by-state specifics, was this kind of reckless rhetoric where he tried to claim victory, where he suggested that no more votes should be counted, even as all of these legally filed votes, ballots that were submitted on time in a legal manner, that they should not be counted, and suggesting that Democrats are trying to steal the election. That, of course, is not only false, but it is potentially dangerous when you think about the impact that he could have on so many of his supporters across the country who we have seen turn out in droves this election, and how that's going to factor into their calculus. Ultimately, what we know is that this is kind of what was expected. We expected those votes for Joe Biden to come in later because of the mail-in situation in the states of Wisconsin and Michigan, as well as the state of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, John, another state where the president was expressing some serious optimism at 2:30 in the morning. We know that there's a lot of votes that still remain to be counted, specifically in the Philadelphia area, and that obviously is expected to be heavily in Joe Biden's favor. So a lot still remains on the table here, John, and a lot is still undecided. We haven't heard from the president, of course, since he made those remarks at 2:30 in the morning, but we know that some of the people in the president's camp have already expressed concern at the way that the president was talking about the results. You had Chris Christie saying on another network that he believes the president shot his credibility by talking in such a confident manner about election votes that still really remain to be determined. John?
Jeremy Diamond for us at the White House. Yeah, the president doesn't get to decide this. You do. The American people do, with your votes. Jeremy, thank you very much. All right, stand by, everyone, for a key race alert. So this is an interesting key race alert. I'm at the Magic Wall with Phil Mattingly, and this is a race, and forgive me, that doesn't actually matter, at least not directly. I'm talking about the popular vote. Because of our founding fathers, we don't actually elect our presidents through the popular vote. They set up this electoral college. Where is the popular vote, nevertheless, Phil?
Right now, popular vote, Joe Biden over 50%, about 2.6 million votes ahead, 68 million to about 66 million. And I think that's what you're focused on more than anything else. And that's adding those two together with the full knowledge that there is a lot more vote to come in as they finish counting California, as they finish counting New York, as they finish counting your native state of Massachusetts. I don't want to talk about the Red Sox. But this is a lot of vote, right? This is a lot of vote. And I think one of the big questions that was coming into the day, coming into yesterday and into today, based on the surge that we saw in early vote, based on the unprecedented early vote numbers, be it vote by mail or in-person vote by mail, would Election Day turnout end up closing the gap and turning this into a turnout election like we haven't seen in a generation, maybe since 1960? We don't have the exact numbers yet. It's going to take some time for it to come in, but the turnout was huge throughout the night. And I think it's not, look, give it time, give it time. But one thing you can say, when we were going through looking at margins in Florida, looking at margins in Ohio, looking at margins, wherever it ended up on the margins, the turnout county by county by county by county was up 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, some places more. So we'll see how this ends. You might have a better idea of where it is. I've been a little tied into the counties.
It's, this is roughly where it was with Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote roughly by that.
So we're about, what?
Yeah, 2.5 million, roughly. This will grow. When you get California, New York, and Massachusetts, they don't rush the count there, largely because it doesn't factor into the presidential vote that much. It will grow. It could get to 4 million, 5 million. Doesn't matter in the outcome. I will tell you one way it might matter, Phil, because if somehow Joe Biden squeaks out a victory, and if the margin in the Electoral College is close, you may hear challenges from President Trump to the legitimacy there. It's harder to challenge that legitimacy if it's a narrow Electoral College win if Joe Biden is also leading by 5 or 6 million in the popular vote. It's a harder case to make. Doesn't mean that Donald Trump won't make it, but it might be a harder case to make.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see where it ends up. I'm also intrigued to see where it ends up because national polling on the national level, not in the state-by-state level, had Joe Biden with a pretty solid lead.
Yes.
10, 12, some around 8 or 9. I don't know the specifics of it. It was more focused on the states, but there's going to be some reckonings going on there too as well. And we'll see. Who knows? Maybe by the end of when everything's counted, it ends up in that place. It's early. A lot of people made a lot of observations about Florida or about California in the 2018 midterms, and I think they all wanted to take back by the time the night was over. So we'll see where it goes. I think by all accounts, this is a significantly closer race than people thought going into the night, perhaps. And how the popular vote ends up will probably reflect that, but we'll see.
All right, get back to Michigan, get back to Pennsylvania. We'll come back to you in a little bit. In the meantime, I'm going to go to Allison. Allison? All right, we're having some audio problems over there, but good thing we're here at the Magic Wall with Phil Mattingly. The gap is narrowed a little bit in Pennsylvania.
It's narrowed by about 20,000 votes, and here's the reason why. You go back into southeast Pennsylvania, Montgomery County, a county that Hillary Clinton back in 2016 won by about 21 points. Closer margin throughout the course of the night, kind of how we understood that more vote was coming in and it was likely Democratic. Now that margin has opened up. It's opened up a little bit, 60.5% for Joe Biden, 38.5% for Donald Trump. And this, I want to provide some context as somebody who's been doing this since about 2:30 a.m. and has watched every single step of this. This is what we saw in Wisconsin. This is what we saw in Michigan. This is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. And it's not just the big urban centers out into the suburbs that are places of strength, right? We knew Milwaukee County was going to come in. We knew Detroit was going to come in. That's going to happen with Philadelphia. It's also margins in Trump-leading counties right now. And so we want to keep an eye on that as those come in to dictate whether or not that can hold or whether or not Joe Biden has a real shot to overtake Donald Trump.
All right, get back to the wall, get back to the counting. Now, for real, I'm going back to Allison. Allison. All right. It isn't working the way that Allison is hoping it will. Let's bring in David Gergen and Jamie Gangel to talk about where things are right now. David, there are 6 states that hang in the balance. We don't know who the next president of the United States will be. Give us the 30,000-foot view here.
Well, listen, John, the Democrats, as you well know, have just come through a long night of the soul. When a lot of Democrats went to bed last night, they were very, very depressed. But today, this morning, in this dramatic turnabout, you know, Democrats are now seeing a much brighter rays out there, and there at least a couple of pathways to victory, one with Pennsylvania, the other without Pennsylvania. I found it fascinating that without Pennsylvania, the Democrats could still make it. But nonetheless, I do think it emphasizes how important it is to be patient. You know, there was a lot of people sort of said, why didn't we finish it last night, starting with the president? Well, in 6 out of the last 15 elections, the counting has gone well beyond midnight, and we've done it very patiently. Throughout our history, we've had long waits. You know, George Washington, when he was elected after his second term, when he first won his second term, there was a 2-month delay in figuring out who had won the vice presidency. So these things historically are true. We just need to be patient, and we need to avoid the reckless kind of proclamations that it's all over and we'll have to take it to the courts that the president got engaged with last night.
Yeah, nothing's over, not even close. And I will say, David, you're right. Democrats at one point last night thought things were quite bleak. The mood was quite dark. It did not turn out the election nearly as well as they hoped. Congressional elections look very, very unimpressive for the Democrats, let's say. One thing that will calm their nerves is if they manage to eke out a presidential victory. Jamie Gangel, also with us. David brought up this statement the president made, the false claim that he somehow won the election overnight, and to stop the voting, literally stop the counting of the votes. You've been working the phones. What was going on behind the scenes at the White House?
So, as a Republican source said to me, this is a senior official who is normally an ally of the president, said that Trump had a temper tantrum last night, that he saw that the numbers could start going against him, that he wanted to declare victory while he thought that he was ahead. And this, you know, as you've been saying, John, this was not a surprise to us. The White House had been sort of forecasting for weeks that this might happen. But here's the thing. We know how to count votes, as you've been pointing out all morning. What the president did last night was sow chaos, confusion, undermine democracy. And I will tell you, the Republicans I spoke to this morning are not happy with him. Let me read 3 quotes from 3 different officials. The first person said he is behaving as expected badly. The second person said that Trump is afraid of mail-in ballots. And the third person said that what he said last night was, quote, indefensible. And just to reiterate, there is no evidence that we have seen of fraud. These states are just trying to count the vote, no matter what Donald Trump said at 2:30 in the morning.
Very interesting reporting. Jamie Gangel. Will be equally interesting to see if any of these Republicans ultimately have the courage to stand up to the president, which it may come to that over the next few days. If he continues this, the margins may not give him much of a platform to speak. We don't know yet. That's why we're watching the count, which has been going admirably well. These officials are doing great work. Jamie, David, please stand by. More votes coming in. We're watching Michigan. We're watching Pennsylvania. CNN's special live coverage continues right after this. All right, welcome back to CNN's special live coverage. We are watching the votes come in several key states. One of the most crucial this morning is Michigan, where about an hour ago, for the first time in a long time, Joe Biden took the lead with the vote trending in his direction. Let's go right to Jim Sciutto at the voting desk with an update on where those votes stand. Jim.
Well, John, I said it earlier, I'll say it again. Folks at home might wonder why we don't know yet in a state such as Michigan, so central to this election. We don't know because there are still votes to be counted, legal votes to be counted, and in particular in key urban areas which, in this case, tend to favor Democrats. So let's begin with Wayne County. This includes the city of Detroit. At this point, 70% of votes have been counted there. That's a big figure, but it still means about a third have to be counted. Many thousands of votes there could turn this into a more solid Joe Biden state. He has a very slim lead there now, but those votes still need to be counted there. They tend to trend Democratic there. Also, Macomb County, just north of Michigan, there a total of 250,000 absentee ballots came in. Not clear yet what percentage of those 250,000 have been counted so far. Those will tend to favor Democrats, although that county still, as you can see there, leaning red at this point. This is a county that was key to Donald Trump's victory in Michigan in 2016. He flipped it from blue to red then. As the remaining portion of 250,000 votes are counted there, does that increase Joe Biden's lead in the state. We're going to be watching that very closely. Here's the key. We're hearing from Michigan state officials now that they expect that the vast majority of ballots in that state will be counted by the end of today. We don't know that for sure, but they believe that to be true. So, state we need an answer from, state that this election could turn on, Michigan. We don't know yet, although Biden has a lead, but we could know by the end of the day. John?
All right, Jim Sciutto, thanks very much. Let's dig in a little bit deeper now. Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall. Joe Biden leading by 9,300 votes. It was up to 11,000. It's narrowed a little bit, but still ahead.
So I'll explain why it's narrowed and what it means to the extent that we know right now. Macomb County came in. Now, Macomb County was the county, if you remember back in 2016, every Republican I knew who knew about Michigan saw the count come in from Macomb and were mind blown because of how well President Trump did. And guess what? 2016 won this by about 11.5 points. 2020, the margin's down, but this was a Democratic county. This was a Democratic county, and President Trump is holding on to it. However, the margin in Macomb slimmed down as those absentee ballots came in, and I think what it underscores is something we've seen over the course of the last several hours throughout Pennsylvania and up into the Midwest. The absentee ballot, even in counties that went Republican or look like they're going to go Republican, has largely come in Democratic. That is the case here. Now, what are you looking at right now? Joe Biden, 9,393 votes ahead with 90% reporting. You're looking at what's outstanding. You're looking at what's outstanding as more vote comes in, and this is the biggest thing outstanding. This is Wayne County. This is 18% of the entire state. This is a margin that's 67% to 31%. 31.6%, and this is what matters most. 70% is in. That means 30% is outstanding. Almost all of it, if not all of it, is absentee vote by mail, which skews even heavier Democratic than even this 67% to 31.6% is. We don't know exactly what the compilation of that sample will end up being when it comes in, but the reality is Joe Biden has a lot of room to grow in this county right now. So look at that 9,000, and if you're Donald Trump, you're looking around and you're saying, where can I pick up vote given that Joe Biden is going to be picking up vote in Detroit? You're looking at some of these red counties. Is there enough out there? Is there enough out there? You can get a couple thousand, perhaps from Bay City. You can get a couple counties from Bay County. We'll see. We'll see. But as long as Detroit's outstanding, as long as there's 30% there, John, Joe Biden has a pathway in Michigan, and that's why it's blue right now, and that's why right now Democrats feel comfortable about where it is. Not totally confident, but comfortable about the way things stand.
And with Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona, Joe Biden has a pathway to the presidency, which is why we're watching it so closely. Keep us posted as you keep on counting, Phil. Now I'm joined by CNN senior commentator and former Republican Ohio Governor John Kasich. He has endorsed Joe Biden for president. I don't know if you slept at all overnight, Governor Kasich, but at one point overnight, things didn't look so good for Joe Biden. This morning, more of the voting is trending in his direction. What are you looking at? What do you see?
Well, what I'm looking at is a country that is very, very closely divided. And I think, however this turns out, John, there can be no chest thumping, no big celebration. In fact, both parties need to listen to what the other parties want. It looks as though you have Joe Biden doing well in the very urban areas of the country. But what are the people in the rural areas having to say? Can we listen to them? Can we hear what their problems are and try to solve them? So we've got to get this country united, and so that requires listening. One of the reasons why I was for Joe Biden is I think he is a good listener. He doesn't want to divide the country. Now, it's still out there, a lot of votes yet to be counted, but I would suggest to the leaders of both parties, we need to listen to the voters of the other party and start to internalize that, John, because if we don't, you're going to still have this unbelievable siloed effect in America. And I don't think that's healthy in the long term for our country. So let's see how it turns out. No big celebrations. Let's be serious about America, and let's listen to what people are saying who did not vote for us.
What did you make, given everything you just said about bringing the country together, what did you make of the president's comments overnight, where with so much of the votes still to be counted, states still to be decided, no clear winner yet, the president declared victory and said that these states should stop counting and that the vote shouldn't count? Your reaction?
It was ridiculous, and he should not have done that. And he's being severely criticized by Republicans as well, that every vote ought to count. I see a number of prominent Republicans who have been tweeting out saying we're going to count every vote. And, you know, this is what we have come to expect. But it won't matter because I think we will count all the votes. The question is, what are the legal challenges that are going to be left over when we look at a place like Pennsylvania? It looks as though Michigan is trending Biden. It looks like Wisconsin is trending Biden, and that, coupled with Arizona, looks pretty good for Joe Biden. But we still have Nevada out there. Until they're all finally called, we don't know. Pennsylvania, the interesting thing there, and I've been talking, John, for months now about Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, and that's what it's come down to. And in Pennsylvania, the question is those votes that are outstanding in Philadelphia. So the president was wrong to do that, and I don't want to call it yet, but what I will say is that is not helpful to getting people to respect one another. I just had a friend text me and say, it's so sad about how many votes Trump got. I said, man, figure out what those people are saying. Those people that live in rural America, what are they saying to the country? It appears as though they don't think they're being heard. We need to listen to them.
They certainly made a loud statement last night, louder than a lot of people may have been expecting. Maybe not enough to re-elect the president. That's what we're waiting to see. Governor John Kasich, always a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Very much for being with us. All right, where are we going now? Remind me. All right, we are watching the votes come in. Michigan still counting votes. Pennsylvania still counting votes. A lot of vote left to be counted there. The votes in both states, the vote by mail, urban population centers that tend to trend Democratic. Much more when we come back. John Berman here. I want to welcome our viewers in the United States and all around the world. It is 10 a.m. on the East Coast, 7 o'clock in the West, and this is CNN's special live coverage of a nail-biter of a presidential contest. No clear winner at this hour. So much up in the air. It's all coming down to a few key battleground states. Right now, Joe Biden has 224 electoral votes to the president's 213. And as the former vice president calls for patience and for every last vote to be counted, President Trump is falsely claiming victory. He hasn't won. Not at all. Sowing doubt in legitimate vote counting practices, and he's lodged baseless claims of fraud. Let's get straight to the numbers that tell the story of where we are. We'll begin with the CNN Key Race Alert. These are the states that tell the story this morning, starting with Wisconsin. Overnight, Joe Biden took the lead there. He is now ahead by 20,000 votes with 97% in, 10 electoral votes up for grabs. Not much vote left to be counted there. Really just the provisional ballots. 20,000 might not seem like a lot, but it's about what Donald Trump won by 4 years ago. It's more than Democrats won by in 2000 and 2004. In Michigan, with 16 electoral votes up for grabs, about an hour ago, Joe Biden took the lead by about 9,000 votes. 90% of the vote in, 16 electoral votes up for grabs. The vote remaining, vote by mail, largely from urban population centers. Both of those factors have skewed Democratic. That's the story of the morning. Pennsylvania, we are waiting there. 587,000 votes separate Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Seemingly a comfortable lead, but again, with 76% of the vote in, the vote remaining from the key urban population centers, vote by mail, that could skew heavily Democratic. There's enough vote to make up the difference for Joe Biden. Can he pocket it all? We just don't know yet. Georgia, watching that very closely. This hasn't moved in a while. We're waiting on votes to come in from Georgia. The president ahead by about 103,000 votes, 92% in, 16 electoral votes up for grabs. The vote we're waiting on, urban population centers, vote by mail, that skew Democratic. That's why Joe Biden has a chance, maybe a good chance, still in Georgia. Other states we're watching very closely. Nevada, 6 electoral votes. This is razor thin. Joe Biden with a 7,000 vote lead. This is too close for comfort. All the election day vote is in there, though. The vote remaining, vote by mail, Clark County, both of which skew Democratic. But again, much closer than the Biden campaign wants. North Carolina, Donald Trump leads by 76,000 votes, 95% in, 15 electoral votes up for grabs. Both campaigns think this is tilting toward Donald Trump. We're watching that vote still. And then finally, Arizona. This would be such a crucial flip for Joe Biden from 4 years ago. He's ahead by 93,000 votes. That's actually shrunk. It was more a few minutes ago. He's ahead by 93,000 votes with 86% in, 11 electoral votes. If Joe Biden hangs on there, it changes the electoral college math in the entire country. This is the overall picture. Former Vice President Joe Biden with 224 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 213, but it's the states remaining that will tell the rest of the story. Let's dig deeper now. Let's walk over to the magic wall. Our Phil Mattingly is there. Phil, what are you watching?
Look, there's no question the story of the morning has been the inverse of what we saw last night, where states that reported vote by mail early looked good Democratic early, and then as the election day vote came in, it started to revert pretty strongly Republican. Now we've seen the inverse of that, with states, particularly Pennsylvania into the Midwest, where vote by mail was counted after the election day vote, have started out red and moved and shifted progressively over to the Democratic side. Let's start with the state of Pennsylvania. Right now, as things currently stand, 76% reporting, and as John just laid out, a pretty substantial lead for Donald Trump, 587,000 votes. But it's where that vote outstanding is and what it's comprised of that gives the Biden campaign some sense of optimism. I want to be very clear. This is a lot of ground to make up. It's a lot of ground to make up. Why there's a possibility here, why there's a pathway here, is there's somewhere over 1 million absentee ballots outstanding vote by mail. Why does that matter? Where they come from and how they were brought about. Vote by mail has skewed heavily Democratic. We have seen it repeatedly over the course of the last several hours as Wisconsin went from red to blue as vote by mail came in big Democratic counties. Same thing with Michigan. Will Pennsylvania be the same? We will have to see. Where is their outstanding vote right now? Well, let's start with Philadelphia. Largest county in the entire state, 12% of the population here. And look at this, right now, only 56% reporting. That means there is a lot of vote to come in here, John. And I think you look at the margin as well. What was the margin back in 2016? Hillary Clinton did better. Democrats expect that margin to expand. They expect that turnout to go up. There is vote here, and it will be significant. Will it be 500,000 significant? Probably not in one county. But you push out in southeast Pennsylvania. Montgomery started to come in a little bit more. We saw the margin grow here. Move over to Bucks, a little bit of a swingier county, only 55% reporting. Democrats may lose Bucks. They aren't going to lose it like that. I don't think anybody thinks they're going to lose it like that as it currently stands. The point being, the Democrats look in southeast and they see a lot of outstanding vote in strongholds. The biggest question right now in the state of Pennsylvania is there are a lot of counties that Donald Trump is winning handily that also have outstanding vote. And this was the question for me throughout the course of the night. So take Westmoreland County. Back in 2016, he blew this county out of the water and once again is putting a huge margin on the board. But what we saw in Wisconsin and what we saw in Michigan is even in Republican counties and Republican strongholds, the outstanding vote was vote by mail, which even though it was in Republican strongholds, still skewed Democratic. It didn't flip the county by any means, but it did close margins and it did give votes to the bottom line of the Biden campaign. I don't know if that happens in Pennsylvania. We do not know the answer to that. We do not know if Joe Biden can close this gap. What we do know, Democrats have a lot of vote outstanding in southeast Pennsylvania. They have a lot of vote outstanding in Allegheny County. And based on what's happened in other states, perhaps they have some vote in some Republican counties as well.
Let's talk about that. That's why Democrats haven't given up on Pennsylvania, because of what has happened in Wisconsin and what is happening before our eyes in Michigan. Let's take a look at Michigan if we can to get a latest update. Hasn't changed very much. Former Vice President Joe Biden ahead by about 10,000.
About 10,000 votes. And look, narrow. Does it sound familiar? 2016, Donald Trump won this state by just shy of 11,000 votes. Let me tell you why Democrats over the course of the night and morning, keep forgetting that, have become more confident in where this stands. Look, about 3 hours ago, Joe Biden was losing Michigan by about 220,000 votes. We have seen that progressively been eaten away at and then flipped over the course of the last hour or so. Why? Same thing we were pointing to in Pennsylvania. Major outstanding vote. That vote came from vote by mail. The major places it came from, huge Democratic counties where turnout is large and still outstanding at this moment, even with 90+% in, Wayne County still has 30% outstanding. Look at this margin, 67 to 31, but more importantly, look at the top line, 447,000 votes. That's with 30% outstanding. There is significant Democratic vote via absentee and vote by mail, which has continuously skewed Democratic, that will come in here. So that margin of 9,000 is almost certain to grow bigger. The question for the Trump campaign is, okay, what are the outstanding counties? How can we try and match up with Wayne County, the kind of behemoth in the state? All right, look around here. You see, we've got red counties here. We've got red counties. Go to Kent County. Kent County back in 2016, Donald Trump won this narrowly. Western part of the state, a little bit more of a conservative bet. 2020, bigger margin. Bigger margin, which is kind of a surprise because in the 2018 governor's race and some of the midterms, this was one of those counties that started to push towards Democrats. However, what's the outstanding vote? 83%. Where is that outstanding vote coming from? According to the Secretary of State, it's coming mostly via absentee ballots. It's coming from Grand Rapids. Absentee ballots skew Democrat. Grand Rapids skews Democrats as well. So even though it is in a Republican county, it looks like, based on past precedent and based on what we've seen over the course of the night, a large portion of that vote would likely be Democratic as well. So I think you're getting the dynamics of what we've watched play out in Wisconsin. We've watched it play out in the state of Michigan. We're watching it start to play out in Pennsylvania. Where it ends up, we don't necessarily know yet, but it has led Joe Biden to now lead in Wisconsin and Michigan.
Let's go way out west if we can and look at Arizona, because that total changed over the last few minutes. And I don't know why. It would have been a 130,000 vote margin. Now it's a 93,000 vote margin. Why?
Well, we're getting vote coming in, and I think the big question right now, if it's getting chopped into, it's either coming from Maricopa or perhaps it's coming from Yuma as well. It looks like it might be coming from Yuma. The biggest question for Arizona, look, the Trump campaign made very clear. They were furious when other outlets, we have not called Arizona yet, when other outlets called Arizona because of the outstanding vote. Right now, 86% in, Joe Biden up by just shy of 100,000 votes. Biden campaign and Democrats point here, Maricopa County. It is the largest county in the state. It is 60% of the population. It is a county that has been shifting towards Democrats, finally kind of took the turn in the 2018 senatorial race. Biden right now with a comfortable margin. If you're winning Maricopa by 5 points, there's a pretty good chance you're going to win the state based on past precedent. The big question right now is, one, can Trump narrow that margin with what's outstanding? What's outstanding in Maricopa right now? About 14 points or so. Here's the problem with that. Maricopa, its outstanding vote, my understanding, is it's mail. It's mail, and mail has skewed Democratic. We'll see. Arizona does a lot of vote by mail, so it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different in how they do things. But can you roll up any type of bigger vote here to cut into 100,000? Look, Yavapai it's a Republican county. Can you start picking up vote here with what's remaining? Move over a little bit to the rural areas, Navajo County, 95%, not a whole lot to pick up there. Move over to maybe.
Right.
So I think the point is, this hasn't been called. That means Donald Trump has pathways. The pathways, though, largely involve closing the gap in Maricopa and then starting to pick up in your other red counties right there. Can that happen? It's up in the air. We have not called the race yet, so we'll have to wait and see.
All right, I'm going to make you go all the way back across the country now, back to Georgia, which a lot of people are looking at right now. The president ahead by 103,000 votes. This has been frustratingly static, I would say, over the last several hours. We've seen changes in Wisconsin and Michigan, even Arizona and Pennsylvania. They really haven't loaded any more vote here yet.
Right.
Where is it missing?
So let's go to what's outstanding, and it will look familiar to you. What's outstanding is largely blue and is largely their strongholds. We can come up to right here. Fulton's out a little bit. But look, the key for Democrats in this state, if it's for Democrats, Stacey Abrams, if she wanted to win, fell just short. It was blowout turnout in Atlanta and the metro areas. What are they doing right now? What's outstanding right now? Well, let's start with Fulton here and bring it out. 95% reporting. Fulton coming in pretty handily as they have started to count. Interested about that a little bit, but you look at the margin, 71.8% to 27%. What's outstanding? Doing better than Hillary Clinton. Here is the big one that Democrats want to pay attention to. DeKalb County, fourth largest county in the state. You look at the numbers right here. If you're trailing by 100,000 and there's 20% outstanding, and your expectations are this margin is going to hold or grow, that is a place for growth for you. Also, though, you take a look at these outstanding votes right now. Richmond County, home of Augusta. Look at the margins. Again, not huge. You're not going to cut 100,000 votes right here. You pick up 10, you pick up 15, maybe. Go down here to Savannah. Same story. Again, not huge, maybe 4,000 or 5,000 votes. So the bottom line is there a pathway? We don't know. We know there's enough vote outstanding. We know a lot of that vote comes from Democratic strongholds. Will that be enough to overcome 103,000? We will have to wait and see. Democrats feel like they have a very real chance here. Republicans feel like Georgia went better than maybe they thought it was going to, at least originally.
They were worried. They were actually worried heading up until election day.
Genuinely worried. But we will see, though, how it turns out when those kind of Democratic stronghold counties start to come in.
All right. I want to look at this now on the terms of if it were to end like things stand now, who would win? Now, that's not the case. Let's stipulate. We know there are still many votes to be counted. But given where things stand now, who would be winning?
Yeah, look, as someone who's been standing here for the last 8 hours, I can tell you things will shift. Things will shift. But the shifting has started to narrow. The opportunities for shifts, I guess, have started to narrow. So let's kind of work through the map. Everything you see filled in has been called. If it's blue, it's been called for Biden. If it's red, it's been called for President Trump. Right now, Biden is at 224 electoral votes. President Trump, 213. We can go ahead and stipulate that, say, President Trump wins Alaska. Right? We'll give him that. We'll give him North Carolina as well. He's got a pretty solid lead there. Republicans feel very good about things. We will give Vice President Biden Maine. We will also give him Maine 2. There we go. Good to go. So where does that leave us? Well, Vice President Biden is leading in Arizona. Give him Arizona. Again, we're not calling these races. We are playing out scenarios and pathways. Right now, we talked about Nevada. Very close. Way too close for Democratic comfort right now. But you kind of laid out the dynamics of how that race is working right now. For the sake of doing this, we will give Vice President Biden Nevada. Look what's left. State of Georgia, state of Pennsylvania, state of Michigan, state of Wisconsin. Where does Joe Biden lead right now? Joe Biden leads in Wisconsin. Joe Biden leads in Michigan. Where does that put Joe Biden?
271 electoral votes.
Puts Joe Biden at 271 electoral votes. So,
and in the White House.
And in the White House. And again, this is not done. This is a pathway. And if you're the Trump campaign, you are keeping a very close eye on Nevada. You flip Nevada, that changes the dynamics of everything. You are hoping that there's something there in Maricopa that you can pick up in Arizona. And you're saying, Michigan, we'll see what happens with Wayne. 9,000 votes isn't a whole lot. Wisconsin, 22,000 votes, not a whole lot, although I think Craig Gilbert, legendary Wisconsin reporter, was saying this would be the third closest race.
Yeah, it's not even that close in Wisconsin terms. It's not the closest race in Wisconsin.
And obviously we haven't even factored in Pennsylvania yet, which a lot of people thought was a must-win for both
The important
campaigns.
thing is here for the Biden team is if you're looking for paths, they can get to 271 without Pennsylvania and without Georgia, which is why they're watching all this so closely. The margins are so narrow. In Nevada and Arizona will be counting out through the day. I mean, it'd be shocking to get a call today. We don't know.
No.
We just don't know. The votes are still coming in. Nevada, I should note, and you can click on Nevada if you want. This margin is like 7,000 votes at this point. Nevada, all the election day vote has been counted.
Right.
All of it. All that's outstanding is some vote by mail, largely in Clark County, which has tended to skew Democratic. Vote by mail itself tends to skew Democratic. So this is close. Oh, by the way, Harry Reid once won one of his races by less than 500 votes. Right. So Nevada can be close. It can be close. But this could grow for Joe Biden. The Biden team is certainly hoping it'll grow, but it's much closer than they want.
Much closer than they want. And look, the Trump team was telling everybody who would listen, Nevada's in play. Everybody in their analysis or their analysis and in their maps and everything like that kept giving Nevada to Joe Biden, in large part because of Harry Reid's organization. Harry Reid changed Nevada into a place that Democrats thought they had on lock based on their early vote turnout, and in large part because of Clark County. Clark County, you put up 10, 11-point margin here, ball game. Biden had a 10, 11-point margin for much of the night. By this morning, Biden no longer had a 10 and 11-point margin. So you lay out the key dynamics and the fact that the outstanding vote, mostly from Clark, mostly vote by mail. We will see how that composition turns out when it comes. That has skewed Democratic throughout the course of this morning. We'll see if it does when it comes in. If you're the Trump campaign, you are hoping and praying that it does not, because if it does not, and you have a shot at Nevada, you change everything in the map we just laid out. But as it currently stands, the Biden campaign probably in a better position based on everything we've been looking at over the course of the last 12 hours or so than the Trump campaign when it comes to Nevada. But we'll have to wait and see.
Look, as I've said, every state that's outstanding now changes everything for both candidates at this
100%.
point. As I was saying, in 2000 we had Florida, in 2004 we had Ohio. We have 6 Floridas and Ohio's at this moment that we're watching closely that could be decisive. We just don't know at this point. I'll let you go back to counting, Phil, because we want to know the very latest as these votes come in. In the meantime, I'm going to go to Jessica Dean, who's following the Biden campaign in Wilmington, Delaware. And I understand, Jessica, they're giving an update now?
Yes, they are actually doing a briefing right now that they are streaming with the campaign manager and one of their senior advisors. John, we are hearing a lot of optimism, a lot of confidence from the Biden campaign this morning as these votes continue to be counted. One top advisor telling CNN that they expect to win today. We also were told by a Biden official that this race is moving to a conclusion, and they believe it is moving to a conclusion in Biden's favor. So let's break down why they are saying that, why they think that's where this race is going. They believe that they will win Wisconsin. They really like the vote by mail situation in Michigan. They're feeling confident there. They believe they will win Pennsylvania, Nevada. So they're putting all of these things together. And on this briefing right now, they are going through much like what Phil and you and John just did there, going through county by county, what's still outstanding. I talked to an aide this morning that told me based on what is still out there and what has been reported that they feel like they are on the right track, that this is going in the right direction for them. They also have an eye, of course, on Georgia. They're looking and keeping a close eye on Fulton County down in Georgia as those returns continue to come in. But the Biden campaign still urging patience, as Joe Biden has all along and said last night, urging patience. But they deeply believe that this is all going to come to an end, and that when it does, that Joe Biden will have the 270 electoral votes needed to go to the White House. John.
All right, Jessica, please keep us posted in Wilmington, Delaware. Let's go right to the White House and get the Trump campaign side of things. Jeremy Diamond is there. What is the campaign, or I suppose the White House? And frankly, there's no difference right now because they're running the campaign, maybe in violation of the Hatch Act, out of the White House. But what are they saying, Jeremy?
Yeah, the Trump campaign just had a hastily organized call with reporters. They did not take any questions from us. But what they did do, John, is they expressed confidence in their data, confidence in their math, and projecting confidence in a path to victory. Specifically, what the campaign manager, Bill Stepien, said was, we look at the numbers and we are very confident in our pathway. We are confident in our math. And what they're confident in, John, is in some of those remaining states that CNN has yet to call. They believe that there are more votes that remain than have been estimated in the state of Arizona, and that will ultimately help them narrowly edge out Joe Biden there. They're also expressing confidence in a victory in Nevada, which is much closer, of course, than what we were expecting. And they're also projecting confidence in Pennsylvania. But as it relates to Pennsylvania, they were using some very specific wording, and that is that if all legally cast ballots are counted, then they will win. If illegally cast ballots are counted, they are not so sure they will win. And what that comes down to, John, is the president's complaints and his campaign's complaints about the Supreme Court decision as it relates to Pennsylvania, and it seems as it relates to counting ballots that were postmarked before Election Day, but that arrived after Election Day. Those are still, as of now, unless the Supreme Court reverses itself, those are legally cast ballots, and we do expect those to be counted in Pennsylvania, which suggests that perhaps the president will lose Pennsylvania if indeed those votes are allowed to be counted. But again, it is notable to see this campaign expressing this kind of confidence. Obviously, they're trying to counter what we are hearing from the Biden campaign and the fact that the momentum appears to be shifting in Joe Biden's direction. But that is what they are saying as of now, John, projecting confidence in the math and confidence in a pathway to victory.
Yeah, we have no idea how many votes are going to come in Pennsylvania legally today and tomorrow and the next day because they're not in yet. So we just don't know how much of a factor they will play, if at all. But the Trump campaign clearly already trying to game it out and besmirch the whole notion of it, even though they are legal, so says the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Jeremy Diamond, thank you very much.
That's right.
So while these votes continue to come in, I want to bring in CNN senior political commentator David Axelrod and CNN political correspondent Abby Phillip. I watched both of you on TV last night. You were phenomenal. A little bit of a different story as we wake up this morning than maybe when you went to bed, if you went to bed. David Axelrod, 30,000-foot view. What are you seeing?
Well, first of all, it is a different story, but it shouldn't be a surprising story. It's the story that we anticipated because of the way people voted in this election. It was always going to be the case that these mail-in ballots, because of the refusal of legislatures in these states to let them be processed earlier, would be processed after the election, and that they were going to skew heavily in favor of Biden because more Democrats voted by mail than Republicans. The President of the United States knew that when he spoke last night. He knew that about Pennsylvania. He knew that about Michigan. He knew that about Wisconsin, and he knew that when these votes came in overnight, that it would likely change the picture there, and it did. And what we've learned is that these battleground states are battleground states for a reason. They're close, and ultimately they may tip in Joe Biden's favor. It looks favorable for him in Wisconsin and Michigan. Now in Pennsylvania, it looks very much up in the air. But they are going to be close races, and they will tell the story.
Abby Phillip, it's interesting hearing from both the Trump and Biden campaigns this morning. I covered George W. Bush in 2000. I lived through the recount and I have the scars to show it. One of the things that was learned there is you've got to be aggressive out of the gate. You've got to come out and not do what the president did, which is say stop the counting, declare victory, but you've got to project optimism and you've got to be aggressive, which is why I think we've heard formally now from both campaigns before 10:30 a.m. the next day.
Yeah, there's a reason that the Trump campaign called their briefing literally for 5 minutes before the Democrats were holding their briefing. So, yeah, everyone wants to control the narrative this morning. But that being said, the reality is the votes need to be counted, and we need to see what the votes say. It does not matter what narrative either campaign wants to draw this morning. We need to see what the votes actually say. I cannot emphasize that enough. But what I will say this morning, based on what the Trump campaign is already signaling they are going to do, they're talking about recounts in Wisconsin. They're saying these races are so tight that they might challenge it. Look, Joe Biden right now, as we're speaking here, last I checked, he had a lead in Wisconsin of about 20,000 votes. 4 years ago, Donald Trump won the state of Wisconsin by about 22,000 votes. I say all that to say, a very similar story in Michigan. I say all that to say that the reality is that President Trump won the presidency on very, very narrow margins. We could also see very, very narrow margins in this race as well. We could not see very narrow margins. But my point is, you can't be talking about recounts right now as we sit here, as we stand here, because it is just too early. The votes have not been counted. And that's all about spin, and we need to wait and see what the votes actually say.
Can I just say that Abby was all over this last night. This is also not a surprise because the president has been signaling this for months. He understood what his political situation was, and it was very clear that he was going to challenge these results on this basis. He was setting up the predicate for it, and I think there are two reasons. One is, yeah, he thinks this is the only way that he can win, but the second reason is, I think if he loses this election ultimately, there are only two options for Donald Trump: either he wins or it was stolen. There's never a third option, which is that he lost. Being a loser is just an unacceptable outcome for this president, and so they're going to kick up as much dust as they possibly can, regardless of where these numbers land.
And we don't know where they'll land. It's truly an extraordinary thing we are witnessing this morning. The swings over the last 12 hours have been remarkable. There may be more to come. Abby Phillip, David Axelrod, stand by. We're watching more vote come in. We're waiting to hear from Pennsylvania election officials, including the governor there. We'll get an update from a state where they're still counting, still hasn't been decided. Our special live coverage continues right after this. All right, welcome back. This is CNN's special live coverage, 10:31 a.m. on the East Coast. Why am I giving you the time? Well, if you managed to sleep last night, things changed. You may have gone to bed thinking this election was headed one way, and then you woke up and you saw things were different and maybe trending increasingly in another direction. Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall, you've got a neat tool to show this.
Yeah, look, so this is the map right now, right? We've been talking about this for the last several hours. It shifted in the last several hours, but what was happening beforehand? You can talk to a lot of people who, if they were big Trump fans, big Trump supporters, went to bed probably pretty happy. Big Biden supporters, not super happy. So let's kind of track through this. I want to walk through how things have changed. This is at 1 a.m. in the morning. Look at Nevada, look at Wisconsin, look at Michigan, look at Pennsylvania. Well, just keep Pennsylvania where it is. Flip to 2. All of a sudden, Nevada flips. All of a sudden, Wisconsin starts to flip. Sorry, this is 5 a.m. This is 5 a.m. One more. Michigan as well. So I'll take all these off, and I want to watch it again, because just the progression throughout the night, as we were live on television talking about this as it happened, as things looked very, very good for the Trump campaign, particularly in the Midwest, Pennsylvania into the Midwest, Nevada as well. So we're waiting for vote to come in. 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 9:05 a.m., and you just watched it And we talked about the progression over the last several hours, the progression in Wisconsin, the progression in Michigan, the progression that may be happening in Pennsylvania.
There's a reason for it. Explain.
Yes. So, look, the best way to do this, let me turn this off for a second, is I want to open the state of Ohio. We've done this a couple times, and I think this is just the best demonstration. Because for a lot of people who were paying attention early in the night, they were looking at Ohio, and they were looking at the turnout in Ohio, they were looking at the suburbs of Ohio, and they were saying, think back to 2016, Ohio. Donald Trump looked like he took it off the swing state map. I'm an Ohioan. I was stunned by the margin in the state of Ohio. And early in the night, as the early vote was counted and released by Ohio, it looked like this was going to turn blue. Maybe had a chance to turn blue, but at least narrow tremendously. This is what happened. Looks pretty familiar.
Same thing as last time.
Happened in North Carolina as well to some degree, saw it a little bit in Georgia, somewhat in Florida. Basically, it was what kind of vote you were counting when dictated what this was going to look like. So that was Ohio. We have seen the inverse over the course of the last several hours with these states, with Wisconsin, with Michigan. Right now, Pennsylvania is still red, but starting to shift as well. Why is that? They counted Election Day vote first, in-person vote first. That, throughout the course of the night, throughout the course of the country, east to west, skewed heavily Republican. And that was by design. President Trump worked on that in-person. They blew out their in-person goals almost across the country. What was left? Well, the opposite of what was happening in Ohio. What was left was early vote. How did early vote skew? Very heavily Democratic. Where did it come from? Largely urban population centers, largely suburbs. In other words, Democratic strongholds in these two states, and we're still watching as it happens in Pennsylvania. Just a couple of hours ago, Pennsylvania was about 630,000 votes. 630,000 votes. 550,000 is still a huge mountain to climb for Joe Biden.
But it's 80,000 less.
But it's 80,000 less, and that has happened in the course of an hour. And why is that happening? Because mail-in ballots are coming in, more than 1 million mail-in ballots outstanding, in large part from southeastern Pennsylvania, Democratic stronghold, Allegheny County, Democratic stronghold. So that's the progression. That's why it happened. That's why you had, sometimes it looked red and then all of a sudden it flipped blue, sometimes vice versa. Nothing's wrong, nothing's different. What's different about this election is when things are being counted.
All right, Pennsylvania election officials, that's the Governor Tom Wolf briefing now. Let's listen.
And we still have work to do. So I want to start by saying thank you to all the staff, the volunteers who work so hard to count those votes and are still working hard to count them. You know, the promise of democracy is that every vote counts, and that has been the promise of democracy since 1787, and it's still the promise of democracy, and I intend here in Pennsylvania to make sure we keep that promise. So, as I said, counties continue to report results, and again, these results are coming in more slowly than they have in the past, so we have to be patient. But confident that these votes are going to be counted. They're going to be counted accurately, and they will be counted fully. The delay that we're seeing is a sign that the system is working. This is a new system. We went into effect with Act 77 last year, and there are 3 million millions of mail-in ballots that are being counted, and that takes longer than the way we used to do it with the stand-in in-person voting. So we may not know the results even today, but the most important thing is that we have accurate results. Again, even if that takes a little longer than we're used to. Make no mistake, our democracy is being tested in this election. This is a stress test of the ideals upon which this country was founded. And the basic rule of one person, one vote, that still carries, and it has to carry here. Our democracy has withstood challenges before, and for over 200 years we have upheld and strengthened our commitment to basic fairness and due process. And I have full faith that we will similarly meet this moment, and I will do everything within my power to ensure that the results are fair and that every vote is counted. Pennsylvania will have a fair election, and that election will be free of outside influences. I will vigorously, and we all will vigorously defend against any attempt to attack that vote in Pennsylvania. And every Pennsylvanian can have confidence in the outcome of this election due to the diligence the county election officials and the hard work of Secretary Bookvar and her folks at the Pennsylvania Department of State. So thank you again to all Pennsylvanians who voted. Rest assured your vote will be counted. If it hasn't already been counted, your vote will make a difference in this election. This is the way we elect our officials. This is the way we hire the people who are our public servants. It's a promise that we give to all Pennsylvanians, all Americans, that their vote counts, and I intend to keep that promise here in Pennsylvania. Now I'm proud to turn this over to Secretary of State Kathy Bookvar.
Sorry. That's it. Good morning. So I want to echo some of what Governor Wolf said about once again thanking all the, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of election workers that were and are still involved in the process of enabling this great democracy in Pennsylvania and across the nation. The work they have done and continue to do is just tremendous. And, we've been talking, Department of State folks were, at our operations center, 4:30 in the morning, went to take a shower, and we're back within a couple hours of that. So I've been working around the clock, as are many of the counties, and we've been talking about yesterday again and how incredibly smooth. It's one of the smoothest, least issues presidential elections than I've seen in any time that I could possibly remember. And I've been in and around elections for a long time as a voting rights lawyer and a poll worker. This was incredibly smooth, and that's a huge credit to all the election workers, both at the state level and at the local level, as well as our state partners like PEMA and Office of Homeland Security, Department of Homeland Security, who made sure that all those things that people were worried about, whether it was voter intimidation or issues at the polls, really could not have gone more smoothly in the middle of a global pandemic with all the voting reform changes that we saw from Act 77 and Act 12. So that's huge kudos to everybody involved. Also, we are exactly where we said we would be. So we said it was going to take some time to count the mail ballots, and we are approaching 50% of the mail ballots counted, which is great. As you know, you can go to our Election Night Returns website and the supplemental dashboard to get the greater details on that. But there are still millions of ballots left to be counted. So the counties are working incredibly hard. You're going to see a lot of updates in the next couple of hours and throughout the day. We have been, there were a number of counties that made some major additions in the wee hours in the morning. So if you checked kind of early on this morning, you may want to check again, because there's already been more ballots accounted for on our dashboard. Again, this is a process. We've got, somewhere, I don't know what the totals are going to end up at, but somewhere between 2.5 and 3 million ballots. And as I've said many times, we had 260,000 ballots cast by mail in 2016. So we will be at 10 times the number of mail ballots, and the counties are already approaching 50% done. So I urge everybody to remain patient. As Governor Wolf said, we are going to accurately count every single ballot. The vote count, as I've said many times, is never done on the day of election night. The counties are doing this accurately, and then accurately as quickly as they possibly can. And again, I'll also just remind everyone, military and overseas ballots are not due until a week after Election Day. So next Tuesday is the deadline for military and overseas voters to cast their ballots. And we want to make sure that not only every civilian absentee mail-in valid voter is counted, but also that every man and woman who are serving our country, that their votes are counted. So thank you, and we are happy to take questions. Should I stay?
Sure. I'm sure you want to talk to Kathy. Any questions? Dennis?
Can you tell us where we stand right now and what you know of challenges, legal challenges from the Trump administration, and how are you preparing to deal with those?
So I think, basically what you know that's been publicly reported, that's really all we have at this point. So, and I can't talk about active litigation, unfortunately. So you could, but as things are filed, of course, those will be publicly accessible.
Do you have attorneys that are going to handle that, or are you bringing in somebody from the outside, and who would that be?
We have a mix of, what we've been doing all along with all the litigation that's been flying this year is we have a mix of in-house and outside counsel.
Plus the Attorney General.
Plus the Attorney General is also representing us in a number of these things. So there's been a great team. I have to say the attorneys, I'm just going to give a shout out to the legal team in the Department of State who have been really put to work this year, and they are amazing. So Tim and Kat and team, thank you. But we also have tremendous teams of outside counsel who have been involved in all of this. And as the governor said, we will make sure that every vote is counted. Every eligible voter has the right to cast their vote.
Did you want to
So how many counties are handling ballots that are coming in Tuesday, Thursday, Friday? How are they handling that? And is each county setting them aside? How is each county doing it?
So you can go online to see our guidance, and then last night we also gave sort of more technical guidance to the counties, which we can forward to you. It lays out the process. So you're talking about the late arriving ballots. So everything's going to be segregated. I'm not sure if you were here yesterday, but all those ballots will be segregated, but they will be counted, and the counties have been given detailed instructions, which again you could find in those guidances to walk them through how to segregate those races, those ballots. Sorry.
Can you talk about the order in which those things will be counted? I mean, is that a county by county decision? Can we expect to see those numbers being already reflected, or is that something they would get to later in the process?
Yeah, they'll get to, so basically it's going to depend, right? There's some counties that are already done counting their mail-in ballots received before 8 p.m., so those are going to start sooner, but they won't be reflected on the website. They won't be like intermingled in the website as you see it now. They will be segregated. So, but it is going to vary from county to county when they start because they're working on the other ones first.
How it will be reflected on the website, though? I'm unclear on that.
Well, I think stay tuned on that. Yes.
So on those segregated ballots, there were 500,000 ballots issued that hadn't been cast as of yesterday.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sorry, there were 500,000 mail ballots issued that hadn't been cast as of yesterday. Is there a way for the state to determine how many of those 500,000 people chose to vote in person instead, or do we need to operate under the assumption that all 500,000 could come in before Friday?
So all that will be trackable, but we won't have it today. So basically between provisional ballots and the poll books, and then of course the mail-in ballots, as you all know, like only one vote can be counted for any voter. So you'll be able to see all of that, but it will take some time for that data to be quantified. Yes, sir.
Last night, I think your comment was that you didn't know how many mail-in ballots had arrived yesterday, right? Do we know yet how many ballots arrived yesterday? What is the number of mail-in ballots?
I don't have that with me this morning, but check on the dashboard, and that will be updated throughout the day. Yeah, sorry. Jan?
Representative Benninghoff keeps raising this point about how ballots that arrived yesterday that can still be counted may not have a legible postmark on them, and raising questions about whether or not they should be counted or not. And he said it's because of the prepaid envelopes that the state provided. I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Sure. So I'm not sure, he may be confusing. So anything that arrived yesterday, it doesn't matter whether it's postmarked or not. Anything that arrived yesterday is a valid vote. That's what Pennsylvania law has always been, right? So talking about the late arriving ballots. So the postmark, first of all, the way we did prepaid postage in Pennsylvania is we went to the counties where they are. So if they wanted it to be through their business reply mail, USPS permit, we did it that way. If they wanted to literally have us reimburse them for stamps or metered postage, we did it however they want. So some of them are not even, and I don't remember how many, but we could get you that information, how many counties are using business reply mail. But those are still postmarked. They have timing marks, they are date stamped, they are still trackable by date. So it's a tiny fraction of any of those things, whether it's business reply mail or regular mail. I mean, we've all had that situation where you get a letter and it's not postmarked. It's rare, right? Same for business reply mail. They do what's called a timing mark, so that's just, it's not accurate. They're all stamped.
No mark on it. If it is one of those rare occasions, would it be counted?
So under the current Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision, which is currently the law, yes, as long as there's no affirmative evidence that it was postmarked after November 3rd, as long as it's received by November 6th at 5 p.m., it will be counted. Yes.
It's my understanding that the state's website is showing 18 counties with 0% mail-in ballots counted. Is that accurate? Do you have any insight into that?
So, what I would suggest, sometimes counties are uploading on their own websites and haven't transmitted the file to the Department of State because, they have their own local races. So I urge you, if you see any, and this is what we're going to be doing throughout the day, go to the county website. You should always do that. It's a great way to double check. But we're going to be following up with all those counties to say, hey, make sure you get us the files. Some of them, this year, because for the first time, we had a website that was going to itemize the mail-in ballots from the in-person ballots from the provisionals. Some of the counties, when they uploaded the results, it merged the two types into one, and that was just, they formatted it wrong. So we're working through that to make sure that the actual attribution of those ballots are right.
You've noticed that there's a larger than expected number of counties that have reported
Yeah, it doesn't mean that they haven't counted. It may just mean that it's just not uploaded to the Department of State website yet. So I do urge you to check the county websites and see if that's available on their website.
Last thing, I'm sorry, if I can just double back on something. If I heard you correctly in your introductory remarks, it was between 2.5 and 3 million mail-in ballots. Is that, and you're roughly 50%? If you could speak with as much specificity as possible regarding that, that would be helpful.
Well, I think, the numbers that I gave yesterday, it was just under 2.6 million, as I recall. But again, I'm not sure what has additionally come in. But so as of yesterday, at some point, it was just under 2.6 million that had been cast. And that's when I think I said it was 83.
Okay, you have been listening to first the governor there of Pennsylvania, Tom Wolf, and now the Secretary of State, Kathy Brookvar, describe where they are in terms of their counting. It is ongoing. There are many votes left to be counted, more than 1 million, she was just saying. We want to bring in now David Axelrod, Abby Phillip, and election law analyst Rick Pildes. Guys, I know you were just listening to that. Ax, I was just doing a little back of the envelope math. Maybe you can help check mine. So 1 million, yeah, that's what I meant, back of the envelope. So 1 million plus votes still to be counted. Trump is ahead of Biden by 543,000. Biden has been getting about 70% of the mail-in ballots. So Biden still has a good chance in Pennsylvania?
Well, yeah, I think everybody recognizes that, and that's why, the Trump campaign has been so active in trying to question some of the ballots and how some of the ballots are being handled, because they know that these numbers may not pencil out for them. And yeah, Pennsylvania is very much in play this morning.
Okay, so
Allison,
Rick,
can I just
go ahead,
to add to that, just because what we should really parse carefully what we're hearing from both of the campaigns. What the Trump campaign is saying about Pennsylvania is that they think that out of those outstanding votes, the margins are going to be tighter for Donald Trump. They're not saying necessarily that they think that if things remain the way that they are, they can they can maintain their lead. So they're hoping that the margins narrow. But if they don't, I think you're right, and David's right, that this is why the Biden campaign is more confident that they will pull out in Pennsylvania. And it's also why for the Trump campaign, Arizona becomes so critically important. They need it if they're going to lose Pennsylvania to keep their hope alive.
Go
ahead,
Allison.
Let me just respond to something Abby said. They had a press briefing this morning, and they insisted that they will win Arizona and Nevada, and they had to do that because if you concede Arizona and Nevada, which I think, will clarify themselves in the next many hours, then Pennsylvania becomes irrelevant. As important as it is with its 20 electoral votes, it becomes irrelevant because it's clear that Michigan and Wisconsin are drifting in the other direction. So I think that they are trying to hold their place and tell everyone this is still doable. And they're insisting on that. We'll see when the cards are turned over in Vegas and elsewhere later today.
In the meantime, Rick, you're already seeing legal challenges cropping up in Pennsylvania?
Yes, there are already at least 3 lawsuits in Pennsylvania. One has gotten a lot of attention because it's been pending for quite a while now, and that's the one that went to the Supreme Court once already, which is this 3-day extension for the receipt deadline for the absentees, which the Pennsylvania Supreme Court ordered. So we are going to have to see how many ballots come in that 3-day window. Could they affect the outcome if the margin is so tight in Pennsylvania? That case is absolutely going back to the Supreme Court if that margin is close enough to possibly make a difference. Now, the court has twice had a chance to stop that extension. It declined to do it both times. It didn't issue a stay. It didn't expedite this case. So voters in Pennsylvania have good reason to believe it's valid for them to have cast those ballots and returned them within that 3-day window after Election Day. But that obviously is a big issue. And the second thing is there have been inconsistencies in how state officials are handling some of these absentee ballots. The Secretary of State has issued unclear guidance, in my view. That opens up further challenges. There are challenges like that in the court. I don't know that they'll affect as many ballots, potentially, as the ballots that come in that 3-day window. But, Pennsylvania, I have to say, Pennsylvania has done an incredibly sloppy job in this election. It's been clear for a long time. It's a massive failure of political leadership in that state on both the Democratic governor's side and the Republican legislature side. And the country is now put in this position where we have 50% of the absentee ballots still to count in Pennsylvania. Now we do have to wait. We have to be patient, but we shouldn't be here in the first place.
So we're just getting a report that the Biden campaign says that Joe Biden will address Americans today. Axe, what do you think he should say?
Well, I think you're going to hear him talk about where the state of play is, and I'm sure a very strong rebuke of the president for what he did last night. Essentially claiming victory, knowing that these numbers were going to turn, claiming victory and alleging that anything that changes the result would be fraud, and declaring that he wanted to stop the voting, as he said, as if we are in some authoritarian state. So I think that Biden he's probably going to reassure the country that the process is going forward, that we're going to have an answer, and that he expects that answer is going to be him.
Guys, stick around. We're going to need your analysis throughout the day. Really appreciate talking to you. More votes are coming in as we speak. Stand by for CNN's special live coverage.
All eyes on Michigan as Joe Biden moves into the lead, and we wait to hear shortly from election officials in that state. I'm Anderson Cooper. This is Election Day in America continued. Michigan and Wisconsin. You see Vice President Biden there on the top as these states have been turning bluer all morning. More votes still to be counted. Arizona and Nevada still in flux. But Biden holds the lead in those states, too, right now as well. Georgia, surprisingly close. Erin Burnett is with us as well. Erin?
Yeah, it's amazing how close it is, Anderson, and here we are. We're going to be digging into all these numbers. Obviously, the votes coming in, as you saying, the shift, the change in count, and talk to the officials in these closest states to try to see when we're going to know.
Yeah, we all need to take a deep breath and wait for the votes to be counted, but there's a lot to discuss in the hours ahead. We have reporters standing by with the two campaigns weighing in on their paths to victory. A lot to bring you. Thanks very much for joining us. It's going to be a long and exciting day. Let's start with our John King and the big picture, drill down maybe on Wisconsin and Michigan as well. Everything has been shifting just throughout this morning. If you went to sleep last night thinking you knew the way this thing was going, You had a surprise this morning. So, John, for those who stayed up late and are just now tuning back in, big picture, where are we? What happened since last night?
Well, the most important point, Anderson, is the point you just made. So before I get to the map, I just want to reinforce it. Patience, patience, patience. Both campaigns are asking for votes to be counted today. The Trump campaign wants them counted in Arizona and Nevada. They have every right to ask that. Joe Biden is leading in those states right now. The Biden campaign says keep counting in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. They have every right to ask that. Everybody should want all the votes counted. Let's start there. If you went to bed around 3 a.m., Wisconsin was red then. Donald Trump was leading. Michigan was red then. Donald Trump was leading. So you see the map now. It does look very different. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tap away here. You see these states going into the gray. The ones are gray. We have not called them yet. We have the leads right now. I'll show you. Remember, we have not called Nevada. We have not called Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Maine, North Carolina, or Georgia. So now I'm going to come back and take that off. You do see who is leading. Leading is not winning. Leading means we're still counting votes. So let's go in. Again, I left here about 4 o'clock in the morning. This was still red. Now it is blue. It is very narrowly blue, which is why we will continue the count. Joe Biden on top in Wisconsin, 49.4 to 48.8, 20,697 votes at the moment. They're continuing the count. They should continue the count. Very close. So as they continue the count, we know what's happening today in all of these states. The lawyers are getting involved, and most of that is fine. You want eyes on everything that's happening. The question is, where does it go from there? Move over to battleground Michigan, 9,994 votes. Remember, the president won this state 4 years ago. President Trump won this state by 10,000 votes. So a nail-biter in Michigan seems to be a trademark of the Trump presidency, 49.3, 49.1. About 90% of the votes in, but again, they still have to count votes. One of the places they're still waiting for votes, Wayne County. This is Detroit and the area around Detroit. It's heavily Democratic. You see they're at 70%. So if you're in the Biden campaign, you think, largest county in the state, predominantly Democratic. We think we're going to add votes. But again, let's let the process play out today. Let's bring it out more and come over to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Still red. It was red at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Still red this morning. 540,000 vote lead. When I left last night, about 4 a.m., it was around 660,000, I think. So it's a little smaller for Donald Trump. 78% in, but the Secretary of State, Pennsylvania, just moments ago saying they still have a lot of votes to count, asking for patience, but she did say she expects progress throughout the day. So let's pull it out and look at the map. I'm going to just walk over here because this is the context that matters. 270 electoral votes to be the next president of the United States, right? Where are we right now? Joe Biden at 224. The president at 213. The changes overnight, this is one of the reasons they matter, and this is why the Trump campaign says we believe Nevada and Arizona can turn. There's a reason they're saying that. They cannot concede those states because they need them. Let's just do a little math. If Joe Biden keeps his lead here, keeps his lead here, keeps his lead here, keeps his lead here, then you get to 267. 267, and it takes 270. We have not called Maine yet. If Joe Biden can win them all in Maine, 271. Even if he loses Maine's 2nd congressional district to the president, you bring this out, Maine is one of 2 states, like Nebraska, that splits it. Even if he lost the 2nd congressional district, which is quite possible, Joe Biden could win the presidency with Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, 2 out of the 3 in Maine. He wouldn't even need Pennsylvania, North Carolina, or Georgia. That's the reason the Trump campaign says we're not done out here, Anderson. We're going to count throughout the day. Both men have a chance to be the next president of the United States. Patience is going to be required, and we have people watching. The campaigns have people watching. So when you hear, stop, it's a fraud, stop counting, it's just simply wrong. Let's count votes.
And what is the situation in Nevada right now for both candidates?
Right, let me come back over here so we can do that. Sorry for the little choreography issues here, but let's bring this up over here. Nevada, 7,647 votes. So you see in state after state, we have these really close elections, which also means they're going to continue to count the votes here. Clark County, Vegas, this is 72, 73, sometimes higher depending on turnout, but 7 out of 10 votes, more than that, coming out of here. And again, they're at 84%, so we're going to have more votes out of Clark County as they count the votes, 53% to 45% if you round it up. Odds are, based on everything we've seen in Clark County so far, Joe Biden will get more votes here. But that's odds are. That's what happened last night. That's what happened overnight. Let's let the people count the votes and see what we get. You bring it out here. You come into the more rural counties and you come through here again. 88%. Not a lot of people live here, but the president will make up some votes in places like this. Make up some votes as we move around the counties here and come over here like this. 88% there. Again, president winning big. You see, it's 1,300 votes to 800 votes, 750 votes. So he's going to make up some votes. This is why you have to be patient and why states are complicated. Clark County is the biggest. Washoe County is the 2nd biggest. They're up to 89%. This is a close swing county, 51 to 47 if you round it up. So let them count some votes. Biden could pick up a few. Trump could catch up a little bit. This is the issue we're going to go through all day long, Anderson. These state officials are working. Some of them didn't sleep. Some of these local election officials getting a little bit of sleep. We're going to have to go from East Coast to West Coast, North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Keep counting. Now, the question is, at the end of the day, some of these states may be close enough for mandatory recounts, or candidates can request recounts. So that's part of the issue as well. Patience is the operative word this morning.
Is it fair to say in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Nevada, and in Arizona, the outstanding votes that have not yet been counted, the outstanding tallies, can you say one way or another whether they're in counties that lead more Democratic?
We know some of them are. Pennsylvania is more of an exception because there are several counties, a half dozen or more counties that President Trump carried 4 years ago, where they deliberately said, we're going to be overwhelmed on election day, we're going to wait until today. So those are counties Trump carried and Trump is leading in today. Now, we also know, though, from our data that the overwhelming early vote, mail-in vote in Pennsylvania was Democratic. And so we need to balance that out. You can say, based on the data we have, and based on the vote return so far, that we expect a lot of those votes still outstanding to be for Joe Biden. But we need to let them count them and not jump ahead. So again, you pull this up right here, 540,000 votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That looks like a big lead, right? It looks like a big lead, but not so much if you start thinking, well, we're only up to 60% in Philadelphia County, Philadelphia City and the county around it. If you're only up to 60%, you know, common sense right here. Joe Biden's getting 78% to 21%, or if you want to round that up, 22% for President Trump. So you know, as they count these votes, Joe Biden is going to win the bulk of them. Is it enough? We've done the math. There are enough votes out there based on where they're missing, and they're not missing. Missing is the wrong word. I don't want to, this is going to be a confusing day. Where they have yet to be counted. They're not missing. No one's out knocking on doors asking people to hand them ballots. These ballots are all in secure locations. Both campaigns are watching them. So when you hear talk about shenanigans, just everybody needs to walk through the process. But in Philadelphia, then you move over here to Montgomery County, again, 85%, more votes to be counted, 61 if you round up to 39, Democratic suburbs outside of Philadelphia. So yes, we have done the math, and there is a possibility that Joe Biden, when you look at how many are out, where are they, what do we know about the mail-in voting percentages, yes, Joe Biden has a chance to overcome what looks like a pretty big lead.
John, the Secretary of State, we heard from the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania just a short time ago. She was talking about millions of ballots which have yet to be counted. She said millions with an S. And in particular, she was also talking about ballots coming from members of the armed forces, which there's, I think, a 10-day window for those ballots to still come in.
Right. You're raising a critical question, a critical point. And remember, we'll walk through this all day long. There are different rules in different states. Some states, it says the ballot has to be received by Election Day. Other states says it just has to be postmarked by Election Day. So even if we make progress today, we may not get to the finish line in some of these states, and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is one of them. So the ballots they have in hand, they're going to count today. More ballots could come in that are considered legal ballots. Watch again. We saw the president last night. The president wants to stop the count. That's not what we do in the United States, but we do know that tells us the posture of the president's legal team. They are going to go into these places and say, stop the count. That will be the fight over the next several days. But you raise a very important point. Military members, Americans who live overseas, this happens to them in every election. Every 2 years in federal elections, every time they vote in their state election, they mail in their ballots. As long as they were legally cast and they're postmarked by the right time and they're on the way, they should be counted. So if it's very, very close, we think we're going to make a lot of progress today. The Secretary of State, you just mentioned her, Secretary of State Bookvar in Pennsylvania, says they're going to make a lot of progress today. But if it gets closer and stays close, our patience may be required for another day or three, perhaps even longer, more.
Yeah, I mean, the notion of stopping counting ballots, which is what the president had said last night, that would mean stop that the people who are serving in the armed forces, their ballots wouldn't count. That seems impossible to imagine.
Well, so, and just look, number one, I know there are Trump supporters watching as well. There are Biden supporters watching. We just need to just set, it's impossible. It's impossible. Ask people to take their hats off today. This is the United States of America, and we count votes. That's what we do, right? And listen, there's an inconsistency in the Trump argument, Anderson, if you will, if you pull it out. Trump is saying, you know, stop here, right? I'm winning in Pennsylvania. I'm leading in Pennsylvania. Just stop. They're mad because at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., these were both red. The Trump campaign says, stop, stop. We think it's over. And yet, at the same time, they're arguing we need to keep counting votes and keep looking in Nevada and Arizona. Why? Because they're trailing in those states, and they were trailing consistently, right? This was not a case of these states flipping overnight as they counted more ballots. The president was behind pretty much from the beginning of the count, once we had a credible representation of the ballots. So there's an intellectual inconsistency in the Trump argument. In these states over here, the blue wall states, if you will, please stop, because they were key to my 2016 map. Out here, let's keep counting. But again, there's a reason for that. If you come over here and just look at this, if you go through the math, right, I'm going to bring this back to where we are. If you bring this back to where we are, if Joe Biden wins this, this, and this, right, I haven't done Maine yet, we're still waiting on North Carolina, then it's absolutely imperative. It's absolutely imperative for the president to go here and here. It still may not be enough, right, even if the president were to get this. He's not going to win all of them in Maine. So these states here, the president needs this math, and then he hopes he can keep this in the end. That would get him moving up as we go. We still have Alaska to add to it. If you do that, when Alaska comes in, and you do this, then the President of the United States can win. But there's a possibility that he needs either Nevada or Arizona for his math if the trend lines here continue the way they're going, which is why, again, it's inconsistent. They want you to stop here and keep going there. That tells you everything you need to know. That's politics. That's politics. We need to do the math.
John, talking about doing the math, we don't do that right now. John King, stand by. I want to go to Kate Baldwin in Philadelphia for more on the state of the count there and the speed of it. Kate, what are you learning?
Hey there, Anderson. 50%. That is the mark that Philadelphia has just hit. That is how many of the mail-in ballots that they have been processing nonstop since yesterday. That is how many of the mail-in ballots that they have finally been able to count. The commissioners, they just updated us a short time ago, and they added 45,000 mail-in ballots to the count. As of 4 o'clock this morning, it was around 141,000 mail-in ballots had been counted. They just updated it. Now it's around above 186,000 mail-in ballots. They say report that the process, it just takes time from beginning of opening the envelope twice, flattening it out, getting it into the processing machine, and then scanning it. And the way the system works, while it might be confusing and frustrating at times, is that the count and the report comes out in waves. And the latest wave was just updated. It is very clear from my conversations, Anderson, with the people that are overseeing this and in charge here in Philadelphia, that they are acutely aware that the country's eyes are on them and they want to get it right. How long will it take? When will they be done? They are definitely not committing to a timeline publicly, but behind the scenes, I'm told that it is not unreasonable to think that they will be done with the count here in Philadelphia by tomorrow morning, be done with a vast majority of the 350,000 mail-in ballots, definitely the most of any county in the Commonwealth. They think it's not unreasonable. I'm told it's not unreasonable to think they'll be done by tomorrow, Anderson.
So, Kate, just 2 quick points. You said they've counted 150,000. Does that mean, and it's 50%, does that mean there's another 150,000 still to be counted?
Yes. So there's 350,000 mail-in ballots here. They still have some more coming in because remember how it works in Pennsylvania. If it's postmarked by Election Day, they have 3 days for them to come in. So the mail-in ballots are still going to be coming in. Those will be segregated and put to a side in the processing, in this massive processing facility that they're doing kind of right behind me. So they have, yes, they've got, if they're at 186 right now, 86,000, they've got just that to go. They think, and the process is moving. They think they'll get it done.
Okay, so let's go. Kate, appreciate it. We'll check in back with you as soon as we get more votes coming in. Let's go back to John King. John, we've seen now Kate saying 45,000 more votes being counted. Could you take a look at that area in Philadelphia?
Right, so you just pop it out again. So you're in Central City, Philadelphia, right? Always blue. Always blue, and always blue by a lopsided margin. So this is why in the Biden campaign they say be patient. They think they have the math to overcome this. They have every right to think that. We went through this in 2016. Remember, late in the night, the Clinton campaign kept telling us they thought Michigan and Wisconsin were going to flip back, that they had the votes. They didn't in the end. They didn't in the end, but we counted them and we got to the end. And that's what we need to do here. Is the Biden math right? We know from our data about early voting that they are overwhelmingly disproportionate Democratic votes. The early vote, the mail-in votes in Pennsylvania, the entire Commonwealth. So if you're thinking about the city of Philadelphia and the Democratic areas around it, it is reasonable to assume the ballots left in this area are going to be, look how the vote is coming in so far. Again, 78% if you round up, 22% if you round that up. So it's coming in lopsided for Joe Biden. There is no reason to assume that it's going to change, especially because we do know from all of our data, and even the ones they've counted so far, the mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania are disproportionately Democratic. So the math is a possibility. You watch them count them here. Kate mentioned Philadelphia. It's not just Philadelphia, though, because the suburbs around Philadelphia are populous, and they are absolutely essential to the Democrats, and they're missing votes as well. We're up to about 85% in Montgomery County here. I just want to drop down here. Delaware County, 74%. And again, you see the Biden margins in the votes we have counted. So there's no guarantee that those margins continue. It could get bigger. It could shrink. We don't know. That's why you count votes. But common sense tells you, okay, Biden's winning there 59 to 40. Therefore, as they count more votes, he's going to add. Is he going to add enough? That's why you count them, Anderson. But you just walk around these suburbs. There's Montgomery County. You come to Philadelphia here, and you just look through. In all of these places, you see the blue in southeastern Pennsylvania. That is the foundation of any Democratic win, and Pennsylvania has to start here. And also last night, the next place you want to look is out here in Allegheny County. They still have more votes to count here as well. Where they need to do the most counting are Democratic areas, which means, yes, Biden has a chance. Let them count the votes.
John, stand by. We have a key race alert. This is a key race alert in Michigan. Let's take a look. More votes have been counted. More votes coming in. Joe Biden has widened his lead somewhat. 32,565 votes ahead of Donald Trump. It is still very close in Michigan, but this is very significant. It had been about 10,000 or so votes, the difference between them. Let's go back to John King. John, Hillary Clinton lost in Michigan, correct me if I'm wrong, by about 10,000 votes. That's what Biden's lead had been up until this moment. He's now extended it to 32,565.
He has, and you look at the map and you see a lot of red in the middle, but you see blue where the Democrats need it to be blue. And the main point is down here. Wayne County is Detroit in the area around it. By far, the largest county in Michigan. 18 to 20% of the vote is going to come right here in this county. And again, they're still counting there. The Biden total has grown. He passed President Trump overnight and took the lead. It's not a win. He's leading, but 76% in Wayne County. So again, a quarter of the vote still to count in a place that we know is coming in lopsided for the Democrats, 67% to 32% if you round up there. And so you see Joe Biden's vote total there, 489,000 plus. I just want to go back and look. 4 years ago, the Clinton campaign was disappointed in Wayne County. They wanted more raw votes, if you will. But you see she had 519,000 and 67% of the vote. The president was just at 30% of the vote. We know just about everywhere turnout is up this year. So if you see that at 519,000, then you come here. Joe Biden's at 489,000. Just logic tells you. The math has to prove it. And again, this is why patience is required. But logic tells you, common sense tells you, they have ballots to count. They're only at 76%. That Joe Biden is going to stretch that. And if he sticks anywhere close to that percentage, that means he's adding some pretty serious math as they count those votes. So the fact that his lead is widening and they still have votes to count in Wayne County is an encouraging sign for the Biden campaign. Doesn't get you to the finish line, but it's encouraging. So you look at some other places, you come over here, and you're just going through. Now you're going through, right? The larger counties, the Democratic counties, 82% in Kalamazoo. It's closer here. It's about a 10-point gap if you look at it. So you count the votes. Maybe Joe Biden adds more to his lead right now. Maybe the president comes back. That's what we just have to be patient and walk through. And you see all this red in Michigan. One of the challenges is to check in on the smaller places, right, where we know the president runs it up. It's not a lot of math, but every county counts as you add it up. And you see here, Clare County, they're at 95%. So one of the challenges now when you get close to the end is trying to, where else might there be votes? And is there enough? If you know Wayne County has a ton of votes to count, and that's predominantly Democratic, are there places where the president can counter that, make up that math? A little bit here, but you see 95% is in. You move here, 96% is in. You move here, 99% is in. So that's why if you're in the Biden campaign, these smaller rural counties that go Republican, most of the votes are in. Again, we'll watch and count, and the morning after, sometimes you'll see a county official raise their hand and say, we have some absentee ballots. There's nothing wrong with that. They were overwhelmed yesterday. So we'll watch as the process plays out. Just looking at some other places here, you see in Oakland County, the suburbs north of Detroit, a critical area, used to be a swing area, trending more and more Democratic. They're at 95%. So they're just about done there. As they continue to count the votes, it's possible Joe Biden adds a few more. It's possible, there are Republicans in those suburbs. They can pull in votes. Let's look at Macomb County here. This is a key battleground in the state, blue-collar workers. You come north of Detroit, into Macomb County, and you have 53 to 45, 254,000 votes. Here's one of the things I'm looking at throughout the day. Turnout was up in this election. So that's where the president is now, 254. If you go back 4 years ago, he was at 224. So you see evidence there of the higher turnout. Hillary Clinton at 176,000 and change. You come in here, Joe Biden has already passed that. So one of the things you're looking at is, do we have vote counts already that are higher than 2016? In places where you don't, you know there are a lot more votes likely to be counted. Here, you're up to 95%. So if you're the president, this is a place you're winning by 8 points. If you do that there, you might add some votes, but they're at 95%. All right, so if you're going to add votes, it won't be a ton, and if it's early votes, it might actually break for Joe Biden. So this is where you're looking. By the end of the day, Wayne County's at 76% right now. Where is Wayne County, Detroit, as we get later into today? If they can move their math, move their count, if you will, closer to the finish line, then we will have a much better sense of whether that lead, 32,000 and change, whether it stands. But you make a good point. 32,000 now, 10,704 for the president 4 years ago. If you're Joe Biden, you like these numbers, but you got to wait the day out.
And just finally, Kent County in Michigan, which is where Grand Rapids is. Grand Rapids is a Democratic area, and I know earlier there had been, I think it was in the 70%, more votes still needed to come in. What does it look like right now?
We're up to 83%, which means you have to go. And this is a tight one. This is one the president carried 4 years ago. The Democrats really want, this is one of the suburban battles, Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it. Out in western Michigan, you see 51 to 47 if you round Joe Biden up. And so 153,000 votes for the president right now. If you go back in time, again, he won this, but he was below 50 because of the third-party candidates, 48 to 45 4 years ago. So it's another place, again, because it's larger, right? This is the fourth largest county in Michigan. So everywhere is counting what's left. Every single county, all across America for that matter, not just in these battleground states, are counting what they didn't get to yesterday. And they're counting what's coming in as long as those are legal. If you're in a state where it can be postmarked and arrive today, if that's legal, then you count them when they come. But the place we look for, the places we spend most of our time on are places where you're going to find more votes, the larger, more populated counties. And here they're at 83%. So, that means there's more to be counted there, and the president is leading there. So we want to watch and see. Doesn't mean those are votes for President Trump. Doesn't mean he'll add to his math, but there are still votes to be counted there. But again, the disproportionate amount that we're waiting for right now come from here, which is always the biggest basket of votes for Democrats. The question is, how many are left, and how fast will they count them?
Yeah, wow. What a day we have ahead of us. We're we're waiting to hear from Michigan Secretary of State, expected any minute, as our live election coverage continues. We'll be right back. With the electoral map trending somewhat bluer at this hour than it was just a few hours ago, we're waiting to hear from Michigan Secretary of State any moment as Joe Biden stretches his lead in Michigan. We'll go there live when that happens. He had only about a 10,000 vote lead. His lead is now about 35,000 votes or so. The president and his campaign advisors have just been weighing in on the race and their strategy going forward. The Biden team is also making news, so let's check in with both. CNN Jessica Dean is at Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. CNN John Harwood reporting on the president. John Harwood, let's start with you. What are we hearing from the White House today?
Well, what we're hearing, Anderson, is a reiteration of the strategy that the president has been signaling all year long. And the strategy is to try to subvert the process, the democratic process of vote counting, because he knows that more Americans are against him than are for him. He's been saying so all year, saying he could only lose in a fraudulent election. Last night, he tried it in the middle of the night. He came out and said, well, I'm leading in all these states. I've won the election. Stop the vote counting. Then this morning, he has noted that vote counts overnight in places like Michigan and Wisconsin, he says, have magically disappeared his lead. And he's blaming or suggesting that there's fraud in that vote counting. He had not won those states last
John,
night.
we got to step in. I'm sorry, we'll come back to you. The Michigan Secretary of State is speaking. Let's go to listen.
Ballots effectively, methodically, and securely. Now, this meticulous process is all about and focused on ensuring every absentee ballot is counted accurately and fairly. We have many secure protocols in place to confirm the validity of every ballot. And in fact, that's why the process takes so much time. Our goal is to ensure, again, we're being transparent, but also fully accurate, and that the public, you all, can trust the results of the results as an accurate reflection of the will of the people. Now, importantly, as we go through this counting and as the counting is completed, boards at the county and state levels that are also comprised of people from both parties will then review the procedures and counts of the entire elections before the results are certified as official. So that's the process we're in right now, the beginning of that first tabulation. And when we have that first unofficial tabulation, which we hope will come sometime within the next 24 hours, we will then begin the process of finalizing and with additional secure protocols, moving towards an official tabulation, which could take even more time. Now, notably, you may be thinking, why are we still waiting to hear from Michigan and why are they still counting our ballots? Well, for about 18 months, the election clerks throughout the state of Michigan and I called on our state legislature to update our laws to provide time for pre-processing of ballots that were on par with many other states, like our neighbors in Ohio, who were able to count the vast majority of their ballots yesterday. Now, our state legislature chose not to make that change to our laws, and here we are in Michigan where our counting process is continuing long after the polls have closed. But rest assured, we're focused on counting every single ballot. That's our focus. Every single valid ballot in Michigan will be counted. And importantly, also right now, there are tens of thousands of ballots that still need to be counted. And jurisdictions have been reporting throughout the morning, as many of you know and have been following. But the information I have is that ballots are still being counted in our largest jurisdictions, including Detroit, Grand Rapids, Flint, Kalamazoo, and numerous other Michigan cities and townships. Now, these ballots were cast by tens of thousands of Michigan citizens who have the right to have their vote counted. And we're going to make sure that right is protected. We're going to ensure that the results of our elections accurately reflect every single valid vote that was cast. And this is particularly important in close races, as the numbers of outstanding ballots are still greater than the margin of difference between many races with leading candidates. So at this point, I ask for patience out of respect to the will of our voters and the work of our election workers who are volunteering in communities all across the state to serve the public and are committed to ensuring an accurate count. Now, I continue to expect, though I had for weeks said we expect results to be in by Friday. We're still certainly on track for that. But as I've also mentioned recently, we are on track to have our results in much sooner. I'll continue to expect that we'll have more information throughout the day. And as I mentioned last night, I'm optimistic but that by the end of the day, the majority of our ballots will be tabulated and will be much closer to having a full, if not a full and complete unofficial result to announce at that point. But I also want to mention that yesterday in our election,
to Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State in Michigan. Obviously, it is just too close to call at this point in Michigan. Right now, Joe Biden has about a 32,000 vote lead in Michigan. More numbers had come in just a short time ago, and his lead increased from the 10,000 or so that it was to 32,000. The Secretary of State, really the headlines, 31,000, I should say. The headline really from the Secretary of State is she says that there are still tens of thousands of votes to be counted. They hope by the end of today to have kind of an unofficial vote tally. It'll be tomorrow or even Friday before they can firmly say and officially say what the results in Michigan. She said she hopes it will be before Friday. We're getting new Michigan results right now. Let's put them up. And let's take a look. And let's see. Let me take a look at these. Michigan results. Joe Biden's lead dropping somewhat. He's now just 29,525 votes ahead. It had been 32,000, then 31,000. So a slight downward move for Joe Biden. His lead still 29,525. We were looking at Michigan just moments ago with John King at the Magic Wall, really looking at Wayne County, which is the Detroit area. A lot of votes, it seems that there, I think it was in the 70. Let's go to John King right now. So, John, you see the few votes gained for President Trump. Where are the votes remaining?
And so, again, what you see there, Joe Biden's lead narrowing a little bit. It's just why we're going to ask people throughout the day to have some patience, whether you're a Biden supporter, whether you're a Trump supporter, whether you're the three people left in America who are neutral about this. I think it's important that we just have patience, because we're seeing the numbers move. As you mentioned, Joe Biden right now, 29,525. It was a little above that just a short time ago. The last time we spoke, it was above 30,000. So what are they doing? Why is that changing? It's changing because they're counting votes. And you just heard the Secretary of State there say she hopes to get this done by Friday. That's unnerving to a lot of of people out there, and I understand that. That can be frustrating. It's a very close race. You want to know the winner. Her point is, the legislature in Michigan would not change the law to allow them to start processing these ballots sooner, so they're at it today, and it could go into tomorrow. What did she say? She said in many of Michigan's larger jurisdictions, that's where you have more ballots still to count. The largest of the jurisdictions is Wayne County, predominantly Democratic. That's Detroit and the area around Detroit. Again, this is where Democrats need to run it up to win statewide in Michigan. In the votes counted so far, Joe Biden is doing just that, 67% to 32% if you round it up. But you see there, 76% of the estimated vote in, which means they have about a quarter of it left to count. Now, again, common sense, history, our own polling and data from the early vote tells us Joe Biden's going to add to his total here in Wayne County. That doesn't mean there aren't places for the president to pick up votes. It just means if you look at the Biden lead now, 34,000, it is likely to grow from Wayne County. So where can the president offset that? Well, we talked a little bit earlier. Kent County, maybe. The president is leading in Kent County. This is Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it. More conservative. You get to western Michigan. Right now, Joe Biden's in the hunt here. 51 to 47 if you round that up. But we'll count the rest of the votes, right? We'll just count and see what happens. There are more votes here in Grand Rapids, as the secretary said. And then you go through Kalamazoo, again, another urban area where you have more votes, more people live here. This is the 9th largest of 83 counties in the state of Michigan. Joe Biden's ahead here, 54 to 44,
John,
so 10 points if you round it up. Sure.
We also just got more votes in Michigan. Now Biden's lead has actually grown, 64,769 votes ahead. So this is going to be happening all day long.
Right. You have all these counties counting votes, and they're posting them on their websites, and then they're reporting to the state. Sometimes, and we saw this in Pennsylvania, again, this is where this will be frustrating because people will see a county may post votes before the Secretary of State has them. In some cases, the state may post votes before the county officials get around to putting them on their local website. So there will be some mixed messaging during the day. The key point is the end of the day, right? The key point is the end of the day. You heard Secretary Brookvar in Pennsylvania, Secretary Benson in Michigan will do the same thing. They're going to count the votes, and she's going to check in, whether it's a small county like this, 99% here. She's going to be checking in, getting the reports from all these people to see, are there any more votes to be counted here? And then you move up through these counties here. Genesee County, this is where Flint is in Michigan. Flint, Michigan, they're at 95% right now, so they're almost done. They're almost done. You see, this is closer than I think the Democrats would like it to be, 50.4 to 48 if you round the president up. Go back 4 years ago, this was 50. There's a 10-point, just shy, 9-point race there. So right now, if you're thinking the Democrats think Flint, we need these votes here, that's closer than they would want it to be, but they're going to continue to count votes. Now, again, all the data tells us before the election that the mail-in votes, most of what we think is yet to be counted, those mail-in votes were disproportionately Democrat. That's what the data told us before the election. Guess what? We're in the election now. We're counting the votes. So we could even set that aside. We know common sense. We know logic. But the most important thing in the next few days, I'm going to just check some of these counties. This is Oakland, 95%. You come back up here, Genesee at 95%. You see the red counties? Are there votes for the president again? 95% here. You come over here, 95% here. These are much smaller counties, but every vote counts, Anderson. And that's the key point. So 34,769 right now. It's going to seesaw, bounce up and down a little bit. We just keep counting.
So is it really Wayne County in Michigan that has the most votes outstanding?
Yes, yes. And again, exact numbers we need to get from Wayne County officials, but you see they're at 76% right now. If you have a pen and paper at home, you can do this math yourself. So you're at 76%. Joe Biden's leading 67 to 32 when you round up. He has 489,000 and change votes. Well, you got 25% of the vote roughly still to be counted there. If it keeps coming in at these percentages, there's no guarantee of that. Some Democrats think it'll actually come in higher, that the mail-in ballots are so disproportionately Democratic that this could go up. We don't know that. That's what the Biden campaign will tell you. That's why they say they're optimistic there. We just need to wait and count the votes. And there's going to be a lot of political spin today. There's going to be a lot of, shall I say, Tarzan moments with people saying stop this vote or do this more. This is why just let these people do their jobs and count the votes.
You're talking about well over 100,000 votes there. I mean, my math is not very good, but given the vote, I mean, there's 700,000 or so votes already cast. If 25% of them have yet to be tallied, it's more than 150,000.
Right. And that's exactly why, because Wayne County is blue. It's always been blue. That's exactly why the Biden campaign thinks it is going to add to its totals, because you have 25% of the votes, 24%, somewhere in that ballpark, to be counted in a place where Joe Biden is getting 67% of the vote. He's going to get a majority of those votes in Wayne County. That's just history tells us that. We're not making that up. History tells us that. And 4 years ago, again, this was a source of disappointment late on a Tuesday night. We got into this early Wednesday morning. I remember the Clinton campaign saying, don't call Michigan because we're going to pull more votes out of Wayne County. So we should be skeptical of what any campaign tells us, right? We should be skeptical of what the Biden campaign says today. We should be skeptical about the Trump campaigns today. We should just use the facts, right? We know 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton did not pull it out. She got 519,444 votes in Wayne County. We know right now Joe Biden is under. This is why it's important to count. It's a higher turnout election, right? We'll see in the end if there's higher turnout in Wayne County. But look, Joe Biden, shy of 490,000 votes, right? Hillary Clinton 4 years ago, 520,000 votes. I'm rounding up a little bit, but 519,000 and change then, 489,000. It just tells you, because we know the turnout was up in this election, there are votes out there to be counted. And you know this is a disproportionately Democratic place. Biden campaign has every reason to believe they're going to get more. But guess what? The way we know whether that's true is to give them the time to count it. You can be frustrated about it. We all wish this would happen more quickly, but it isn't. And the other point is, again, when you hear late votes, how are they doing this? Where are these votes coming from? These votes, whether it's in Wayne County here, Democratic, or a little tiny Republican county here, Lake County, these votes are in-house. Democratic eyes watching them, Republican eyes watching them, local election officials watching them. In some places, they have cameras. I know they have that in Philadelphia watching them. So when you hear things about, are they sneaking in new ballots, that just doesn't happen. If anyone tries to do it, somebody will see them. We just need to be patient and let them count the votes.
If anybody's playing a drinking game, nobody should play drinking. Yeah. Nobody should play a drinking game on count the votes. That's going to be that and patience are the words we're going to hear an awful lot of today. Hey, John, Georgia's Secretary of State has been briefing reporters. He says 200,000 absentee ballots have yet to be counted, and 40 to 50,000 early votes remain outstanding. They say they hope to have them counted by this afternoon. How significant would that be?
Well, it's significant in the sense that you just mentioned, 240,000, if I got your math quickly, roughly, ballpark number there. The president's lead in Georgia is 101,837 votes, 50.5 to 48.3, so 51 to 48 if you want to round the president up. Again, for Joe Biden to make that up with 240,000 votes, if that's the right universe of votes, that's a pretty enormous hill to climb. But the question is, where are those votes, right? So you're looking at this map. If the Democrats are going to mount a comeback in Georgia, it's going to be here, and a little bit of help from here. But Atlanta and the suburbs around it are the key. So let's just go in and take a look. And again, you got to find out exactly where are these votes. But if you go in Fulton County, for example, I left at 4 in the morning. They weren't anywhere near 95%. They are now. And you see it. This is Atlanta and the suburbs around Atlanta, overwhelmingly Democratic. Joe Biden's getting 72% of the vote there. But this says they're 95% in, right? It's a larger population center, so that 5% can be a lot of votes. We'll let them count them and see if it happens here. This is the one I was looking at a little bit earlier, and it's still at 80%. DeKalb County, you come to the east of Atlanta, very important suburban area for the Democrats. The suburbs trending their way. If you don't believe me, 83% to 16% there, and 80% here. So there are a lot of votes here to be counted. Logic tells you, looking at the results of the votes we have so far, Joe Biden is going to add to his math here. Is there enough, Anderson, to overcome 101,000? That's why we're going to wait the day out, right? We're going to wait the day out. You can do the math at home. The probability of that, the hill is pretty steep, but because if they're missing from these areas here, Fulton County missing 5%, Cobb County missing 11%. You see, this is a little closer, but Joe Biden has the lead there. If you walk through these counties, 95% here, I went through that already, Gwinnett County at 95%. You come back down here, this 80% in DeKalb is the one that tells me, watch that. Watch the next wave of votes that come in from there. Does Joe Biden narrow the lead when more of this comes in? If so, then you're putting in play. If not, what is the harm? Even if the president keeps his lead, what is the harm of counting all the votes and knowing that with more certainty as we walk through the delicate hours ahead of us?
John, just for viewers who are not following this as closely, the president has said in a tweet that, late at night, there were suddenly magically all these votes appeared that changed to a Biden lead in a number of states. There's nothing magical or nefarious about it. It's simply votes being counted.
It is simply votes being counted. Imagine you come home from work, you have a stack of bills on your desk at home, you're tired. You want to do them all, you don't get to them all. You do some, you go to bed, you get up in the morning, and you do the rest. It's the same stack. It was sitting right there on the desk. You just didn't get to it all because you were tired and you had to go to bed, or you didn't have enough help, so you went to bed. This is happening here. This happens in every election. Let's go back to 2018, right? The Democrats had a big night on the midterm election night. We didn't realize how big for days, Anderson, for days. In California, some other closely contested House races, they kept counting legally cast ballots. That's the key point. Legally cast ballots. Each state has its rules. And again, both campaigns have every right to send in lawyers to watch. That's fine. That is perfectly within the rules and within the system to say, how are you handling that ballot? Can I look at that ballot? Can I check, was that one processed right? Can I look at the postmark? All that is perfectly legal. It happens every election, and both campaigns have every right to do it. That's why we have rules, and you have appeals, and the process. Let it play out. Let it play out. There are eyeballs on these ballots. They have been collected. Some will come in today. Some will come in today in states that allow ballots to come in today, as long as they're postmarked, and there are some states that do that. That's perfectly legal, too. This happens every year we have an election. I was going to say every 4 years we have a presidential election. Every 2 years we have the midterm elections. Some states have elections in the middle of those for state and local offices as well. They know what they're doing. They know how to do this. If there are issues, there will be eyeballs on them, and people can complain. To blanketly say they're sneaking in ballots, they're cheating, and they're stealing is simply false.
Much more ahead. Next, how Biden's campaign is feeling with the count in Michigan moving by the minute. We'll be right back. Right now, with numbers moving in Joe Biden's direction in Michigan and Wisconsin, perhaps even Georgia, the question is, what must be the thinking at Biden headquarters? Jessica Dean is in Wilmington, Delaware, for us. Also, John Harwood is covering the White House. Jessica Dean, let's start with you. What are you hearing from the Biden campaign?
Well, just about a little over an hour ago, Anderson, they held a briefing, Biden's campaign manager saying that they believe they have a clear path to victory. They're very optimistic. A senior advisor telling CNN they believe they will win today. Let me walk you through a little bit why they're saying this. They believe they're going to win Wisconsin. In Michigan, they also believe they're going to win there. They're very optimistic about the vote by mail numbers there. In Pennsylvania, they believe they're going to win Pennsylvania. As John has been showing us, the vote by mail in Philadelphia, they have their eye on there. Georgia, they're also watching Fulton County. They're realistic, though, about North Carolina, acknowledging that President Trump is up there right now. But overall, like we've all been saying all morning, they are asking for patience, but they are incredibly optimistic. They believe that when all these votes are counted, that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. And Anderson, we're also learning that Joe Biden is expected to address the nation at some point today. We're still waiting to hear on when that might be and exactly what his message might be. They also, the campaign, of course, watching these numbers, watching which states might be called in the coming hours as well, and will adjust as need be.
Have they talked at all about legal challenges? Clearly, the president is set on doing all he can.
Right, and they at one point on the briefing, one of their senior advisors and lawyer Bob Bauer was saying, you know, that President Trump had threatened to send lawyers to the Supreme Court, but that has not happened, and that if it did indeed happen, he would be in for a very large defeat in the courts. The Biden campaign really believing that the law is certainly on their side here, and that they are going to win this just outright.
All right, Jessica Dean, the Biden campaign. Let's go to John Harwood, standing by in Washington, D.C. John, what are we hearing from the president?
Well, Anderson, we heard from the president the tweet that you mentioned with John King, where he claimed that his lead had magically disappeared in Democratic-run states with secret vote dumps and that sort of thing. Twitter flagged that as misleading for the reason that you were discussing with John King. It's not magic. They're not secret vote dumps. They're simply counting the votes. The problem for the president is last night he signaled a strategy of trying to stop vote counting. But now that Joe Biden has taken the lead in both Wisconsin and Michigan, Joe Biden is leading in states with 270 electoral votes. it's not a tenable strategy to try to stop vote counting across the board if your opponent's got enough electoral votes to win. So what the Trump campaign is doing, and they outlined on a conference call today, is a cherry-picking, selective strategy of saying, well, the math works for us if we only count illegally cast votes. So what they're going to try to do is keep counting in places where they're behind to try to make up the deficit. But in places like Philadelphia, where Joe Biden is making up ground, try to disqualify votes that would advantage him. The problem is, as we've seen from the 2000 legal battle between Bush and Gore, if you have the lead, that's an advantageous position. And if you're trying to have additional vote counts, it is disadvantageous to try to say, well, I want vote counting stopped here but not there. Remember, the Supreme Court threw out the Florida vote count on the grounds that it was being done in different counties in different ways, and that violated equal protection for voters. That's the same challenge that the Trump campaign is going to face if they say, well, let's keep counting in Nevada and Arizona, but stop the count in Pennsylvania as these mail-in ballots, which we all anticipated would favor Joe Biden, start coming in. And it's also worth noting, finally, Anderson, that the reason these votes are getting counted slowly is that Republican state legislatures, with the acquiescence of the support of the Trump campaign, prevented those states from processing and counting them earlier for precisely this reason, because they were hoping to stop a late vote count and a late surge of votes to Joe Biden, which is exactly what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, John Harwood, appreciate it. Let's go for more to our Aaron Burnett. Aaron?
All right, Anderson. So let's ask David Chalian how to interpret all of this. I mean, David, you hear John Harwood, right? A lot of confidence from the Trump campaign, right? They say when you count these mail-in ballots, it's going to break in our favor. That's what the Trump campaign is saying. But when you take a place like Michigan, right, and we now have a margin as these votes come in of more than triple the margin of Trump's victory in 2016, but this time for Joe Biden, the ballots outstanding seem to be around Detroit. Is the confidence that the Trump campaign has right now really rooted in reality?
Well, listen, we're going to count the votes, of course, and see. But to your point about Michigan, not just are we waiting for more absentees from Detroit, so we are also waiting from Grand Rapids. The city of Grand Rapids is the population center inside of Kent County. John was showing that on the wall a little bit ago. And there are some 60,000 absentee ballots to be counted in Grand Rapids. We expect them to overwhelmingly favor Joe Biden there. It may add to his total. We don't know how many of those 60,000 have already been counted and are included in that count. But yes, a 35,000 vote lead. This is why what Jessica Dean was just saying has the Biden campaign feeling very good that that lead in Michigan is insurmountable for Donald Trump. Now, Aaron, I think what Bill Stepien, the campaign manager on the Trump side, said about Wisconsin was really interesting, because he said it's a razor-thin margin and it is recount territory, perhaps. It is true that if there's a margin of less than 1%, the losing candidate can indeed request a recount, but not until the official canvass is done. I think the counties have until about November 17th to get that all in. And on the 17th of November, the state puts out that official canvass, and then the losing candidate, if the margin is within 1% as it is now, has the right to request a recount. I'm not sure if Stepien was indicating that is going to be their strategy, but it doesn't necessarily mean that 20,000 vote lead is going to change all that much. That is about how much Donald Trump won the state by 4 years ago, Aaron.
That's right, exactly. And by the way, I just want to make sure we update the numbers here for Michigan, because these are just they're just going to be dripping in throughout the day. We're now up to 35,551 in terms of as of the very latest, with the votes still to come in, but that's the latest margin in favor currently of Joe Biden in the state of Michigan. So as these counts come in, David, how do you interpret, because you're talking about, okay, you can request a recount, you can be within the legal margin. You're referring specifically to Michigan.
No, that was Wisconsin.
I'm sorry, to Wisconsin, where the margin last time around was what, 0.8%, right? So you're in that realm. That doesn't mean it's going to change the count. But they're now saying, Bill Stepien, the campaign manager for President Trump, says, if we count all legal ballots, we will win, right? Trying to sow doubt in the legality of ballots, which all of these are legally cast ballots according to the laws of these states.
Right. I think what they're indicating there is they're going to try and define in court arguments what a legal ballot is and fight for their definition of what a legal ballot is. And that's where the court action will come as these, again, we're actually not in overtime yet. I just want to be clear. We're kind of in the fourth quarter of this game in terms of vote count. So that will come once these canvasses are done, if there are official contests or legal action there. I will note one other state that Stepien mentioned was Nevada. That was a state Hillary Clinton won. It is pretty close in the count right now. What is giving the Biden campaign confidence there? And again, each side is going to express confidence, and it will sometimes be hard to separate out the confidence and the spin from the data. But we do have votes to look at, and we do have information. And in Nevada, what is giving the Trump campaign some hope is that I think we're up to like 86% of the estimated vote is in Nevada, that there's a greater percentage of outstanding vote. But here's the problem. So much of that outstanding vote is in Clark County, Las Vegas, or in Washoe, and it's the early vote. So not only is the outstanding vote absentee vote, which has been trending to Joe Biden, but also it's in Democratic-heavy areas in the state. So I'm not sure that the confidence on the Trump campaign about Nevada is warranted.